find you and I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see, you better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's a brother shagging the man back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Supreme Court affirms President's part to impose emergency rule.
Ngige remains in Kuje prison until December 18.
CJN calls on courts to begin virtual hearings.
Malami asks EFCC chairman to step aside from probe.
Reps committee step into Dangote NMDPRA dispute.
And now in Edo State, gunmen kidnapped 18.
On the foreign scene, FBI foils bombing plot targeting Los Angeles.
Well, in business news, Nigeria's inflation drops to 14.45%.
In sport, Akin Shamiro welcomes Eagles' invitation.
And in the world of entertainment, FISC moves to prosecute Pella for reckless driving. Now in the news in detail. The Supreme Court has ruled that a sitting president has the constitutional power to declare a state of emergency in any state to prevent a breakdown of law and order. Delivering the lead judgment in a split decision, Justice Mohammed Idris held that Section 305 of the Constitution empowers the president to take extraordinary measures to restore normalcy during an emergency. The ruling followed a suit filed by Adama and 10 other PDP-led states challenging the emergency declared by President Bola Tinubu in Rivers State, during which Governor Siminalayi Fubara and other elected officials were suspended for 6 months. In a 6-1 decision, the court held that the president may suspend democratically elected officials under emergency rule, but stressed that such action must be for a limited period. The court also upheld preliminary objections by the Attorney General of the Federation and the National Assembly, ruling that the PDP states failed to establish a valid course of action. The suit was consequently struck out and dismissed on the merits. However, in a dissenting opinion, Justice Obandi ruled that while the president can declare a state of emergency, he lacks the power to suspend elected state officials.
Still on a legal note, Justice Mariam Hassan of the Federal Capital Territory High Court, sitting in Gwarimpa, Abuja, has ordered the former Minister of Labour, Chris Ngige, be remanded at the Kuje Correctional Center until December 18. The order followed arguments for and against his bail application, which the court is yet to rule on. Ngige's lawyer, Patrick Ikweto, urged the court to grant bail, citing health concerns and assuring that his clients would not jump bail or interfere with witnesses. However, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has opposed the request, describing Ngige as a flight risk. EFCC counsel Sylvanus Tahil told the court that Ngige failed to report back after being granted administrative bail and permission to travel abroad for medical treatment, adding that his international passport was never returned. Tahir dismissed Ngige's claim that the passport was lost as an afterthought and urged the court to reject the bail application.
In the meantime, the Federal High Court in Lagos has dismissed a suit seeking to declare the Nigerian Christian Pilgrims Commission and National Hajj Commission Acts unconstitutional. Justice Akintayo Aluko ruled that the applicant, the Human Rights and Empowerment Project, failed to prove that the laws violated Sections 10 and 42 of the 1999 Constitution. The group had asked the court to restrain the federal government from funding or subsidizing Christian and Muslim pilgrimages, arguing that such support was discriminatory and amounted to the adoption of a state religion. The court held that there was no credible evidence that the acts promoted a state religion or violated the right to freedom from discrimination. On claims of misuse of public funds, Justice Aluko noted evidence showing that Lagos State saved 4.5 billion naira over 3 years after ending pilgrimage sponsorship and redirected the funds to infrastructure. The judge added that reliance on newspaper reports amounted to hearsay and could not sustain a constitutional claim.
Concerned by the growing backlog of cases, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekere-Ekun, has urged courts across the country to adopt virtual hearings. She said traditional courtroom procedures alone can no longer cope with the volume of pending cases. The CJN spoke at the opening of the 2025-2026 legal year of the Federal High Court, noting that the court's workload is increasing in both volume and complexity. She cited technology-driven crimes, financial innovations, cross-border commercial disputes, terrorism-related cases, and evolving regulatory frameworks as key challenges. Meanwhile, Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Justice John Sowore, revealed that 161,999 cases were carried over from the 2023-2024 legal year, with an additional 19,925 new cases filed, bringing the total to 181,924. On the spot, the Nigerian Bar Association, through its president, Afam Osigwe, called for improved institutional integrity within the judiciary.
To another case we have been following, former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami has called on the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to recuse himself from an ongoing investigation and threatened prosecution. Malami described the probe as a politically motivated witch hunt, alleging that it is driven by personal animosity following his recent defection to the African Democratic Congress, ADC. He claimed the EFCC chairman harbors a long-standing grudge linked to the Justice Ayo Salami Judicial Commission of Inquiry, which investigated corruption allegations within the commission during his tenure. Malami argued that the EFCC cannot conduct a fair or objective investigation under its current leadership. He therefore demanded that the EFCC chairman step aside and that the case be transferred to another agency to ensure impartiality and public confidence.
Away from that and now to legislative matters, the House of Representatives Joint Committee on Petroleum Resources has intervened in the disputes between Dangote Refinery and the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. The committees have invited both parties to present their grievances and appealed for a halt to media hostilities pending the investigation. Chairman Ikenga Ugochinyere and Henry Okoje expressed concern that the tension could undermine recent stability in the sector. Ugochinyere said their committees acted swiftly to prevent escalation and stressed that a clear understanding of the issues is needed for the National Assembly to broker lasting solutions in the post-subsidy era.
And away from that story, the Senate is advocating for electronic and integrated civil records to improve national planning. Chairman of the Senate Committee on National Identity Card and National Population, Victor Ume, made the call at a public hearing in Abuja on a bill to establish a digital civil registration system for births and deaths. Ume said the reform would ensure every birth and death in Nigeria is accurately recorded and align the country with global best practices. Senate President Godswill Akpabio, represented by Deputy Chief Whip Peter Nwebonyi, emphasized that accurate vital registration is key to data-driven governance and national security. National Population Commission Chairman Aminu Yusuf noted the amendments are timely and will enable the use of technology and interoperable platforms across government agencies.
Away from legislative matters, the Minister of Defense, Christopher Musa, says the operational capacity of terrorists, bandits, and other criminal groups has been significantly degraded across multiple theaters. Musa spoke at the 2025 Chief of Army Staff Annual Conference held at Abati Barracks in Lagos State. He attributed the gains to the courage of troops, improved planning and execution, and stronger joint and multi-agency operations. The minister described the conference as a key platform for reviewing the Army's operational readiness and aligning future strategies with national security priorities. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu said there can be no lasting development without security, stressing the need for a capable, disciplined, and professional military. He added that the Lagos State government remains supporting the Nigerian Army within the state and beyond.
Well, let's take you to Edo State, where 18 passengers have been kidnapped along the Benin-Akure highway near a village in Edo State. The kidnappers reportedly fired sporadically before taking their victims into the bush. Edo police spokesperson confirmed the abduction and said a joint security operation has launched a manhunt for the suspects.
Moving on, security officials say troops under Operation Mesa have rescued 3 of 5 residents abducted in a recent attack on Lakwaya village, Guazo local government area of Kano State. The victims were taken during an overnight raid. Captain Babatunde Zuberu, Assistant Director of Army Public Relations at the 3 Brigade, said the rescue involved personnel from the Nigerian Army, Air Force, and Police Force.
Over now to Borno State, where the police command has recovered an unexploded ordnance in Maiduguri, averting a potential explosion and threat to public safety. Police spokesperson Kenneth Dasso said the device was discovered beneath a telecom mast at Chuksun in the Federal Low-Cost area. He said the Commissioner of Police immediately directed the EOD CBRN team to the scene. The team cordoned off the area and successfully rendered the device safe in line with standard procedures.
Joining us virtually to analyze the news is Chijioke Oji, a public affairs analyst. Thank you for joining us, Chijioke.
Having me.
Yes, it's always a pleasure to have you. Okay, let's start with this. The Supreme Court has ruled that the sitting president has constitutional power to declare a state of emergency in any state to prevent a breakdown of law and order. And of course, it's also one of the things about the ruling is that he can suspend elected officials or officers. What do you make of this? What does this portend for our democracy?
The Supreme Court is the final resting case for any matter of this nature, especially in this case where, it's now, we'll say, a rested matter. I don't think many Nigerians were really against the president declaring a state of emergency. What many Nigerians were really concerned were the manner in which it was done. And the excuses given did not in any way at all correlate or give the people of the states any participation in that. It was said that the declaration was done as a result of unrest and several recorded killings and all of that. Then another version came up to say it was due to exploded pipe leakages or pipeline vandalizations and all of that. I mean, that was not enough reason to incidentally vacate an elected sitting governor, which many people saw as a serious concern, judging by the fact that the current sitting president witnessed similar, but was not executed in his own time of being in administration in Lagos State. So for him to now carry out such orders and imposing the military takeover of the state simply meant that there were certain interests that the president was either trying to protect or just trying to execute that executive powers bestowed upon him, or probably running a test of what Nigerians could do, and in the end, they reigned supreme, showing and demonstrating to Nigerians the power of the executive, which also translates to showing that Nigerians, continue to suffer of this insecurity can be curbed by a single directive of the president. If the president, by just a single proclamation, was able to unseat or remove temporarily a sitting governor in twinkle of hours, and that was obeyed and it was evacuated, how much more would it take for, the military to evacuate a state, which, has become a constant debate today, that it's only in the areas of interest that we see this administration playing its pivotal role. Well, the Supreme Court has made it clear. I don't think the argument was basically on the president exercising the power to declare a state of emergency, but what Nigerians were concerned was the manner in which and the speedy process to which it was applied And even in states where we have serious security concerns, the president has yet to extend, such declarations. So we do hope that Nigerians would speak up, especially to telling the president that the laws are made for man, not otherwise. And in cases like this, there should be clear indication as to what would warrant the state of emergency to be declared.
All right, Chidoke, you said one of the things Nigerians are picking bones with is the modus operandi, the way and manner in which the emergency rule was declared. Take a listen to what one of the justices said in the ruling. He said that while the president can declare a state of emergency, he lacks the power to suspend elected state officials, which is one of the other things that Nigerians are actually, resisting. They're saying, look, you can declare a state of emergency when there is a breakdown of law and order, but you don't have the right to suspend elected state officials. You agree?
You see, the issue is, that's where I usually have problems with our legal luminaries. It's difficult to interpret the same laws that they have spent several years studying, and in most cases, some have been granted the noble name of senior advocate. It's still the same confusions that we have with, because these individuals that execute these laws are being advised by lawyers, and in most cases, they're advised by legal, which the president is not short in demand of. This is not only peculiar to the president. Just a few days ago, Cross River State also, removed an elected local government official from the state, using the state assembly. And it is stated clearly that for a local government chairman, except in otherwise, will only be removed by the parliaments at the local government, which indeed is meant to be constituted, and I believe is running in this case. We have always seen a situation where interpretation of the law, it's about who is speaking or who is speaking for. Because one would still argue from the quarters of the president that yes, he did it to avert or certain crisis. And in this case, it would be unfair to suspend the governor without the assembly, which were already making moves to dethrone or to impeach the sitting governor. So that it felt to balance the equation was to suspend the lawmakers, which the lawmakers welcome wholeheartedly, and then also the sitting governor, which indeed the people still feel aggrieved by the way and manner the governor was cornered in, even though we now see that there's a violation of the interpretation by the president and his executive arms in removing the sitting legislative arm of the states. What would now happen? Will the law now say that whatever had happened before then is null and void? Because the 6 months, which was presided over by an individual who now has been handsomely now rewarded for the good work he did, either serving the people of the state or serving some personal interests, become an ambassador, and now a representative of Nigeria. So it is painful that we'll continue to have these lacunas everywhere, and it cuts across every state of the federation within our own dear country. And this is, a showcase of powers in most cases, with the people at the top showing continued, I wouldn't say ignorance, but continued misrule in certain ways of not following the due processes. We had the same thing within the former president in the person of Muhammad Buhari. And after several courts had granted certain individuals, freedom, they refused to abide by those courts. So is it now the continued president that will now have a change? I mean, it's very unfortunate. And these are some of the things that the international community are seeing and are calling and hailing and saying Nigerians deserve better. In a democratic dispensation, you ought to have representation, especially in the supremacy of the rule of law, which we as a country should be seen to be upholding. But in a situation where it's about who it pleases, especially those in the quarters that are getting it, would always, give the president, or now the new word is cut the president a slack and tell him he's doing well. Well, the people at the top have it by saying he's doing well. But the generality is that how we are perceived internationally is that we're a country that has no, outer of respect for the rule of law. Because this happened under the entire nation. And for 6 months, the court kept on dilly-dallying, and now we now have it months after all this, deeds have been done. It's very unfortunate.
Okay, I'm still on the legal note. Justice Miriam Hassan of the Federal Capital Territory High Court has ordered that former Minister of Labour Chris Ngige be remanded at the Kuje Correctional Center until December 18. And of course, you know that it's the EFCC that has taken him into custody. But would you say that this, will you call this selective justice? Would you call this as being a witch hunt on Ngige?
Well, because I'm not privy to all of those facts, it'd be difficult to, be on the part of supporting him to say because he's my fellow countryman or from the same side where I come from. Incidentally, I've known him for a while, but I wouldn't say I know to what actions he has been involved. We say these are allegations. In fact, the good thing about our law is that it is an allegation until he's been proven guilty. So before he's actually proven guilty, it would not make any form of being, neutral to come out and saying that this thing is about, people of certain level or certain people of certain tribes or part of the country that are being witch hunted, or to say it is an opposition thing. If the people of the ruling class are identifying those who have, especially, taken advantage of the opposition to commit these unforgivable, unpardonable felonies against the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Nigerian citizens, they do not deserve to have any form of iota of freedom. Just as a few hours ago, I was privy to seeing what Alhaji Aliko Dangote came out to tell Nigerians of the current 7 DPR director, showcasing to Nigerians that a public servant, who was able to school his children in secondary schools in Switzerland by spending over $5 million. That there's no way that correlated to his earnings and to the expenditures. And if we were talking about the actual amount spent, you would have to look at other areas. You would include the cost of the transportation for him to go over there and see the families. You'd also look at the fact that all this time, the children are also being fed. And, so the painful thing is that we hear only of these things when there is a disagreement between the parties at the top. And that's why average Nigerian's prayer, since prayer is now the way we want to go by, is to pray that the Nigerian politicians are never in peace with another. Because only when they quarrel and disagree that we now see the truth of these orchestrated killings, looting, robbery. Is now daylight robbery. Because how can an individual in a country that is said to be poor would be, I'm not judging him, but if it is said to be true, to loot over 2 billion. These are things that would cause executions in the Asian countries. No country will survive when its citizens continues to, steal its common resource, continue to take advantage of the economy into their own favors. If indeed the truth, the allegations being laid by Aliko Dangote is true, then it simply means that Nigeria is in trouble, a bigger trouble, for which many of us know that these things did not start today. It is only when the individuals cross their paths when I hear the truth. But it also goes to show the level of, I wouldn't want to be too harsh on the security agencies, but it shows that they have failed in their own responsibilities. If a private individual was able to go dig out these informations and bring it to the public and call it the Federal Republic of Nigeria under the same government that has appointed the same individual, which indeed still stands as an allegation until he's been proven guilty. But it is expected that the security agencies, the DSS, the NIA, and the various security apparatuses, including the EFCC and the ICP, should have been the ones digging out these informations and ensuring that these individuals are not just sent to prison, but the entire whole funds are recovered. It was under the same country we had a former group managing director of NNPC. When they recovered about $9 million stuck in his village, it was said to be a gift. A gift by who? I haven't forgotten the various civil service conducts that completely ensures that an individual under the service of the civil service is not allowed to collect gifts. The same individual went to court and it was said to be returned to him that it was a gift. It is in the same country, a first lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, former, who Nigerians could not justify how indeed these monies or whatever earnings or whatever job she was doing, she's my sister. But we have to call a spade a spade. The same EFCC seized certain amount of money, several millions of money in dollars. The same court system granted it back to her as a gift. Now we hear of our dear Farouk and other individuals that are yet to be named. Because why? The disagreement between the DPR and the Dangote refinery.
Well, Chijoke, I'd like to take us back to Chris Ngige, former Labour Minister, right? Now, it is important for us to note that the case he's facing is improperly allocating contracts to associates when he was in office. I'd like for us to also talk about another person who is facing the fury of the EFCC at the moment, former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami. This time, Malami is calling on the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to recuse himself from an ongoing investigation and threatened prosecution. Why is he saying this? Because Malami thinks this is politically motivated, that the current EFCC chairman has a grouse against him because there was something that happened between them when Malami was still the Attorney General of the Federation. How do you see this?
Part of my prayer, and the rest of Nigerians should join us, including the various head pastors of different churches, that may these individuals never continue to be in peace with one another, because they have really done so much injustices to Nigerians. Nigerians continue to suffer, all as a result of this called ill management, and in most cases, these horrible ministers that are regarded as, honorable ministers. They're not honorable. It is not to say that I'm tarnishing the image of Malami to say because it's still mere speculations or accusations. But there are so many of them who have gone to even brandished houses procured, ill procured, and they are putting their names on these buildings. And now the EFCC is closing its eyes and going after the same only opposition party members. It is clear, because within the same APC, you have other former ministers that were on the same palace, which I expect Malami to be calling out to the Nigerians, that these are my own past who were served under the same administration. This is what they were handling also. And they should also be called to account for. Let us not forget that this is a country where, we continue to hear politicians come out in public to tell Nigerians that once you join their political party, your sins are washed away. This is a clear indication that if you have not joined the parties, you will be called to answer questions. The former governor of Ekiti State, in the person of Otunbadi Adebayo, who acquired a multi-million-dollar property and branded his name in the center of the island, just how many months of being within the Buhari administration. And the same current administration came in and said they will not probe them. And because why? They are still the same party members of APC. It is not to say that if Malami has stolen, every kobo should be recovered and they should be sent to jail. Nigeria needs farmlands. If the president does not know where to deploy these people, I can volunteer to shape the way the prison, since we are no longer running a prison system, we are running a correctional facility. Let us be able to correct them well so that they can become useful to Nigerians and truly serve. Because the word is that they have always been longing to serve Nigerians, but we've had so many of them that have looted the country dry and have continued to be saboteurs to the entire whole nations. If this whole, humongous monies that have been mentioned are true, then why is the presidency just isolating these individuals that have been, embroiled in this. Let him come out and make this a clear hunting. That there should not be any spare or sacred cows or spared individuals because of the need to protect the interest of their own party members. No. If there is a sincerity behind this whole chase, then all those who have served in the Buhari administration, in the Jonathan administration, should all be called to come and account and give rendition of their activities within those times they served.
But Chijioke, I want to draw your attention back to the bone of contention. Do you think, like Malami is asking, that the EFCC chair should recuse himself because, according to Malami, he is biased?
Well, at this point in time, it would even be too early because one would have expected that it is at the courts that he can say so. The EFCC chairman has the rights, at the moment to interrogate him and then carry out investigation. All they're doing is inquiry. They're either trying to clarify based on what they have, or they're trying to inquire to dig in to get the information they're looking for. And in most cases, it's expected that if they are intelligent officers, it is not to say that all of them are completely numb. If they're intelligent officers, they should have taken time to do their needful in getting the informations, so that when they are now requesting the clarification from the individuals that are involved, it will be a mere clarifications towards taking the matter to court. It is at the court that the accused persons who will be defending themselves would either be clarifying, and if there is a way, any way at all, he's saying the judge or the legal teams to be in any way at all going against the normal legal open entity, then he can call on to say, yes, he doesn't feel that he will get a fair judgment or get a fair hearing at this particular request for a recuse of the judge. If he feels that the judge is actually being biased, in most cases now we're now seeing people that it is now being said that some judges are APC members, and they're not even ashamed to say it or declare it, by their continued party members in parties. So if Malami is being called upon and he feels at this early stage, I feel it's early to begin to condemn the EFCC chairman. I would have, if I were in his case or in his position, be able to provide a contrary, not just opinion, but a documentation to showcase that all that they're labeling is completely false and have no ground standing to even begin to be detained for any reason. So, but in this case, because most of the things that are happening is the hearsay, we have not heard the EFCC side until the EFCC has come out to say, this is what their outcome of investigation, or this is what their course of interrogation has been like, or this is what Malami does not seem to be cooperating, because one can only understand, having been a former Attorney General, and the powers that were vested upon Attorney General now being put to accountability, to account for his actions. It is not an easy process. And in most cases, one would have expected, or he'd probably be expecting, to be accorded a certain level of respect or considerations. We had a former Attorney General in the form of, Andor Koso, who, had the same similar issues. When he was being called to answer questions, he simply left the country because he felt that, he was too big to be queried in any way. He went to Brazil because there was no repatriation agreement between Nigeria and Brazil and one other country again. And today he's back in Nigeria. He's not there, the same people partying along. These were individuals who were accused under the then Jonathan administration of having misappropriated so much billions of dollars and were involved in all kinds of legal deals and all of that. It is not to say that I'm accusing him, but these were the informations when the new administration of President Muhammad Buhari came on board. We're telling Nigerians. But today, the whole case seems to have died. Why? Because they have been washed clean by certain individuals in a political party. So if Malami in this case is being accused of anything, let him come out with facts. One would expect that a man of his caliber who has held such position would be able to come out with facts. It is facts that can counter anything at this moment. There's no sentiments to it. If you find him guilty, let them take him to court. If they find anything incriminating, they should prosecute him.
Thank you very much, Chijioke.
Who has looted Nigeria and has kept the entire nation and the people of our country poor. We don't need any more of excuses.
Thank you very much for your intelligent analysis as always. Thank you for being a part of News Hour.
Thank you. Thank you for having me so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, moving on, we'll take a break and then we'll return with more stories. To stay with us. Glad to have you back. The Joint Revenue Board has asked security agencies to act swiftly against illegal roadblocks used to collect taxes, levies, and other charges along the country's transport corridors. The call was made in a communique issued after the board's 158th meeting in Abuja. The board also called for the complete abolition of road stickers and similar instruments, whether issued by state or non-state actors, saying the use is illegal.
Well, turning to other stories, students are calling for fair implementation of the federal government's nationwide ban on admissions and transfers into senior secondary school 3 in public and private schools, aimed at curbing examination malpractice. VOPTV's Matthew Gumswada has more in this report.
In a bid to curb examination malpractice, the Nigerian government has announced a nationwide ban on admission and transfer into senior secondary school 3 in both public and private schools. The Federal Ministry of Education made the announcement through a statement signed by Boriowo Folashade, the Director of Press and Public Relations. Folashade explained that the decision follows growing concerns over rising cases of examination malpractice, including the use of the so-called special centers during external exams. According to the statement, the new policy will take effect from the 2026-2027 academic session. Admissions and transfers will now be restricted to senior secondary school 1 and 2 only, while moving into SS3 will no longer be permitted under any circumstance. As Voice of the People TV, we got the opinion of students towards this new policy.
What I think is that they should only admit students from SS1 and SS2 because you don't know the background where the other students are coming from. If you admit them in SS2, you don't know the background they are coming from. They might be coming from some schools that do examination malpractice. Not all schools that do it, so they might be coming from a background that maybe some public schools or some other school that do examination malpractice. Then they come to a private school, and the private school is known that they don't do any examination malpractice. They now take them SS3. They write Wike, JAM. Then they catch them during examination malpractice. They can just they drag the name of the school into the mud.
I feel that students being allowed in JSS1 and JSS2 and SS1 and SS2 into other school is like a threat from another school that is of lower standard can come to a school of higher standard, and the child might not know how to develop himself within that school community, which can limit him or her, leading to lower grades and school dropouts.
I think that instead of doing only SS3, they should start working on ways to keep them from doing examination malpractice like that. They start hiring people, start examining people. When they catch one, they should show everybody like the punishment for all these things, so they should stop.
As the new policy takes effect in the 2026-2027 academic session, all eyes remain on schools and regulators to ensure full compliance. For now, many students remain hoping that this new policy would help strengthen Nigeria's education system and curb examination malpractice for good. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Matthew, thank you. Well, let's take you to Edo State, where Governor Monday Polo has inspected ongoing roadworks in Ogege and Old Sapele roads in Benin City, urging contractors to accelerate progress. Our correspondent, Oroda Johnny, has more.
Ekwewulu on Sunday carried an unscheduled inspection of ongoing construction on Ogege and Old Sapele roads in Benin City. Speaking during the inspection, he said the visit was to assess progress, noting the dry season offers a limited window for speedy completion. While satisfied with the quality of work, he directed contractors to increase the pace to meet timelines.
Now that I'm here, I've seen the extent of what they are doing, and they are doing very well. And I still need them to buckle up to be faster than what I'm seeing now, because we just have 5 months for the dry season. You know, when we came here last time, people here think it will never be possible. The reason why we do this road is because of what I heard over the radio, that a child died on this particular street. Erosion took a child away. And that is the essence of me visiting at that time. But today, in the next few days, it will become a history.
The 4.1-kilometer project was initiated following residents' complaints over erosion and safety, with the administration pledging to deliver durable road infrastructure across the state. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, BOP TV News.
Well, so thank you very much, Rhoda, for that. On the foreign scene, 4 people are facing criminal charges over a forward bomb plot targeting multiple sites, including U.S. immigration agents. The suspects were charged with conspiracy and possession of an unregistered destructive device, according to a complaint filed in the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California.
And now Australia has vowed tougher gun laws as it mourns the victims of its deadliest mass shooting in nearly 30 years. Police say a father and son killed 15 people at a Jewish celebration on Sydney's Bundy Beach. The 50-year-old father was shot dead at the scene, while his 24-year-old son remains in critical condition in hospital.
Meanwhile, the deadly attack on a Jewish festival at Bundy Beach has strained ties between Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Israeli counterpart Benjamin Netanyahu. Netanyahu criticized Albanese for failing to curb rising anti-Semitism, which has grown since 2023. In response, Albanese called for unity and said his government is ready to take necessary action.
Business news now. Nigeria's headline inflation is to 14.45% in November, down from 16.05% in October. The latest Consumer Price Index report from the National Bureau of Statistics shows inflation declined by 1.22 percentage points, compared with a 0.29-point drop the previous month. Food inflation, however, rose to 1.13% in November, up from a negative 0.37% in October. The MBS attributed the increase to higher prices of items such as tomatoes, cassava, periwinkle, pepper, eggs, crayfish, melon, oxtail, and fresh onions.
Still in business, the Nigerian stock market traded 553.2 million shares valued at 3 billion naira in 28,907 deals on Monday, down slightly from Friday's 571.7 million shares worth 29.04 billion naira. Turnover fell 54%, while volume dipped 3%, but deals rose 42%. Despite this, the equities market opened the week slightly positive, with investors gaining 3 billion naira in value. Market capitalization rose to 95.267 trillion naira, and the all-share index climbed 4.62 points to 149,437.88. Year-to-date returns now stand at 45.19%, with market breadth showing 28 gainers and 23 losers.
Well, in sports news, Ebenezer Akisamiro has described his first call-up to the Super Eagles for the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations as a pleasant surprise. The 21-year-old midfielder was named in the 28-man squad by head coach Eric Chell last weekend. Ebenezer has impressed this season with Syria club Pisa earning him his maiden invitation to the national team.
In tennis, world number 1 Aryna Sabalenka has been named WTA Player of the Year for the second consecutive season. 27-year-old won 4 titles this year, including successfully defending her US Open crown against Amanda Anisimova to claim her 4th Grand Slam singles title. Sabalenka received nearly 80% of votes from international tennis media.
In the world of entertainment, the Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps, FISC, Shehu Mohammed, has ordered the prosecution of popular TikTok streamer Habib Hamzat, known as Pella, as a viral video showed him live streaming while driving, resulting in a crash. In a statement, Mohammed condemned what he called a growing trend of reckless road use by celebrities and social media influencers seeking online attention. The FISC said the act violated traffic regulations and endangered other road users, directing the Lagos State Sector Commander to prosecute Pella for reckless and distracted driving. Mohammed reminded the public that fame does not grant immunity from the law and urged entertainment and influencer communities to promote responsible behavior on Nigerian roads.
Still in the world of entertainment, award-winning actress and producer Funke Akindele's latest film, Behind the Scenes, has made history with the biggest opening weekend of 2025, grossing over 200 million naira. The film, which features an all-star cast including Scarlett Gomez, Iyabo Ojo, Destiny Etiko, Toby Bakary and Uche Montana, has broken 5 opening weekend records, according to its distributor. Akindele's previous hit, Everybody Loves Jennifer, had set the record for Nollywood's biggest opening weekend and went on to become the highest grossing Nollywood film ever, earning over 1.8 billion naira in Nigeria alone.
And that wraps it up for us in News Hour. But before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that the Supreme Court has affirmed President's power to impose emergency rule.
Also, Ngige remains in Kuje prison until December 18.
We also told you that the CJN has called on courts to begin virtual hearings.
Malami asked EFCC chairman to step aside from probe.
Reps committee step into Dangote NMDPRA dispute.
Gunmen kidnap 18 in Edo State.
On the foreign scene, FBI files bombing plot targeting Los Angeles.
In business, Nigeria's inflation drops to 14.45%.
And in sports news, Ebenezer welcomes Eagles' invitation.
And in the world of entertainment, FRSC moves to prosecute Pella for reckless driving. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos, or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto.
And I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. the issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Good morning and welcome to VOP This Morning. With each passing day, we inch closer to Christmas. Today is the 15th. Yes, the 15th day in November. That leaves December, I beg your pardon. December. And that leaves, Christmas 10 days away. Oh well. Welcome to the program. I am Moses Humphrey. And of course, let's quickly take you into the conversations for this morning. Rivers crisis, Fubara Wike camps clash over commissioner slot. Obi faults FG's plan to borrow 20 trillion naira for 2026 budget. And EFCC, Malami rejects ownership of 46 bank accounts. These are the conversations this morning.
A beautiful good morning to you, and thanks for joining us. Did I say beautiful good morning? Is there an ugly good morning? Yes, there's an ugly good morning. There's an ugly good morning. The one that doesn't come from the heart. Now, this is beautiful because it comes from my heart. Good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukwuma Okoro.
And I'm Fina Okechukwu. Join us as we dissect the stories that made it to our white table today, from politics to the state of the nation. It can include insecurity, economy, and all that. And you can be part of the platform or this train by subscribing to our YouTube if you've not done that. Our YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And across all that social media platforms, be it the X.com, the Meta, the Facebook, the Instagram, the TikTok, we are VOP TV Live. We also have a website, www.vop.ng is the website. Click on it and you have fresh and trending news. And talking about trending news stories, I think yesterday or thereabout was the birthday, the 58th birthday of the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, and the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu congratulated him and sent him a beautiful, good, happy birthday message, thanking him for all the work he's doing in FCT and all the support he's given to his administration and every other thing. The president wrote, he said, congratulations on Wike, the Federal Capital Territory Minister, on your 58th birthday. I commend you for your exceptional leadership and transformative work in the FCT. Tinubu praised Wike's dedication to delivering impactful projects, highlighting the Apoka Rashid Road completion, a project stalled for 14 years. Wike's leadership has brought significant development to the nation's capital, with notable infrastructure expansion initiatives. But despite belonging to a different party, Wike, according to the president, has shown unwavering support for the Tinubu renewed agenda, contributing to its success. Wike expressing gratitude for the president's goodwill message and reaffirmed his commitment to supporting Tinubu's administration. He stated that criticism of any kind would not deter him from backing the president, citing his action as guided by principle of character and integrity. This statement Some places we are reacting to it. Some were like, how much of a character integrity are we talking about? Where someone is trying to throw his party under a moving train, no longer a moving boss at this time, over personal gain and personal interest. You know, others have come up to say, okay, fine. You say you made the PDP the way it is today. Then why go all out to say they should not field any candidate for the 2027 general election? Isn't that, you know, someone bringing up some things that they have attributed to having more like a questionable character? But anyway, that is politics in Nigeria for you. Politicians have their way. It is only in Nigeria that you know that particular clause that says that politics is a game of interest. It plays out here. But I'm happy that the president, you know, number one man in Nigeria, congratulated the FCT minister. Some persons have called him the governor of the FCT over the infrastructural development is bringing. All the same, I will still go back and talk about the people who are protesting non-payment of their money. The local, or rather the local contractors that we have in Nigeria were protesting that they have contributed in helping out and making sure that some of the infrastructure development that we're clapping for today, you know, are being done the way it is, but they are yet to receive their pay. What we saw was some overzealous security agencies using tear gas to disperse them. I think this birthday celebration, 58th birthday celebration of the minister, is going to come with a whole lot of things. The FCT, National Association of Resident Doctors, have decided to say, okay, we're calling off the strike for the meantime, and I hope the FCT minister will look into that too. And the children who are also on strike, you know, the teachers who are protesting non-payment of the wage award and also the minimum wage too, I believe he will do, you know, what I'm talking about, giving them birthday gift by changing the hand of clock and make sure that the FCT is working.
Shouldn't give them birthday gifts. He's not giving them birthday gifts if he gives them what
they are entitled to.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's because of things like this that some people will keep things that were meant to be shared, you know, for the people, to want to share it on their birthdays as birthday gifts. No, it's not birthday gifts. Mr. Project. Yeah, it's a good thing. You're putting up projects.
Did I hear say Mr. Project?
No, that's what they call it.
Okay.
It's a good thing that you're putting up projects and the rest, but that's the responsibility of government in the first place.
Exactly.
It's the responsibility of government to put up, to build roads, bridges, flyovers, and the rest of them, you know, potable water. So when we talk about these things like it's some major achievement, we give politicians, we add shoulder pad to their dressing, and then, you know, they raise their shoulder high like they're doing something. It's the responsibility of government. Yes, he's 58, by the way. We're just talking, you know, not too long ago, like how frail he looks at 58. He doesn't look, you know, strong. You know, maybe it's the burden of leadership,
of projects.
It could be the burden. It could be other things, but you know, I know some people have said it could also be lifestyle. It could also be lifestyle. You know, some people have said, oh, he takes a little too much of liquor and the other things. But whatever the case may be, I think he needs to, you know, take care of his health. And having said that, the statement from the presidency, I think Wike needs to learn politics. Yeah, he needs to learn how to play politics in such a way that, you know, you don't just say all you feel, all you want to say every time you want to say it. I think the presidency, this is my opinion.
Yes.
I think the presidency
and you're entitled to it.
Is playing politics here because a lot of people are calling for the sack of Wike. And I think President Bola Tinubu, after 2027 elections, might discard Wike. Already, we have seen the alignment of the governor. The governor is the best person to deliver a state to the president during elections. Now, the governor has aligned. And the governor also is aligning to save his own head. All right? Now he has direct access, as they say, to the throne. He has the direct access. Yeah, the other day he was seen to have gone to see the, you know, to speak to the, to speak to the president one-on-one, which some have said whittles down the powers of Wike as the middleman. Now, with that direct access, Wike's influence waning, right now his political career seems like it's on the fringes, because he doesn't exactly have a grip of the PDP anymore. He can't run to the AGC because I'm not sure they want him, especially for his antecedents. The SDP cannot take him in. He can't go to Labour Party because Labour Party might be, I don't think he has what it takes to pull crowd into Labour Party. What's that party that won when similarly did elections in River State? Accord. That's Accord Party. APP. He can't go to APP. I'm not sure he has what it takes. So basically, if he manages, and in fact, those in the APC don't even want him. They don't want him to be officially part of the APC because a lot of stakeholders in the APC know that, look, if this guy can go to the extent that he has gone to destroy a party that he built, what is there to say that he will not destroy the APC if he comes in as a full-fledged member? All right? You can't rule that out. So, he has something lingering on his head, lingering over his head, that will make him a pariah for people to want to associate with him. Those that he helped to get there, some governors, they are all dissociating themselves from him. So right after 2027, I wonder if he will remain relevant after 2027. And he hasn't shown to know how to handle issues. Take, for instance, the issue with the Yarima officer. He hasn't shown that he knows how to handle issues. So if he manages to remain as minister under Tinubu's administration up until 2027, I strongly feel he will either be, silenced, by just stay there and do your thing, or be pushed out. Well, anyway, let's celebrate his 58th birthday. It's a good thing. Yes. He's getting closer to 60, and one day he'll become an elder statesman. And yes, and then we'll maybe write a book someday.
Yes, his memoir. Yes, we need to see his memoir.
That seems to be the way to go.
Yes, let's wish again some Wike happy birthday. Before I talk about the political permutations of 2027 to 2031, I'd like to talk about, first of all, Wike, I've congratulated him. Happy birthday to him. I mean, life is good, love is beautiful. And but I would like to talk about what the president said, that he's a shining star. The president has a reputation, for harnessing his own ingenuity, his creativity in the service of madness. If president could come to say, like, Wike is a shining star, in what direction is he shining?
Mr. Projects.
Okay, Mr. Projects. Yes, he has built projects, which, by the way, is the reason why he was appointed in office. But the president, like I said, has a reputation, for harnessing his ingenuity in the service of madness. I would like to talk about the people that are surround the president. People of the same character. And they say that birds of the same feather do what they flock together. Nyesom Wike, Daniel Bwala, Reno Mokiri, FFK, Yakubu Mohammed. These are people that Nigerians have nothing good to talk about them. And man, these are the people that our president wakes in the morning and says, look, he's a shining example. So what does the president represent?
It's the 48 laws of power.
48 laws of power at the detriment of who?
Use your
at the detriment. The 48 laws of power was written by a white man. It was not written by a Nigerian. Now the white men that wrote 48 laws of power use it to their own benefit. But we use it to our own disadvantage. No, but personal benefit, is it altruistic? It is not. For the generality of the people.
What again is the benefit?
Now, people are saying any country that Reno goes to, Nigerians mount a campaign there and say, look, we don't want this man to represent us here. And that is the kind of person that our president is appointing as an ambassador.
But the Senate have already told them they don't receive any petition.
Look at the problem that Wike is causing everywhere, in his state, in the party. And Moses, I'm pretty surprised that you think that if he leaves the cabinet, that if Wike drops $1 million in any of the political parties, even APC, PDP, everybody will keep short.
Yeah.
That's bad for the politics.
That is the politics we are here. That's the politics we play here. Look at Atiku. Atiku has moved from PDP to ACN to APC, back to PDP and to ADC. The moment he drops like $2 million, everybody keeps quiet. That's our politics here. So Wike will, and like you also said something the other time. The president doesn't like trouble.
Yes, obviously.
He doesn't like trouble. So, and
now, but trouble seems to be coming from other angles. So he will basically just weigh which trouble will topple his administration. Which one is worth keeping.
You know what he will do? He will tell Wike, go to Rivers and work with Fubara to deliver Rivers. That's all. And if Wike does that in 2027, he will remain. Even if not as FCT minister, he will still be part of that administration.
Fubara will deliver.
Fubara will deliver. If Wike gives him, if the president, as much as tries to do any funny thing with Wike will go back to Rivers State and cause trouble for both Fubara and the president.
Already,
and he has the capacity to do that.
How will he be able to do it?
Exactly, he's thrown into detention.
How will he be able to do it? Because if you get to River State now, we have multiple camps already there. We have the Fubara camp. Yes, we have multiple camps. And even the people that were supposed to be his allies or his close cronies now, I don't really think that they have,
if
they have that
$1
support for
million in
him.
any of those camps, there will be problem. Everybody will start. Go open the internet now. See, everybody is hailing him. Everybody is hailing him. Capacity FCT.
If they decide to rein him in, it's just sending the EFCC after him.
Exactly. That's what I said. If within that period, he's in detention
when
and
you
all
think
of
about
that,
the kind of politics we play in Nigeria,
you understand?
it's
But the president will also not do that. Who has he done that to? Look at what he's doing with Obasa. Because the president knew that, look, Obasa, as little as he is, when compared with the president, has the capacity to cause problem for him. He said, look, not now.
Who has he done that to?
Who?
How about the former EFCC chairman, the former AGF?
Malami?
Yes.
Well,
issues now.
I don't really think
been in the same camp.
That's another thing. That's another thing to look
I've
at.
never been in the same. I'm talking about people that are close to the moment you get close to the president, he knows how to manage you and manage you out of.
So you can say he's a strategic politician.
And manage you out of trouble.
And manage you out of trouble. You understand? That's it for me. But like I said,
Chris Ngige should find his way to get close to the president.
I don't know why they are.
That's after Kuje.
I don't know. I mean, Ngige said something. I don't know if that's an AI generated or what. But I think Ngige must have said something in that direction. He said that, look, from what I watched, he said that, look, there are different laws for different people. Somebody said something, depending on which part of the country he comes from, he'll be in trouble. Now, Ngige was busy defending the APC. At that point, he didn't know that he's from the Southeast.
No, he did not.
Now they have captured him. He's now playing on the sentiments of Southeast. My man, go and answer questions. Go and enjoy the moment. Go and enjoy the moment. If there's anything, I understand that he signed very unbelievable amounts of money as contracts and all of that. At that time, you were not doing it at the Southeast.
I think he's been held for 2.2 billion naira, right? Okay. But then if you look at what Yahya Bello is alleged to have taken.
So why didn't he speak out? Why didn't he speak out when he was still in office? Why didn't he? That is the question. That's the problem we have with politicians in Nigeria. It's all personal interest and all of that. Anyway, happy birthday to you, Nyesom Wike. We hope to see more of you. Like Moses said, 60, you become an elder statesman. Interesting. Well, the Senate has denied receiving petitions against President Bola Tinubu's ambassadorial nominees, including Reno Omokri, Femi Fani-Kayode, and Yakubu Mohammed. Just what I said. These are the people that the president surrounds himself with. Well, this is according to Senate spokesperson Yemi Adaramodu, who stated that no formal petition was submitted to the upper chamber, adding that IPOB is an outlawed group and recognized by Nigerian laws. What does it mean by that? So indigenous people of Nigeria are not recognized, we are outlawed or what? I don't get it. Is it because they say it's a group? Indigenous people, we have indigenous Yorubas, we have indigenous Hausas, we have indigenous Fulanis. And so there is indigenous people of Igbos, of Biafra. So if they come together and say, look, we are these people, why will you outlaw them? By the way, as you outlaw them, there's also another court that says, no, you can't outlaw them. And until the Supreme Court says that, which one do we believe? Well, the Senate is currently screening ministerial nominees, and we have information that IPOB and some other groups sent petitions, formal petitions to the Senate and National Assembly. Well, Senate has come out to say, look, there is no formal petition. I understand that the Delta Democratic Forum, sent an open letter to the president, disowning Reno Omokri and said, look, this man is not fit to represent Delta people. I don't know, well, might not be a formal petition, but when you talk about formal and informal petition, the words of the people, the words of average Nigerians, when you aggregate them, is it not weightier than a formal petition? When people are speaking, Must we dwell in officialdom, to feel the pulse of the people? Nigerians are saying, look, these people are not good. If you want to reward them, there's no problem with that. You can reward them with contracts and all of that, even local appointments. But why will you send these characters, these infamous characters to go and represent Nigeria? President, it is not about you. It's about Nigeria as a country.
It is up to, sorry.
No, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
It is up to the representatives of the people.
Okay.
To, further buttress the position of the people. If people are speaking on social media and those that are to represent them in the National Assembly amplify their voices, then I think it could be seen as a petition.
Okay, beautiful.
But when people are just talking on social media and nobody is amplifying it within the Senate and nobody is sending any official letter to the Senate, I don't think I will hold the Senate responsible if they say we don't have anything before us.
No, I do. I'll hold them responsible.
They say we don't have anything before us.
Recall the rifts
to the president now to now say, okay, this is what the people are saying. Let me withdraw this name or these names.
When we had the president send a list of people to be pardoned under the clemency list, there was no formal petition.
Well,
but people disagree, and the president said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Let's take it back." So I expect the president to do the same thing under this.
Even if the president did not do the same thing over this, I expect the Senate to be truthful at this point. The same name. Recall what happened between Adams Oshiomhole, Aline Dume, and the chairman of the committee to screen them.
They were on
the same page. They were on the same page. But as the case may be, they caused a rift in the House to show. Adams admitted or accepted that Nigerians were talking about this individual or these individuals the way they were talking about them. But he went for that to say, okay, fine, they have decided to do what? To accept and turn around and decide to be with us. When they acknowledge already that Nigerians are speaking to that direction, I don't really think they expect Nigerians to write a formal petition to them. When this question was thrown on, they asked them, I said, what about the indigenous people of FCT and also IPOB? Because they wrote messages, they wrote letters, open letters, information to the Senate to talk about the screening of those individuals that they made mention of their names. And that was when they said IPOB is an outlaw. Okay, then what happened to the indigenous people of FCT indigents? What happened to them? Are they also outlaws? Or is it that their petitions or their voices cannot be heard the way it's supposed to be? Because these are Nigerians talking about how we have to bring up people that in one way or another have denigrated the number one person we have now before he became the president internationally, and then you want them to go and do what represent us again within the international space. I don't know why we wake up when we want to do something or when it has to do, with some persons we shall repeat or what to work on and how to work on it. Nigerians are saying there are some persons that their names got to that list that we don't want to be there, and we're waiting for.
You recall that there were 3 names, sent out submitted by the president for United States, UK, and France. Has anybody raised any objection? Nobody, because these are fit for purpose people. Fit for purpose. Nigerians are very, very brilliant. Nigerians don't understand what they want, and so when you want to take them out of it, they say no. And it behoves the president to listen to Nigerians.
But you know what's going to happen?
He doesn't get embarrassed at the end of it.
It will happen. Should I tell you why it will happen? It will happen because if they send those names or those people to different countries in Nigeria, Nigerians will go all to go and protest. They will go all out to protest. No, I know what I'm saying. And they will reject them.
The president that will be embarrassed.
And they will be rejected. Recall what played out when they were talking. No, they will.
Nigerians will not protest.
Okay, let's see how it goes. Believe me, they will.
Send Reno to Germany and see what will happen in Germany.
They will protest.
Send him to Germany.
I hope you know that the host country have the right to reject those people.
No, they do.
Of course, the host
so let's see how it turns. That's all I can say.
About Nigerians protesting. Nigerians are chasing money.
Okay.
They're chasing money, but they beat Ekwuremadu in UK, in Germany.
Exactly.
They beat him up. They were also chasing money there.
Personal.
Oh,
so this one is personal to them.
Okay. All right. Let's see what happens in the coming days. If the president will withdraw or further allow the Senate to make these guys take a bow and leave, we wait to see. Oh, well, let's quickly run through another conversation, and then we'll go to the papers. Now, despite Governor Ademola Adelike's defection to the Accord Party, the Osun State chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Sunday BC, has declared that the party will work to deliver victory for Adeleke in the 2026 governorship election. Now, BC described Adeleke's defection as a doctrine of necessity to protect him from possible disqualification. The PDP will deploy all its structures to ensure Adeleke's victory. That's coming from BC. Oh, well, we know because of the issues going on in the PDP, it's not safe for anybody to run under the PDP because there's a possibility that the cost will strike you out. But then, Ashiwaju Oyebamiji, who has picked up the ticket of the PDP, yes, of the PDP. Yeah, the PDP, right?
Yes, of Accord Party.
No,
of PDP.
PDP.
But there's another Accord Party candidate too, that has emerged.
Bamiji has picked up ticket. Is it for PDP or no? I think it's APC. His former
APC,
former minister, Inland Waterways. Yes, so he picked up ticket for APC. Yes, okay. So I think he's the real competitor here. Because he was basically, all the other people, all the other contenders stepped down for him. It was a consensus.
In the APC?
In the APC.
Okay.
There was no competition. It was a consensus, pick. So I think that's the real competition. The PDP candidates, who I learned got about 900 out of 950, 59 or 57 votes, got about 920 something. I don't think he's so much of a competitor in this race now. So it's between the APC and APPDP. That's Accord Party PDP. So that's where those that will be competed.
There's problem in Accord Party at the moment.
There is.
Yes, because another candidate has emerged. But INEC says, well, we don't recognize you. It's Adeleke that we recognize. But I think
why are you taking?
I don't know I don't know the card Adeleke is playing. Osun State might just be one big trouble.
I doubt if it will, because I believe the people was.
You know why? PDP is coming to say, the PDP itself, a faction of the PDP is coming to say, we are going to work for Adeleke.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there is problem in Accord Party as we speak, and there is problem in APC.
APC.
So, at the end of the day, it might just be a very slim win for Adeleke.
It might be.
But there's going to be trouble.
And the presidency is already, congratulating Oyebamiji, saying, look, be magnanimous in victory.
Okay, they've already told him that he will lose,
But in
a free...
He'll win. They are telling him that he'll win.
No, that who will win?
Bamiji.
I don't think they'll play.
When I hear about Asiwaju, I get scared. But go ahead.
Asiwaju is just
a title.
A title. Yes.
Okay. So they are congratulating him.
Asiwaju Moses. The first.
Okay.
Moses.
Okay.
So from today, call me Asiwaju.
Asiwaju. Okay. So they are congratulating the Asiwaju.
Yes, the candidate for congratulating him ahead for winning the primaries and then ahead of the elections in 2026 and saying, look, be magnanimous in victory if you win or when you win, whichever one.
I don't think that will play out. I see Ocean people being wise enough to decide who.
Nigerians.
No, you know what? You know what I'm saying? Because if you check, I don't really think those factors will play out here. Because if you check what the APC said, I think on Saturday or thereabouts, they even gave out. No, I'm serious, more. Imagine calling the likes of Yaya Bello to say you have a work to play in making sure that every other places is being decided.
You're still being sentimental.
I'm not being sentimental. I am not being sentimental. I know what I'm saying that more. They say that losing Anambra State is the only loss that they will register in this year, in this dispensation, within this present administration under the APC. And every other state will be with them. And I just laughed. You know why I giggled? I giggled because I believe that.
Abu Kefas, governor of what state, has defected to the APC.
It's not about the defection now.
So APC is just swelling it up.
Don't forget that some persons who moved to APC also agree.
Osun State being the governor's home state, the president's home state, the president might likely want, to also win his
that will play out.
Look, there are some major competitor for Adeleke is the APC guy.
No, certainly not the PDP. PDP is also.
There are some people that, if they happen to be the ones going up for this particular vote,
I need a cup of tea.
I will be worried about it. But believe me, with Jackson Adeleke, I think
it's
a
get into the papers.
Let's run into the papers, Fina. Do you have papers in front of you? Let's have it.
All right. Okay. I would like to start off from the cover page of the Nigerian Tribune. The window headlines are: twisting $1.5 billion milk import bill as Nigeria turns to Uganda despite large cattle population. Nigeria's foreign trade grows under Tinubu's surplus, hits 6.7 trillion naira in third quarter of 2025. Total trade at 8.93 trillion naira in quarter 3 2025. Trade surplus 6.69 trillion naira in quarter 3 over 2025. Export up over 250% in 2 years. The banner headline: multi-party democracy under threat. Atiku, Mark, Obi, Oyegun, others raise alarm. Right after that story, writers are: the crying politicization of EFCC, ICPC, please demand establishment of independent body, review FG, state finances. Failed opposition engaged in subterfuge, searching for scapegoats. That's coming from presidency. All right, taxable persons failure to register for tax to attract 50,000 naira fine. I'll take that again. Taxable persons failure to register for tax to attract 50,000 naira fine. The story is on page 7 of the Nigerian Tribune. Ebonyi government to give each civil servant 150,000 naira Christmas bonus. From the health sector, vaccine to fight cancer on the way. That's coming from researchers. The story is on page 2 of the Nigerian Tribune. ECOWAS leaders meet in Abuja, says West Africa's unity not optional. Coup, terrorism threaten region's democratic future. UN-AU warns. Adeleke's emergence remains valid. Accord Party Southwest leaders. Faction holds parallel Guba primary. INEC unaware of exercise. The bottom strip headline: FG bans admission, transfer of students into SS3. Those are the stories you'll find on the cover page of the Nigerian Tribune today.
Yes, of course. And then we'll go deeper into those headlines and more at 10 o'clock during newspaper review. That's Chukuma and I. But in the meantime, let's go into what's happening in Rivers State. Fubara Wike camps clash over commissioner slots. Well, let's talk about this when we come back.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. It's VOP this morning. Now let's get into the conversation. A fresh row is brewing between Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara and Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, over unresolved aspects of the peace deal brokered by President Bola Tinubu. The disagreement centers on the composition of a new cabinet, with Wike's camp allegedly demanding up to 12 commissioner slots, which Fubara's camp considers excessive. The crisis between Fubara and Wike began over the struggle for control of the state's political structures and the legislative authority. Well, President Tinubu intervened in June 2025, brokered a peace deal between the two leaders after a closed-door reconciliation meeting at the presidential villa in Abuja. We all know all of that. However, months later, the rift seems to persist, with the heart of the issue remaining the composition of the new cabinet. A top People's Democratic Party official questioned the demand, saying, if you want 12 commissioners, what will the governor have left? The official added that asking for 3, 4, or even 5 commissioners might be responsible, but 12. And of course, this is coming after basically local government chairmen are Wike's men. So if Wike has the local government's chairman, and then he wants 12 commissioners, that's taking everything from the governor. Oh well, another individual, a PDP stakeholder, Chimelem Wodi, who is also an ally of Wike, dismissed the claims as baseless, stating that Wike had no need to hide any agreement and that the matter had already been settled. But does it seem like it's been settled? It doesn't seem so. Well, we do have Barrister Darlington Agumo with us, joining the conversation, and we'll also be joined by Comrade Roy Oriabo, who's a public affairs analyst. And, Comrade Roy joins us from our Benin station. Good to have you join us, Comrade, this morning. And Mr. Darlington Agumo Esquire, thank you very much for being part of the conversation as well. We'll also be going to our Port Harcourt studio, where we have Archbishop Dr. Ibioku Gospel Manuel joining the conversation as well. So, gentlemen, I would like to start off with Archbishop Gospel Bob Manuel. Good morning to you, Archbishop.
Yeah, good morning.
Good to have you join the conversation. Compliments on the season.
Same to you.
So, what is going on in Rivers State? You're back to the Rivers matter. It doesn't seem like this is ending anytime soon. So now it's the commissioners. Okay. So, you are in Port Harcourt, and you've had feelers of you can feel the political atmosphere over there. Are we having tensions brewing, or is this something that can be handled, with the back of the arm of the palm? What exactly is going on in Rivers State now? Are we going to see another state of emergency probably being declared there?
Rivers State has always been the signature of all art, and it is still like that. We are clergies. We continue to pray for those who have been selected, appointed, or elected to govern the state. To that extent, apart from what we see on the pages of newspapers and public comments made by the gladiators, Port Harcourt is peaceful, cool, development is going on. The politicians are doing what they know best, positioning themselves for relevance. That's all I can say. But I think that it's just because the governor, the way his emergence has to do with the minister. And I do not think that the minister is the only man who supported people to become governor. We have cases of Umai in Ebonyi State. We have other cases of previous governors supporting people, but they didn't breathe down their throats.
So you think the minister is basically...
I think that if what we are hearing or what is in the public space, what we are going to go by, there are no agreements in politics. Agreement cast in the stone. There are none. Even people disobey the laws of God and at times ask for forgiveness. So if you look at the Rivers State matter, it is becoming embarrassing to those of us who are stakeholders. Politics, what they do behind the scene, we should not even know how people are appointed. Of course, at every given time, people are appointed by recommendation, or no matter how they emerge, by communities, by godfathers. So this is just like any other where somebody will be responsible for projecting perhaps the lucky ones or the people they're comfortable with. So when you talk of something as small as commissioners, somebody who's already a minister, if you have followers and you have so much resources, can't you empower them? Commissionership is the name. You are not going there to steal money.
Okay.
These are people who even their private investment can take care of some of their followers. We need people in public offices that actually can and should not be stooges. They should be there to deliver. Rivers State is a very sensitive state. Our development is like affecting the entire nation. A lot of people are resident here who are not even indigenous of the state.
Okay.
So we need serious-minded people, not people that are going to be errand boys. They make us feel
that's what
that
people are asking for. People that have their own minds.
People want governance to go whichever way they want to get to it. They can do it behind the scene. And as time is going, if you don't have commissioners in relevant ministries, it will affect governance. Why should it be a particular people? Actually, it's the governor's prerogative to appoint anybody that wants to work with him. But because of the reconciliations and the past problems they've gone through, maybe it's also giving chance to other stakeholders. That does not mean he has committed any crime.
All right then. Thank you very much, Archbishop. Let's bring the conversation to the studio, and then we'll go back to Benin, where we have a Comrade Roy Oriabo. Barrister Darlington, does it seem like Wike's influence is dwindling rapidly? I mean, but he has the local government chairman. I mean, basically, he has his men there. But then asking for 12 commissioner slots.
Look, each time I hear this story from River State, it saddens me seriously. I don't see why this thing should continue. After Fubara has defected to APC, I thought this matter should be over.
I mean, all of this, these things were on ground before he defected.
After that, now that was part of it now. He's now an APC man in River State. He's the leader of the party. He's the chief secretary officer of the state. Why is there this issue with Wike? By the way, what role is Wike playing in River State? What role? Is it the only governor that handed over to somebody?
Political godfather.
Look, Moshe, please. When a greeting has passed the airport, it is no longer greeting. It's a fight. Fubara, you are now in APC, and you have the ears of Tinubu.
So, do you think being in APC saves the governor from Wike's influence?
Of course, he's the leader of the party in River State. Wike can no longer.
He was the leader of the party in the PDP.
Sorry?
He was the leader of the party in PDP.
That one is past now. It's past. It's past now. We are talking of the president.
So, Barrister, if you say that one is past, what do you think will change now?
What will change is that because he's not in the
president's camp.
In APC, and he has the ears of the president. I expect Tinubu and Fubara to talk together and tell Wike to stay clear of River State.
How possible do you think that to be, Barrister, given the fact that we have 2027 election coming up, and we can also say we saw what played out in 2023? Do you think that in any way is going to, yield any fruit? Who is really the major gladiator in River State? Is it the governor or the godfather?
Listen very well. Wike is as important as Tinubu have allowed him so far. Are you getting what I'm saying? When he was neither here nor there, we gave him, Tinubu gave him that privilege. Now it is over. Like Fubara was saying, if you want to become an APC man, don't go through the back door. We don't know where Wike is now. So on what basis? On what basis is it disturbing that state for God? Is there nobody in River State?
So going through the back door.
Yes, because can't you see, Wike is neither here nor there. You can't say now that Wike is
He's still supporting the president. He's still supporting the president, saying that he will do everything within his power to give him what he deserves.
Whatever you are supporting, you must do that in a party. You can't be here and there. That means you're a deceiver. Nobody know where you are at a point. Is that what you call a human being?
Barrister, you see, when people say that Wike is neither here nor there, a lot of us get confused too, because Wike has at no point, in fact, he's a faction of the PDP. They are planning to conduct national convention. But he works for an APC government, and of which the same PDP gave him the approval to go and do that. Wike at no point said, I am no longer a member.
Look, leave all this thing you are saying now.
How will we leave it?
Listen, now that the pendulum have changed, or it has now swung towards Fubara. Fubara is now in APC. And as the leader of that party in River State, he holds the S. Yes. He is now holding the mantle of leadership in River State as an APC governor. So on what ground will somebody who is neither here nor there be stating for him?
Fubara is the APC governor. Wike is in control of 23.
No. Listen.
Wike is in control of how many of the legislators?
Listen, that was before. When Fubara was in PDP. Now that he has ported into APC, he should be in control.
Barrister, you seem to miss the point. The point is that we are not talking about political party. We are talking about individuals and levers of power. Who controls these people?
Listen very well. As at that time, if you check, the 27 lawmakers have divided. Some are with Wike now. Some have moved on to APC. With Fubara. Is that not true?
Barrister, so who is the state chairman of the APC?
It doesn't matter. It is the same Okorocha.
Who's what to Wike?
I don't know.
His weakest man Friday.
No. Some of them are changing their position. Look, it requires only Tinubu to solve this problem. If he truly wants peace in River State, tell Wike to stay.
So now we are calling on the president.
Yes. Tell Wike to stay.
If he now declares another state of emergency, people will raise their voices again.
No. Why would you declare state of? What happened? No, tell me, why would you declare?
I think we should leave the president out of it. That's my opinion.
No, what I'm saying is that he should tell Wike to leave the governor. After all, he's an APC governor. Why should Tinubu allow someone to be disturbing even when you don't know where Wike is, whether in PDP or APC?
Let's quickly run to Comrade Roy Oriabo. Comrade, good to have you join the conversation this morning. And I understand you've been following the conversation. What are your own thoughts on the issues going on in River State? I mean, it's River State again. We seem to have a little bit of an issue with the audio coming from your end. We're unable to hear you. I guess we need to get that fixed.
It's disappointing and very embarrassing that we are still talking about Fubara and Wike.
I'm telling you.
It's very embarrassing. I bow my shame because I find it difficult to reconcile the whole position. My father once told me that there is a limit to indulgence. Wike continue to terrorize Fubara. It's no longer fashionable. It's no longer something that at the time I was in support of Wike because I believe that Fubara should demonstrate that loyalty to him. But it's getting out of hand. When a society decided to marry for one of their kindred, they don't also follow him to perform the inner room activity. Fubara cannot be a governor and not a governor. I expect by now Wike should understand that they are passed through a process. It should allow this man to be, because anybody you are telling now that Wike is interested in a 12, you are looking for 12 slot as a commissioner. The whole local government chairman belong to you. At least let this man also reduce the level of greed. He should reduce it. Nigeria does not belong to only him. And that's the reason why I'm very critical about President Tinubu. This is the time for Tinubu to intervene. After Wike, you are a minister, focus on your job as a minister. Let the governor perform his duty as a River State governor. We are discussing all these issues now because Nigeria is a corrupt society. It is not really that it's about the people. If it is about people, can we continuously and consciously be mortgaging River State? How can one man sit down somewhere and be telling the president that will give you the state as if it is his own personal estate? Because we are in a country where corruption is ruling supremely, and there is no morality, there is no value. Nobody is wicked. I have not been able to accuse Fubara Bana that you are not performing. That is not the issue. It's not saying that you are not representing the people who elected you to serve, which is the Rivers people. That is not the issue. It's about personal gain. Minister Wike, as a minister in FCT, he has what it takes to empower his voice. If that is the issue, he's a minister, he can empower his voice. Allow Fubara to perform. Allow Fubara to remain as a governor.
We're talking about structure here. I mean, that's the whole clamor. The clamor is for the structure of River State. In all of this, do you think this might spiral out of control again as they fight for the political structure of this state?
Of course, I believe, I'm convinced that the second fight is going to put an end to a directive, whether you like it or not. Either it's going to be the end of Wike or it will be the end of Fubara. You know the principle, the theory of second journey. You record the second journey of Mogopak, what happened? Therefore, there must be an end to this process because one of them need to go down for the other one to move on. And that's the reason why I believe that this fight, the second fight, is not going to be a fight. It's going to be very ruthless. Now, Fubara is now in APC, and is not going to be enjoying the support of the fellow governors. If he can reach out, I believe by now Fubara should be more strategic, not the elementary approach and lazy man approach he demonstrated before. He must be very strategic now and for critical thinkers who will be around him to implement his strategy. Because you are dealing with the devil's uncle who does not show respect, who does not show that act of discipline. This is a man in the history of Nigeria, in the history of the world. This is the first time we are seeing a man, we don't know where he belongs to. After eating his cake, he's in his hand. Is it not enough for the president to be very bothered about the man called Wike. As of today, nobody knows the party you belong to. Nobody knows. Any person will have it in our saying that once you sell your brother, even the buyers will not trust you. They might not allow this man to be close to APC because of the role he played in PDP. And consciously, he's simply in it. PDP is going down, and is the sole financier, is the man behind it. You are sure APC will be willing to want to accept this man to their fold, considering what he has done to the PDP is coming from. These are some of the issues we need to be the president and the APC also bothered about. But as now, quite very fundamental is that the president must prevail on Wike to allow.
The president again. Okay, the president's name coming up again. Archbishop Dr. Bomano. Now, Comrade Roy said something. I want to pick my next question from there. He said, one of them needs to go down. And already, there are feelers that Wike seems to be falling out of favor with the man that appointed him. Do you think, going by what we see play out, do you think, especially with his fallout with the military and all of that, and the impact that might have on the president's reign, do you think the president might decide to push him aside at some point? This is for Bishop Bob Manuel. Archbishop, I beg your pardon, Archbishop Dr. Bob Manuel. All right. Okay, unfortunately, we've lost connection to him. Barrister,
yep.
Can you respond to that?
Look, it will have effects if Tinubu is not careful with Wike. Seriously. Because if we can realize that he's losing out, he may go for Brooks. And if that happens, EFCC will come calling. That is what is going to play out at the end of the day. So the earlier...
But Wike can sing.
Can what?
He can sing.
It doesn't matter.
And when he chooses to sing, birds will fly.
No.
People may go down.
No, not...
I think the president would want that kind of, that kind of attention.
What will he sing? Look, not where Tinubu is concerned. If they want to deal with you and it's coming directly from the president, there's nothing you can do. If you are doubting me, go and ask Malami and Ngige. Who are cooling off with the EFCC. Why are they not singing? You can only sing when you are dealing with maybe your fellow governor. You can't sing where Tinubu is involved.
But do you think that Malami and Ngige's trial has anything to do with political?
Do I think?
Yes, I'm asking.
You are asking me, do I think? So why are they where they are now?
Why not? Why not there?
Why are they where they are now?
I mean, they have questions to answer.
These other people that committed war crimes.
The last time I checked, Ngige is still in the APC.
Yes. These other people that committed war offenses. What are these? Why are they moving around?
Maybe it's turn by turn.
Yeah, Bello.
Could it not be turn by turn?
No.
Yahya is also undergoing trial.
The offenses are available. Get it right. Like that of Ngige. But they insisted they must go to prison. Why did that happen?
What do you mean by go to prison? That he must remain in detention? Is that
is it not inside the he's inside that correctional center? You don't enter with that. Leave all these things you are telling me now.
No, Barrister, when you say he's in prison, it looks like he's been sentenced.
Okay, yes, he's in detention in prison. Okay. So what I'm saying in essence is that don't ever cross the line of Tinubu.
Okay.
Whether you're an APC, PDP, or whoever. He has the levers of power and he can rein you in. There's nothing you can do.
Now, Barrister, I wanted to throw this question to Archbishop Bob Marley. Unfortunately, we've lost connection with him. So let me stay with you. Recently, the River State Governor, Sim Fubara, seems to have been saying a lot, in coded language, in apparent reference to Nyesom Wike. Now, does it look like they are going back to the trenches? And in this case, you have called on the president, to wade in and see that there is normalcy returns to Rivers State. What should be the role of Rivers people, Rivers elders in all of this? Especially in a situation where we see, you recall that initially they said they had disagreements, but up until this moment, nobody told us between Wike and Fubara, what actually caused the rift. It was this kind of, no, you take 7 commissioners, I take this and that, and they disagreed. And we are back to that. What should be the role of Rivers elders in ensuring that this problem?
Did you remember when there was problem in Anambra between the Ngige and the Oba brothers and then Badunuju? The Oba brothers were controlling these governors, especially Badunuju. Whenever he collects money, they will just share it. They bring it on the table, everybody will share it and they go away. When Anambra was decaying, Badunuju couldn't talk for 2 years. The man was suffering under Oba brothers. Is that not what happened? Okay. Ngige came in, they took over and controlled like that. They even locked him in the toilet because he was trying to be stubborn. So until Ngige now opened up to Anambra and said, look at what I'm going through. That's why when Anambra said, hey, so this is it. They started backing Ngige. Remember, towards the end of his before the court, Ngige was now getting confident because Anambra was supporting him. Fubara should take this matter to Rivers people. Let them know what he's going through. Yes, that is the only way he will pull the rug out of Wike's feet.
What is that to know that we don't already know?
So there is something. Then the Rivers people will now decide whether what Wike is doing is right or not. Because up to this time, they still believe it's all about political disagreement. No, it's more than that. Wike cannot pocket Rivers State. That is the game.
Okay, I like the fact that you have come back to Wike. The other day, the governor said, Fubara said, look, the leader of the Rivers State elders, Ferdinand Alabaraba, has tried to organize a meeting between me and the legislators. And every move he has made has failed. Now, does it look like the legislators are bent on ensuring that Wike takes control because they are still loyal to him?
I don't think so.
So why are they not listening to the elders?
We don't know who is telling the truth because you remember Fubara said that he himself, he is waiting for them to come for that meeting and nobody has called him. Remember, he said...
No, but lately he said, look, I don't want to go to them because it will look as if I'm trying to bypass the elders who are arranging this meeting. Yes, he also says that, look, they are not responding to the elders. So what could be the problem?
Look,
is it not Wike's influence, which you feel that is winning at this point?
Mr. Okoro, Fubara had to be strategic here. Now that he has the ears of Tinubu, let him take this matter directly to Tinubu so that he will know who is now the chief agent of disagreement in Rivers State.
Barrister, how viable is the ear of the president to say that he has at this point? Because we saw even the president still celebrating the FCT minister yesterday, when he clocked 58, and we saw him showering more praises on him. So who do you think has the ear of the president more between Fubara and FCT minister?
What he did is just for the optics. With all the baggages Wike is carrying now, Tinubu is not comfortable with him. He's not. He cannot be.
Barrister, you have so many... Barrister, between Wike and Fubara, who do you think that the president will choose?
Right now, the game have changed. It should be dancing with Fubara, who is now the APC governor in Rivers State.
And what if Wike goes, if the president sidelines Wike and he goes back to Rivers State to cause problem for both the president and the Fubara?
No. He has the word already hit me. What are you telling? He don't tell the EFC to go after him.
Yes? Right. Let's get Comrade Drawing.
He will unleash the EFCC on him. That's the fact.
All right. Comrade, what do you make of this? We're looking at who has the ear of the president more. Is it the C10 governor of Rivers State or the FCT minister? Of course, people are saying the president should bring Wike in and all that. But we could see also that for now, the president has not said anything otherwise. He's still showering with praises, still encouraging him to do more work and all that. Even when recall that Wike played a good role in 2023 election. And that role was what some people have come up to say brought the president to be where he is today, and hence the compensation by making him the minister of FCT. Do you think that the governor of Rivers State, Milai Fubara, now can lay the path regarding who has the ear of the president, the ball between him and Wike?
By now, the Governor Fubara must be aware of the nature of the battle he's facing. That's the reason why I believe that by now he's supposed to have more strategic around him. Must supposed by now activate his reaching out mechanism. He have to reach out to the forum of APC governors. He must be in love with them. He must reach out to the presidency, reach out to the Senate. I see no reason why Fubara should be behaving as if he don't know what is at stake. You know, he's supposed to know what is at stake. Even your main far away in Benin City, I know what is at stake. Therefore, this is the time for him to be ruthless. This is time for him to go for the head, not to go for the car. Because now if you go back to Rivers State history, ever since 1999, after being a governor, you are interested, you want to be the president. From Adile to Amechi to Wike very just now, the reason why they are doing that is because of too much money in their possession in Rivers State. And that's the reason why any president want to grab Rivers State because of the volume of resources. Is the resources not sitting there for Fubara to utilize? Why is Fubara not behaving as if he don't know what to do? And that is my greatest disappointment. It does not take him. Fubara should now reach out to the presidency, reach out to the first lady, reach out to the critical stakeholders within the APC and say, this is my fight. The Wike is not the only person who has supported the governor to emerge. Wike is not the only person. In Boyi State, we saw it. Even very just now in the Edo State, we saw it. If you give somebody a goat, if you give a goat to somebody, you don't hold on to the road. You leave the road so they can go. The reason why Wike is behaving the way he's behaving is because the presidency is giving him that level, giving him that power. We always say it, monkey smart, now because a trajectory. If Wike does not have the backing of the president, all these shenanigans and gimmick is doing that. He cannot do it. He dare not try like Fubara. Because as Fubara as the city governor, and if he's utilizing that resources, the money available in River, who is wicked to not continue to harass and intimidate a service governor? Do you know what it takes as a governor? You cannot take a decision. You will be in a meeting, a local government chairman will not respect you. You are in a meeting, a commissioner will not respect you. Do you know the psychological effect of this? Do you know the political implication that you are going down on the meeting as a governor of a state? A local government chairman, a councillor, will be interfering what you are saying.
Comrade Roy, you made mention of some states. You called Ebonyi State and also Edo State, made mention of Rivers too. And then it's more like it's a pattern within Nigerian political space. When do you think such actions, such activities will no longer be seen within our political activities? When? The issue of godfatherism, the issue of who helped who sponsored whose allegiance were going to be given to, when do you think Nigeria will mature to the level of playing politics the way it should be, rather than depending on individuals for personal gains?
Our democracy is still evolving. We are still at that process. We are evolving. With time, we will get there. When people now say, if Fubara is back on this struggle now, I'm able to defeat Wike, just like what happened in Edo State when Obaseki was able to defeat Osomole. Then, without those who are aiming, who are planning to be a godfather, will now begin to learn the lesson that these persons will go out of our way to go and break. They don't take us serious. As we are evolving, we are growing, gradually we'll get there. That people will not take those godfathers serious again. By the time you give somebody an opportunity to be there, will not be anything, especially when you are waiting for it. In over the years, godfatherism, the theory of godfatherism is not a bad theory. It just be going and manner we implement it here in this part of the world. Even when we were in elementary school, we have our godfather we are looking up to. In secondary school, they will help us when we copy, we go and meet them. What is the meaning of this? That's why we're modeling our lives after them. It happens. Therefore, if you want to be a godfather and say, well, I'm seeing this person, let me make this person to be this. Let me make this person to be this because you believe you have the capacity, have what it is. There's a limit you also drag the person to. By the time you start demanding for too much, that is where the problem lies. I cannot, if you are looking at Rivers State now, that a governor cannot even give instruction to a local government chairman. You know the implication? A governor cannot even give instruction to a councillor. A governor cannot give instruction to a commissioner. By the time they are doing their state executive meeting, the commissioner is relating the matter to one man somewhere. That this is what we are going to discuss tomorrow. This is the outcome of what we did yesterday. How can a governor cope like that? We must show human face in whatever happens. That I expect by now, Nigerian politicians have the ability to continue to look at the other way. And quite very also, frankly, is that it is because the people, the Nigerian people, don't have what it takes to elect who lead them. That is the reason why you see one man say somewhere, if the power truly belongs to the people, belongs to the rivers people, will we can be there in presidency today? The answer is no.
Exactly what a lot of Nigerians are saying. That would have been my next question. Does it seem like the power belongs to the people? If we're focusing on individuals determining who wins election in a state, what has happened to our democracy? Can we be delivered from this sort of democracy where politicians can boldly say, if you want this state, I will give it to you. I, an individual, will give it to you. Not the people will give it to you. And how can we get ourselves out of this particular, what I will call quagmire?
The people need to be very determined. They must be very resolute. It's a process. We will get there. I know it's not going to be easy. It's not an easy road. But the people, a time is coming in this country. Whether you like it or not, the people will have the power to say we want to elect who lead us. We must get to that level. Now, we are involved, as I said. We will get there. At the time, there was an election in this country where registration, you were seeing names like McTassey. You are seeing names like Peter Joseph, who were not even from this part of the world. They were in our register, register here as a voter. But today, I think we are moved above that. We are moved above that. It's a process. We get there. The power must surely come to people because those who formulated the theory of democracy believe that the power belongs to the people. But in Nigeria, because over the years we have had some leaders who are possessed with the spirit of rapaciousness, want to hijack the whole structure to themselves, and they will do it. The personalization of office in this part of the if you listen to any person in power, the way they personalize office, they don't use plural, they use singular. I will create road for you. I will give you transformation. They don't believe that they are working together. And government and art of governance are supposed to be in a plural form where people come together and they are working together to achieve a common goal. A situation where there is a segmentation that person believe are more. When you listen to some governors in this country, they keep on using the word I. You listen to president, I. This is supposed to be a group work. Group are working. By the time you don't take group, they don't take the group serious. They believe it's all about them. We will continue to move around this world. But the time is coming in this country where the Nigerian people will believe that the power belongs to the people. We will take the power back and continue to elect their leader. That is the only way that we put a stop to this.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Comrade Roy Oriabo. That's the only way to put a stop to this. Well, let's move away from that conversation. Let's get into another. Peter Obi falls federal government's plan to borrow 20 trillion naira for 2026 budget. Let's dive into the economic angle of things.
Glad to have you back, Sylvia Obi, this morning. Peter Obi, former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, has criticized the federal government's plan to borrow 20 trillion naira for finance and how they also want to amend the 2026 national budget, describing it as reckless and economically dangerous. Obi questioned the rationale behind fresh borrowing when debt servicing consumes nearly half of the country's revenue and borrowing requirements have risen by 72%. He accused the government of fiscal rascality and warned that the country cannot continue borrowing without directing funds towards productive sectors or generating future value. Obi questioned the government's transparency and fiscal responsibility, asking where the revenue from 2025 has gone and why new loans are being sought when the 2024 budget is still being implemented. He warned and urged the government to prioritize transparency and accountability. We still have Comrade Roy Reabo, public affairs analyst, political commentator, and member of the Coalition of Civil Society Organization, human rights activist. And also we have from Port Harcourt, Archbishop Dr. Ibiokun Gospel of Manuel, public affairs analyst and former Vice National Vice President of Institute of Strategy Management here in Nigeria. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with us. Let me start off with you, Archbishop Bob Manuel Ibiokun. What do you make of this, and how do you explain the fact that in recent times we've seen presidents and even National Assembly members who does not keep to the Fiscal Responsibility Act, giving Nigerians a breakdown of what happened with the budget, the borrowing and the money we spent before requesting for another funds to be borrowed. We know that in 2025, we'll have 14 trillion naira to be the monies mapped out that we're going to borrow to push up the 2025 budget. And now, 2026 budget, we're having 20 trillion naira set aside as a borrowing plan for us to be able to carry out that budget.
Well, it's unfortunate. You don't spend or you don't budget for what you cannot afford. That's why I agree with the former presidential candidate of the Labour Party that says fiscal rascality. It's only God that can do something out of nothing. We as human beings, you must be realistic in your planning, whether it's financial planning, national development. Budget is estimates that should have a backing from your projections of funding, what is available, if it's your oil revenue, if it's your tax revenue, and all that. It is out of that you make your estimates. What has happened is that we are making unrealistic estimates about developing our society when we cannot productive, we cannot generate what it needs. We now rely on loans, and these loans are not free. They come with conditions, and so you see the country is perpetually indebted. If we want to come out, we have to spend realistically according to what we need. It's just like you as a human being. You don't get all you desire. You get what you can afford. You understand? Like in economics, they will tell you that our wants are insatiable, but the real wants, you do opportunity costs. The real wants are the ones that you can afford. That is your real wants. The other one are needs. So you cannot be funding all the needs. Look at organizations. They have set up commissions all over using budget to fund that. People are stealing off money from there. The projects are not even being seen. No. We have to be realistic if we want to get this economy back on track. Because multilateral organizations are there to offer us credit. It's not every credit to take. It's like this people who give credit on the internet every time. They call you, oh, please, you are in a good credit position. Can't you take money and all that? When they call like that, I used to tell them, you don't just take loan on the basis because it's available or you are qualified. You take it on the basis of need. Are you applying it to a business that can pay that?
I guess so having a network glitch, and we can get the audio feed of the Archbishop. Let's take the conversation to Comrade Roy Oriabo. Comrade Roy Oriabo, what do you make of this, please? The fact that we have 20 trillion naira mapped out for us to finance the 2026 budget. And then some people are talking about how we still have the 2024 budget. We already borrowed money also for us to be able to finance it, still running into 2025. It's supposed to end in June, but it's been extended to December 2025. And we have 2025 budget still running too, with I think 14 trillion naira borrowed also for us to finance it. And we're having the 2026 budget and a projection of 20 trillion naira to be borrowed. We have oil benchmark price to be at 65 naira without considering whether there will be distortion or another. And even the barrels per day we're supposed to produce, we are yet to meet it. We need to meet the OPEC quota and all that. Help us walk around this, please. The borrowing. And how do we intend to come out of it? How dangerously is this economically? I would like you to unmute your device so that I can hear you, because I can't hear you. All right, I can't get the audio read over. Comrade, okay, go on.
I said it's a terrible situation we find ourselves in this country. When you take, I am lost economically about how the workings of Nigeria. Our borrowing spirit now is gradually becoming highly spiritual because I don't know what's going on. I'm not an economist, but I've tried to ask people that I'm lost and I need to be educated on this. How can it appears we are no longer as a country, we are not even generating any funds. We are not making money. And I don't know where we are heading to with this.
When you say we are not generating any fund, we have the likes of, the customs. They were able to beat the money they're supposed to generate for the nation before the middle of the year. They were able to, they reached their benchmark. And we also saw that also played out with the FIRS. So when you say we're not generating money internally, we are generating, but why should we keep on borrowing to finance our budgets?
Is it reflecting to our budgets? I was told in my elementary class that budget is an estimate. And those estimations are a product of what you tell you want to get so that you use it to plan. Why are we into borrowing? What are we borrowing for? If you take your mind, but we were told that immediately we will remove fuel subsidy. There will be told. How come now, after the removal of subsidy, instead of it to be a blessing, it's not a cost? It is not like
Comrade, I like the fact that you talked about projects and borrowing from despite the fact that first subsidy was removed. Now, the handlers of the economy said that, look, I would like for us to balance it, the borrowings and the projects. We understand that there's a lot of projects going on in Nigeria. Talk about the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway. Talk about the Lagos, the Badagry Sokoto Federal Highway and all of that. The renovation of the International Conference Center and all of that. And I also hear that the governors are getting more money, and some of the governors seem to be doing a lot. So should it really be a problem with us, for us? Because I would like for us to do the balancing. We are borrowing more money to do what? To finance the budget, and we are also investing in infrastructure. Don't you think that that's the right direction for us to travel?
What kind of infrastructure are you talking about?
I just mentioned some of them now.
You mentioned, as of today, there is no federal president in Edo State. Can you mention a road or any infrastructure going on in Edo State now that is being financed by federal government? I have never seen. And I'm happy I'm talking to you now. You can also reach out to those in position of authority to tell us that this is an infrastructure going on in Edo State that is being financed by federal government. I have not seen it.
So I'm sorry, comrade. I'm sorry to butt in at this moment. But your governor is getting more money. At least he's building flyover. I was in Benin the other day. Ramat Road, the Ramat Junction is wearing a new look because of the flyover he's constructing. I understand that he's connecting Benin and Warri, Benin and some other parts of Delta State because he's getting more money.
Is that federal project? I'm telling you, federal project, a project that's been financed by federal government. The flyover you are talking about, is it being financed by federal government? I need to be enlightened. Because that is my fear about the whole arrangement. When you are saying governments are getting more money, what is the value of that money? What is the value of that money?
Comrade, exactly my point. Exactly my point. Now, because first subsidy was removed, the governors are getting more money because when they go to FAAC, that is fact, Federation Allocation Account Committee, the state commissioner goes home with a lot of money, unlike before. Now, when he goes to the state, like when he comes to Edo State, your governor assesses that money and he's building roads in Edo State, like the flyover I mentioned, and some other roads that I understand. I understand that Edo is now a construction site. Do you disagree with that? Simply because the governor is getting more money from the federation account.
If he's getting more money, my position is, I think you are not getting my position. Is there any project that is being financed by federal government? Are they borrowing money? Federal government have their roads here. They have their project here that they're supposed to be financing. Is there anyone going on in the dossier that's up today? The government is building infrastructure. I have no problem with that. That's a legacy project for him. I commended him for that. But we must know it is the federal government that is borrowing money. You are talking about federal government building a super highway, building another. Dossier is not being mentioned. These are projects that are being done by the state, not bothered by the federal, because the federal that is going, they are borrowing this money.
Well, comrade, I think I'm interested in this conversation. The fact that Edo State is not mentioned doesn't mean that, like the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway cuts through 9 states of the Federation, and the Badagry-Sokoto cuts across more than 11 states of the Federation. Isn't that good enough?
What you are telling me, they are still at the level of paperwork. We are not seeing it physically.
No, they are not. The Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, we already have 47 kilometers of road constructed in Lagos here. So it's work in progress.
Lagos is the whole place of the president. He can decide to finance Lagos. We don't know what will happen in the next month. Can decide to abandon it after leaving Lagos. These are some of the issues. These are reality we have to face. And whether we like it or not, we should be able to pinpoint to a project tied to federal government in the dossier. Federal government cannot be borrowing money, and there is nothing to show for in the dossier in terms of federal presence and project that is being financed by them. That is my own problem I'm concerned about it. Which society borrow money to share? Are you sure any country who borrow money to share? When you borrow the money, we are duplicating offices in this country, and that is where the volume of money is going. We are duplicating offices. And do you expect to get a result like that? That you borrow money and share, people will not loot the money that have been borrowed and share, people will loot it. Is that how we want to develop our economy? Is the Nigerian economy now, is it doing more better? And that's the reason why I said the removal of subsidies is never a blessing to us. It's a cost. It's not a cost. Because the volume of money you are talking about now can no longer, last 2 years Christmas, people were able to get a chicken at 20,000. As of today now, Benin, come and look at the cost of chicken. Last Christmas, 3 families was able to put money together to get a chicken. As of today, I'm seeing 5 families putting money together to get a chicken. It's as bad. Therefore, we want to look at it. What are we benefiting from this entire borrowing that is going on?
Comrade, does it look that bad? Because we hear that headline inflation is dropping, and we say a bag of rice now is less than 60,000 naira. Prices of other food items are also coming down. You know, shouldn't the federal government take credit for that?
No, at least you live in Lagos. You should be able to tell me that by yesterday you were able to secure a bag of rice at 15,000, so that you should be able to testify. Don't you go to market or go to market? You should tell me that this is it's not what they are telling us. Because somebody here, the Nigerian government are not able to tell us the truth. What they tell us A, they do B. We were told that removal of subsidy will make everything to be good for us. Is removal of subsidy helping us now as a country? Do we have anything to celebrate by removal of subsidy today? There is nothing. Just mention, because you will not tell me this is the only thing we are enjoying because of the removal of subsidy. You are taking the Nigerian government serious. People who sit down at their comfort zone in their room and start generating figures and telling you the economy is good. Economy is a reflection of the people. It's the people that determine how the economy is good. It's not the paperwork. I just read a book that Adam Smith cannot speak here. What does that show? That this is not time for we to be listening to the principle formulated by Adam Smith. We have to look at the people's restaurant. How are they living their daily life? What is the consumption pattern of the people? How are they living? What are they enjoying the economy? The economy, this is how is it impacting the people positively. These are some of the issues we need to. Not people who sat there in Abuja, in Lagos, and start giving you figures. People have not been able to live that. As I'm talking to you in my village for over 15 years, there's no light in my village. There's no economic activity going on in my village. Then you are telling me that the economy is moving. That doesn't move.
Comrade, if for the past 15 years there's not been light in your village, who should be held responsible? Is it the federal or the state government? I just want to know.
Whichever way. What matters is that you are talking to a person in my village, you know what you are saying is the federal government. They see federal and state as a government, and they have a responsibility to cry to them. If none of them is doing it, there are interventions. Can you not say those in the legislature, they want to do their project, can they not fix life for us?
Okay, comrade, I like this. Like I said before, it's getting very interesting. You don't believe that headline inflation is dropping, especially regarding the price of food items. Bring us to the speed of the moment. In Benin City, what does it look like? Rice is not coming down. The penta of gari, the penta of beans Because I hear, you know, across town, across parts of the east, even in Lagos here and parts of the north, that look, a penta of garri that used to cost so amount has dropped, even beans and rice. So what does it look like in Benin City where you are? Hello, Comrade Roy, can you hear me? Well, unfortunately, we've lost connection with Comrade Roy, and also we cannot also reach Archbishop Bob Marley. Now, we'll go for a short break, and when we return, we'll get into our last topic of discussion. EFCC, Malami rejects ownership of 46 bank accounts. Join us again, we'll be right back. Welcome back. Unfortunately, network has not been very friendly, but let's see how far we can go. Now, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has accused former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, of operating 46 unlawful bank accounts being linked to General Sani Abacha's loot. However, Malami's media aide, Bello Doka, has vehemently denied the allegations, stating that Malami has only 6 bank accounts, all known to the EFCC. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and the African Democratic Congress, ADC, have accused the EFCC of engaging in a political witch hunt over Malami's detention, while the EFCC has also denied the allegations, stating that Malami's detention is due to his failure to meet bail conditions and politics. We still have with us Comrade Roy Oriabo, who joined us virtually from our Benin outstation. Now, Comrade Roy, I need to apologize for that disconnection that we had with you. Now, let's get into it right away. Malami has been detained and he's unable to meet his bail conditions. But we hear that he has 46 bank accounts linked to him and tied to the Abacha loot. Does it look like political witch hunt to you?
To me, the EFCC must establish it. I don't like this media trial from EFCC. The EFCC should act as a professional body. This is not that to draw issue with anybody. They should show that capacity that indeed they are a professional organization who are doing their responsibility and be given to them by the Constitution. If 46 or 40-something account is being linked to a particular man, you take this man to court, let the matter be there. When you not put it, you start putting on the pages of newspaper, you are whipping on unnecessary sentiments. And I don't like EFCC in that direction. You know, whether we like it or not, is that corruption is an issue in this country. Nigeria have over the years become a corrupt society. And those who have found themselves in a position of authority have a way and manner. They usurp Nigerians to make more money for themselves. Gradually, and at the end of the day, give us a conclusive investigation and do the needful. Because a situation where you have become, EFCC for some time are becoming very selective. That's the reason why the former Vice President also said, look at Yaya Bello. A typical example, look at Yaya Bello, how the matter was handled. And look at the way Malameo is being handled. Look at the way Gigeo is being handled. It's the same society with the same law. And that's the reason why some of us believe that the EFCC is not even working as if they are really EFCC. They are working as an arm of the government in power.
Okay.
Which is very unfortunate.
Now, comrade, there is this thing that we not normally talk about when we say, why me? You know, politicians are adept at, you know, corrupt politicians or politicians, when you want to investigate them, they are always quick to say, why me? That why me means that, why are you looking at me? Why are you not looking at others? Now, should we be playing that why me game? I mean, if you have questions to answer, why don't you just answer it and leave others? And do you think that the EFCC will be petty enough to say, look, we have 46 bank accounts linked to Malami and the Abacha loot, when in actuality, in actual fact, no such thing exists? Do you think that EFCC will be so petty?
People come with this theory why me is because EFCC have showed that element also to be very selective. Because there are some issues you will see at EFCC with the sledgehammer. You will see in some issues you will see EFCC not even holding anything. Then you begin to wonder. And that's the reason why people begin to say, why me? Why not apply the same rules to everybody? If EFCC have been very formidable over the years, and Nigeria are aware that it's a formidable organization, people will not come up with this story of why me. EFCC as an organization, you don't need to be telling us that somebody have 46 accounts. That is smart to court. Let him face the law of the land. At the end of the day, if it's innocent, he will come out from there. If it's not innocent, going for it. That is how a responsible organization is supposed to be working for Nigeria.
Comrade.
That is how.
Comrade, on top of my head, I cannot recall one person, politically exposed person that the EFCC tried from start to finish conclusively and came up with no guilty verdict. Do you recall of any person, politically exposed person that the EFCC tried from start to finish and they went to court and the court said discharge and acquit this man, he's innocent? Is there one person that you can think of?
Very just now, what happened to, if I'm correct, Fayoshi, what happened?
Okay.
You recall that case?
Yes, I do.
Where are we in that case now?
Okay, no. Why I ask this question is this: do you think that the EFCC would ordinarily go out of their way, to investigate and prosecute an innocent person?
Yeah, in the eyes of our law, once you remain innocent until you are proven. And you know there is, since these persons are politically exposed persons, they have been within the system. At the time, Malami was supervising the FCC, if you recall. He was also a very powerful man. He knows what's happening in government. I have not been there. I am also not too sure whether you have also been there. We are talking from a distance. Malami knows what is going on within the system, and that's why he's also asking this question. Why me? Because, and whether we like it or not in Nigeria, there are where we classify ourselves. The society, because we don't have values and below moral, people want to protect their own. And the answer you hear in Nigeria is this thief. If it's a thief, this is our thief. Leave it for. We have seen Nigerians like that. We have seen people coming out to say no. If you say no, you keep person, they will not ask, is this the
Comrade Roy, when we talk about selective persecution or selective prosecution, I'm happy that you mentioned Chris Ngige. Ngige is still a member of the APC. The former aviation minister, Hadi Seriki, was a member of the APC, is still a member of the APC. I think there are about 2, 3, 4, or 5, 6 members of the APC, especially under the Buhari regime, that are undergoing investigation. When we talk about selective prosecution, where are we coming from? Is it simply because Malami has left the APC and left the ADC, and now when he's called to answer questions, we say, oh, he's being persecuted? How do you situate all of that?
Good for them, because all of them are also part of the problem. They serve in different capacity. They were not able, they did not give us any result to celebrate. But the issue is that when you say this man you mentioned, they are CAPC member, and we will begin to suspect you. Because they are an APC member, you are not seeing their attitude as an APC member. The way the effort they put when Buhari was there, they are no longer putting that effort.
So can you say there were Buhari's ministers then? There were Buhari's ministers who had responsibility. Now they don't have.
How many times have you seen them in APC meeting? How many times have you seen them propagating the theories, the principle of APC? How many times have you seen Gige talking for APC?
Like comrade, in all this that we're seeing playing out now, can you say that this administration is genuinely ready to end corruption? Because their mantra is zero tolerance for corruption. Can you say they are fighting corruption? Not caring whose ox is God, and they don't want to know what is happening, but they're all out to end corruption.
No, you cannot even end corruption in this kind of arrangement. Corruption is a social problem. Before you want to fight corruption to end, you address issues that are social. And this government cannot. I'm saying it with emphasis. They don't have what it takes to even fight corruption, than to end corruption. By the time you are looking, if you want to fight corruption, you must be very holistic. The person you don't believe in selective justice and you say you are fighting corruption. How do you fight corruption? Well, there must be a preventive measure. What is the government doing today to prevent people not to steal? What is government doing to prevent people not to loot? These are some of the ways you can fight corruption, as I said, because it's a social issue. When you don't know what to do, you want people to continue to commit crime before you arrest them. You are not doing yourself well. You are supposed to prevent them. What is the government doing? You recall EFCC, it was the government of PDP that said at the time, said, let us have something to fight corruption. They came up with EFCC and ICPC. And now some of us have believed over the year that EFCC is no longer relevant in today's politics, and it's no longer relevant in Nigeria because some of the laws are not horrible. They don't have what it is. As at the time EFCC was formed and what they are doing now, it's a different program entirely. Therefore, I believe strongly that EFCC need to be if possible, we should revisit the law that set up EFCC, and if possible, again, EFCC should be scrapped. You scrap it and come up with another body because they are no longer involved with the latest development in terms of financial crime. And APC as a party, supposed by now, after being government for over 10 years, should be able to say, no, let us have our own commission that can also help us to fight corruption.
Wouldn't that be more like turning those agencies or anti-graft agency into a political, platform? If you say that APC should create theirs, given the fact that the other one, EFCC, was created by Olusegun Obasanjo when he was with PDP and all that.
No, it's not. I don't take it to that political dimension. But what I mean is that EFCC is over 20 years now, if I'm correct. Therefore, what happened 20 years ago is no longer happening now. Things are evolving. To fight corruption, you must first of all make an attempt to prevent corruption. I expect the PC government to set up a commission on how to prevent corruption than fighting the corruption itself. Because the approach you are using now, you allow people to loot first. After looting, you now come again. How can a man have 46 over 40-something accounts? One particular person have over 40-something accounts. We have CBA who have been there. We have these monies are not the commercial bank. Since then, nothing have done about it to say, well, why do you as CBA don't have power to ask somebody why all this money coming here and there? How do we come about it? Must we be waiting until a crime is committed before we start looking? You know what it takes the Nigerian government? You know what is going to cost the Nigerian government now to pursue this case of Malami? You know what will take the Nigerian government to pursue the issue of Igige? Why spending this money to pursue all those things? Why not look for a solution that will prevent this men from looting? That after looting, you are not using money to chase them again. That's my concern about it. What I'm saying in essence is that APC government must look inward critically and say, what do we do? Will we continue to fight those corrupt people, or we should come up with a commission that will help to prevent crime, financial crime? That's my issue. I'm not saying that you doubt duplicating position. If possible, if you met EFCC with ICPC, if possible, you scrap them and empower a unit of the Nigeria police, that will reduce the cost. You know what it takes us for we to finance the EFCC, ICPC? Which result are they giving to us? Why not grab them? And if possible, come up with a unit in the police force, strengthen the institution so that they can do their job. I think that's my position because now Nigeria is in a state of borrowing. We are borrowing here and there. And when you take all this money that are borrowed, we use it to service all these duplicated commissions, duplicated offices here and there. And that's why we're not getting results. That's my point. I'm not looking at the political dimension. I'm looking at the efficiency and the results that we'll be able to get at the end of the day.
So you think that they are not, the anti-graft agencies are no longer efficient? When EFCC was created, they even went further to probe Obasanjo, who inaugurated them. The first set to have the Tsar of the EFCC there doing a job well done to the world that international organization even applauded him. And now we're seeing the present EFCC boss going after their former boss, because you know that Malami, being the Attorney General of the Federation, must have most of the cases that EFCC had to take to court pass through him and all that. But now they've decided to go for him to tell us what happened to the looted funds that were being sent back to Nigeria when, Abacha loot happened and all that. So you think they're not being efficient?
No, they're not being efficient. And why so no? After leaving office, after 2 years, it's now you are telling me that they might have over 46 accounts. Those are not the issue I want to hear. I need issue like this, we don't even need to be discussing it at the press, because by the time the younger ones are hearing issue like this, that they might have over 40-something account. Do you know the psychological implication? Do you know what it will be doing to the mindset of a young Nigerian who says that one man have over 40-something accounts? We're not supposed to be hearing these things on news. It's when you get results, you now come and say, yes, I have results. Have you seen any pregnant woman announcing on the street that I'm having a boy child, I'm expecting a girl? Until you get results, you just shout out that I have a bouncing baby boy, a bouncing baby girl, as the case may be. That is what we require from the EFCC. Not this political trial, not this media trial, selective trial. EFCC must behave as a professional body. They must be there for all Nigerians. Yeah. A typical example, you saw how all Nigerians were interested in Yaya Bello's issue. All Nigerians were interested. As of today, what happened? They declared him after he stood there and all the shenanigans and the gimmicks that enveloped the whole situation. Where are we today now? These are the issues why Nigerians are bothered, and some of us are saying, no, we can't continue like this and expect different results. This is what we have been doing over the year. Is it because Malami is now hobnobbing within this? But the issue that is quite fundamental in all this is that we should be able to ask ourselves, all these men, are they really corrupt? If they are corrupt, EFCC, go for this. Don't be selective.
All right,
don't make it to say that you are.
Don't be selective. That's the word. That's the word for the EFCC. To not be selective in the prosecution. Well, thank you very much, Comrade Roy Yoriabo, a public affairs analyst and member of the Coalition of Civil Society Organizations and a human rights activist. Thank you very much for your time. We've also had Archbishop Dr. Ibioku Gospel Bob Manuel, who is a former National Vice President, Institute of Strategic Management, Nigeria, and of course a public affairs commentator and barrister Darlington Agumo in here in the studio this morning. But that's it on the show. Join us again at 10 o'clock as we go through the papers on Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day.
And I'm Fina Okechukwu. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye for now.
I'm Chukwuma Okoro. See you again at 10 o'clock. Bye for now.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on running 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Sowore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that Shaggy the man from back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Parapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind, but last, more than No Mind. More. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Autonomy.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is
Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see, you better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not just a name, she is a face. Born on June 13, 1954 in Ogwashiuku, Delta State, Nigeria, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was raised in a family deeply rooted in education and public service. Her father, Professor Chukwuka Okonjo, was the Obi and a respected academic. Her mother, Kamene Okonjo, was a professor and a medical doctor. Ngozi took her academic journey from Nigeria to United States, where she earned a bachelor degree in economics from Harvard University in 1977. Driven by a passion for development economics, she pursued a PhD in regional economics and development at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which she completed in 1981. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala dedicated 25 years to the World Bank, rising to the position of Managing Director, the second highest role in the institution.
There's an Africa that you don't hear about very much. And sometimes I'm puzzled, and I ask myself why. This is the Africa that is changing, that Chris alluded to. This is the Africa of opportunity. This is the Africa where people want to take charge of their own futures and their own destinies.
She was an instrument in spearheading initiatives that addressed poverty and promoted economic growth in developing countries, particularly in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Answering the call to serve her homeland, Ngozi became Nigeria's finance minister twice, from 2003 to 2006, and again from 2011 to 2015, becoming the first woman to hold this position. She also briefly served as Nigerian foreign minister in 2006. During her tenure, she implemented critical reforms to combat corruption and stabilize the economy. Notably, she led negotiations that resulted in the cancellation of $30 billion of Nigeria's external debt, a monumental achievement that improved the nation's financial standing. Beyond Nigeria, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has been a formidable force on the global stage. She chaired the board of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, from 2016 to 2020, playing a pivotal role in improving access to immunization in low-income countries. In March 2021, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala made history by becoming the first woman and the first African to serve as Director General of the World Trade Organization. In 2022, Dr. Ngozi joined the Group of 30 known as G30, an independent body of distinguished policy makers from around the world. In November 2024, she was reappointed to serve a second term as Director General of the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ngozi's contributions have earned her numerous accolades. She holds honorary degrees from prestigious institutions and has received national honors. She is listed as one of the 50 greatest world leaders, the top 100 most influential people in the world, the top 100 thinkers, the top 3 powerful women in Africa, and many more. Despite the global responsibilities, Ngozi remained deeply connected to her family. She is married to Dr. Iyemba Iweala, a neurosurgeon, and together they have 4 children, including Uzodimma Iweala, an acclaimed author. Her life story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity, perseverance, and vision can drive transformation. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's journey reflects profound impact one individual can have on the world. Her legacy continues to inspire new generations of leaders.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma. Thanks for joining us again.
And of course, we've been joined by Mr. Darlington Agumo Esquire. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah,
and
my pleasure.
Actually, we'll also get our guest from our outstation. But let's go through the papers. And this one jumps out at me, speaks to insecurity and the rest. And I was listening to a program this morning on my way to work, and this was the same story that was being deliberated on. It's from the Vanguard newspaper, and I think maybe a few other dailies, but this one from the Vanguard newspaper, basically. It's the big story here. And the story reads, allegations of a terrorist. 2 former governors fueling insecurity. Coming from who? Bello Turji. Yeah, and the writers to it says, ex-governors responsible for long-running insecurity in North admits peace talks, denies 30 million naira payoff. It's all lies, says governor's sources. Security forces gunned down notorious bandits Kachala Naala in Sokoto. Now, the story has it that Bello Turji, I think sometime in the past, held a meeting with Governor Matawali, where he was governor, where some amount of money were said to have been given to him to end insecurity, and contracts also to supply rounds were given to him. But he said that, look, those were lies. No such money was given to him. And he called the minister, Matawali, who is a Minister of State for Defense, right? As one of those sponsoring terrorism in the north. So these are the allegations. Let's see if I can go a little deeper into the headlines as put forward by the Vanguard newspaper. Let's see if we can read a little into it. Okay, so let's see how far we can go with this.
No.
Barrister, no, before you come.
Go ahead.
Notorious bandit leader Bello Turji has accused two former northern governors of fueling insecurity in the country, especially the north. He also confirmed participating in a series of peace meetings with the Zamfara state government during the administration of a former governor of the state, but vehemently denied claims that he received 30 million naira or any material inducement to participate in the process. An effort made to get the reaction of both former governors at press time proved abortive. Okay, so Bello Turji, in a viral video which surfaced yesterday, accused past political leadership in Zamfara of laying the foundation for the region's long-running insecurity. He alleged that former administrations armed vigilante groups, popularly known as Yanbanga, which he claimed disproportionately targeted Fulani communities and escalated violence. The bandits, as specifically named former Sokoto State Governor and his former Zamfara State counterpart, of calling for their arrest and investigation over what he described as their roles in the crisis. He says, "We openly say that former governors of Zamfara and Sokoto states are responsible for the calamities that befell these states," Turji claimed. He sought to distance himself from any political influence, insisting that he was not acting on behalf of any politician or interest groups. He says, "We are not politicians, and we are not tools of politicians. There is no human being backing us," he said. Okay, well, is this trying to save his head because we hear that the security agencies are closing in on him? Could that be what this is about? Or what are your thoughts, Barrister?
Sorry, Barrister, before you move into it, who granted the interview?
He did a video.
He said the video.
I know it's troubling that we are reporting this.
As usual.
Basically, he granted a press conference.
Okay.
That's what it is. So what he did was a video that he put out on social media.
Okay.
Now,
yes. And in that video, he said all these things.
Look, there are things that are very, very annoying, seriously. Very, very annoying. You don't even begin to think of, you don't, in fact, look at the terrorists accusing state actors of fueling insecurity. A terrorist who routinely releases those in his captives whenever you visit him. A terrorist who routinely releases some arms and say, "Go and give your government these ones, I will keep the other," you know. Somebody who came before the camera and told us that, "Look, this business we are doing, it is one of you that gave it to us." So, a terrorist in Nigeria who's even a foreigner. Mr. Moses, please, how do you begin to analyze this type of nonsense? You mean Nigeria have gotten so, I don't understand. A terrorist from foreign country, telling us this type of story on our own soil. Oh God Almighty, God, where are you? This is unheard of anywhere in the world. He is being specific. This is not the first time, remember. This is not the first time this man is saying this type of thing, yet nobody pays attention to him. Not even to arrest him or to neutralize him. This man is acting as if he's an alternate government to Nigeria. Can't you see it? Look at how long this man has been operating in Nigerian soil. He's saying he's not acting up. So you are even acting. The people you kidnap that you release to us routinely, who are they to you? Who told you to kidnap them? You mean as you are talking now, I told you, but there's nobody in your custody. Oh my God. This insult is too much.
Barrister, should that be the problem of Georgia or the problem of the government?
I mean, for him to be talking, that means somebody is backing him. I'm not joking.
That's exactly what he's saying. That look, two former governors are the people behind the insecurity in the north.
You can see, did I not tell you that the tiger you are riding on his back, one day you end up in the belly of that tiger. The people that projected him from Niger over to you. You can see it now. I have always told you, evil does not last forever. At a point in time, all of you will begin to reveal yourself to everybody who care to listen. Look at somebody from Niger that the government cannot even tolerate over there. The junta in Niger have told us that, look, Toju Bello should be very careful, that he knows why Nigerian government is backing him. They said it. Yet, Mr. Okoro, you and I are here talking of insecurity and say we don't know what happened, we don't know who is behind it. I mean, it's very sad, seriously. Look, I will stop talking about this matter if government does not want to take action.
Barrister, the fact remains that that Toji Bello has said it under the circumstances that he said it doesn't mean that that they are guilty.
Exactly.
Can you imagine? And government is listening to something. Mr. Okoro, imagine if somebody from my own part of the town is saying this in Okoro. Just imagine what will happen if somebody should come out and be making this noise from the southeast. Just imagine. Tomorrow you say, why are the Igbos agitating? You can see it. A foreigner, terrorist, talking like this to everybody as if Nigeria
that's exactly my point. It should be the responsibility of government to rein him in, to capture him and try him.
If government
and if Niger Republic has a problem with that, then they will come and tell us. I mean, after we have captured him. But that said, politicians, we have always been told by even governors, what's his name, Professor Zunu Galam, the other day said, look, politicians are the ones behind insecurity in Borno State. Governor of Plateau State, Governor of Benue State said, look, I know certain politicians, but unfortunately, when they say these things, they don't name them, they don't mention them.
Even when they name them, Matawale has been in the picture. What happened?
No, Matawale has been in the picture, but there is this argument between Matawale and Dauda Lawal. Matawale accused Dauda Lawal, and Dauda Lawal in turn accused Matawale. But it is curious to understand that in all of this, we hear the president and say, at that point, I think the presidency said, look, Matawale has not been found, wanting. And they gave him a clean bill of health. And he continued to serve in this government.
Good. That will tell you that.
Why is it possible? I think it was the National Security Advisor said, look, we don't have anything we don't have any information, any intelligence against the former governor of Zamfara State.
Good.
Bello Matawale and all of this. So the suspicion is deep. The suspicion is very deep. So now, the curiosity in all of it is this. When we get this kind of information, why is it difficult for the security agencies to apprehend these people, investigate them thoroughly? We understand that you cannot investigate Dauda Lawal because he's still a serving governor. How about this other person?
Yes.
And people like Zulum should tell us, when they say politicians are the ones
now, is the one calling for
calling for the arrest of these people. Can you imagine? Terrorists,
Is it not laughable? They make light of the whole
situation. Don't do any mockery of government of Nigeria. That a terrorist will be telling you what to do and what not to do.
It's like Osama bin Laden telling American government, what to do with the people in government that are causing problems.
Can you just imagine?
States government. Of course, America will never take that.
Every time you'll be hearing, we are closing in on Toju Bello. Since how many years now? Every time we are closing in on him. We are closing in on him. What kind of rubbish is that for God's sake? And every time they'll come and tell us we are working very hard to end insecurity. We are working hard. We have been neutralizing. Oh my! Look, you see this deceit. Is very. If you are a patriotic Nigeria, this thing should embarrass you. I'm not joking. It should embarrass you that a government will be this lazy, this layback, that a terrorist will not be. Remember this man that Obadiah, that CBN man that he said that governors are behind all these things. And immediately he said it, they arrested him, and shortly after the man died. Is that not true? Every time they mention governor, go and listen to the report by Dan Ale Kefas. I think it's in the internet. A very deep report about how the former chief of army staff died. That what's his name? That died. The man named everybody. Yet the report is before Tinubu. As I talk to you now, he is with it. The man said he submitted it to him. Mr. Okoro, nobody has been brought in. Nobody. And you are telling me you are fighting insecurity. The man even said that when he brought that report, they had to detain him for 64 years.
64 years?
I mean, for 64 days. 64 days. A high-ranking military officer like that. After all, he was very specific. He even said that plane crash was a bomb. It was not ordinary. He mentioned everything that happened. How some people's legs were blown out. That cannot be crash. Mr. Okoro. So tomorrow, when I'm against this military, let nobody blame me, because the report is out there now. They are the ones wearing this thing. Yet they will tell me they are fighting insecurity. Look at the contradiction. If you are truly what you claim to be, can such a thing happen?
Exactly the question.
You are chief of army staff.
When we heard that the federal government has approved 94,000 new
to be new recruited.
And I asked the question: this new enlistment, does it look like the military is currently overwhelmed? And so these new people, the 14,000 soldiers, that you want to send to the Army, Navy, and Air Force, what new brief are you going to give them, different from the brief you gave the old ones? Briefs like when they are trying to overpower the terrorists and all of that, and order comes.
They will pull back.
So these new ones, will you give them a fresh order to attack and kill?
It means that most of our military have resigned from the military. They don't want to tell us. For them to be talking of recruiting this number of people, Mr. Okoro, they have all left, and they don't want to make it public, not to frighten those who are still fighting. All these things they are telling us, there is no truth in any of them. No truth. If you see the level of betrayal in the military, you wouldn't even want to go into it. From what you are hearing now and from the report you are hearing, this military are not sincere.
So talking about the military, we hear that the president has promoted his
ADC, yes.
Twice in 1 year.
Twice in 1 year.
Oh, so, that is
the
infamy that is going
January,
on.
And now
the brigadier.
So
ordinarily, what should be the rank of the president's ADC? Does he have any limit?
He came in as a lieutenant colonel.
Okay.
As a lieutenant colonel.
From there to colonel.
So and the reason they are promoting him is what I find laughable.
Did anybody tell you?
No, the reason is that so there will be a spirited call within the villa because the SSS man has just been made a director. That's the president's SSS aide, and then the police security aide as well has just been made. I think he has also been promoted.
Okay, so that they will be at par.
They'll be at par.
Okay,
they'll be at par. Commissioner or something. So now promoting him to that level puts them at par. So the rest will not be above him.
One another as equal.
Exactly.
No, as long as you are not in the same military establishment,
it shouldn't matter.
It should be seniority.
No, but there should also be a command structure in the president.
But what then happens to his mates? His mates?
Yes, who are not in the presidency.
In the military.
In the military.
Everybody is not promoted at the same time.
You see,
that's why when you have people get in as first lieutenants, by the time they are 15, 20 years, you see some of them colonel, some brigadier, some major general. And that is how it ends.
And don't you think this will bring some sort of bad blood?
Of course, certainly it will.
It's obvious.
Certainly it will.
It's obvious, including this elongation of tenure, whereby you now put some people on hold, while their junior will be above them. How do you think you will be happy with such a thing, Mr. Okoro? How?
Well, whatever happens, I think there are several questions around the sincerity of.
In fact, Nigeria, the way this thing is being run,
except there is something they know that we don't know.
That is not.
But from what we see, I mean, the government cannot be telling us that look, we are trying to recruit more people, and meanwhile, the people that are in there, by the time they want to overpower the terrorists, ask them to pullback. For what reason?
And they are not well treated. And they are not well treated. They are not well treated. That's even the major reason. They are not well treated.
And we seem to be fighting insecurity. Meanwhile, fighting terrorism, and America says we're on the right path. Meanwhile, we have 600,000 Benue indigenous living in IDP camps. And their homes, not that their homes are flooded, not that there is any form of natural disaster in their homes. Their homes are occupied by foreigners.
Foreign terrorists.
And you tell us that you are fighting insecurity. The only way I believe that this government is intentional in fighting insecurity is if they start from that point that, look, you have to take back all the IDPs back to their native land. Then Nigerians will believe that, look, you are sincere in this fight.
Look at how long this thing has happened, Mr. Okoro. Before America reacted, look at how long this thing has been going on. Look at how, that means if not for this thing from Donald Trump, nobody would have done anything. No. All these other revelations that
apart from the Donald Trump pressure, even within the Donald Trump pressure, do we see enough effort?
At least our fears have been confirmed. All along, we have been saying it, but nobody have a handle on what is going on. All this revelation that is coming out now, from the report they submitted to Buhari and to Tinubu, which is coming out now in the open.
We have Comrade Roy Yabo. Comrade Roy, please feel free to join into the conversation.
Thank you.
Oh my God, you always forget my idea.
Go ahead, please.
I did not hear the question, sir.
Oh, okay. It's not a question, actually. We're just reacting to the headline. The headline being two former allegations of a terrorist, two former governors fueling insecurity, Torji Bello. I don't know if you are familiar with that story. If you are, then let's have your take. If not, we'll move on to another story.
Of course, this is not the first time we are hearing that people, there are Nigerians who are sponsoring this insecurity. Even some international organizations have mentioned him. Even some foreign countries have also mentioned him. The Nigerian government have never considered it wise to say, let's consider those variables. And I believe, and that's the reason why I strongly believe that those in position of authority don't want this insecurity to end. Because there is a school of thought, we say that some of them are profiting from the whole arrangement. And they will continuously want to, what favors you want to make it to continue to happen so that you start reaping the dividends. That is what's going on. If the Nigerian government genuinely want to fight insecurity, to me, it's not a rocket science. It's just a matter to take a situation that will make it to work. A person who is an inspector general of police who will be there, you know the time have elapsed, you will see continue to keep him there. How do you expect the younger ones who will be aspiring to want to be an IGP, how do you expect them to put in their best? They are already limiting their potentials. And this have a way of also affecting the level of security within the system. Nigerian government, President Tinubu must consider it now to say, well, we are not supposed, this man, you can't remain like this. How do you even, one of the things I've even been very bothered about, how do you remove a man who was not doing well as an army chief, you are not making me a minister of defense? I find it difficult to reconcile.
Some would disagree with you. Some of us think that he was doing okay. He was doing okay as the chief of defense staff.
If he was doing okay, why was he removed?
Well, there
could be other reasons. The only thing?
There could be other reasons.
Is the year of service is still very favorable to him? Is he have more years to do with the army?
Yes, but then politically, since he was appointed, he was removed, and then he had to leave office.
Do you know the financial implication of that? What it costs Nigeria to do that?
Apparently, yes, of course.
We are borrowing money. We are borrowing money. We must be very careful.
So it's governance now that is the issue. It's governance. That's the issue.
And the government are the issue. Government must show serious capacity to also question them.
All right.
Because if you don't question those who are financing it, the source, that is the source of the power of the insurgency. If you don't question them and nip it in the body, the process will continue. Then we just be dancing up and down.
There are issues about money. Money is spent and monies and all of that. So let's quickly run into another issue. If time allows us, I'd like us to also talk about.
Sorry, Moses, before you go to that thing, you were here when they promoted this chief of defense, Abi, this new person that came, and when he came, he was blowing hot. I told you here that he's not going to do anything. Did I not? Abi, did I not?
The Minister of Defense.
Yes, I told you. Did I not?
He just started.
Please wait. How many days? How many? Hold on. How many days does it take you to?
It's not even up to 2 weeks.
Well, leave that thing.
Okay, what are you expecting?
Donald Trump started action from inauguration day. Donald Trump, he started action that day. He read his 14 policy statements that day. He was inaugurated.
The same Donald Trump you are talking about said that the Ukraine war and Gaza Hamas war will end in 3 months. Did it?
But he went into it. I didn't intervene.
So the minister has gone into it.
Listen, hold on. Listen, there are things that are very immediate. Listen, he told us that he wants to find out who gave the order for the security to leave that school before these girls were kidnapped.
Yes.
Is that not true?
Yes.
How many weeks now?
Do you know if he has done that?
And it's not in the public domain, Abi. Do you need to set up a panel for that, Mr. Okoro? Please, you people are just defending this government. For what?
We are not defending. We are holding a conversation.
How long does it take for someone to say, who gave this order? A question, somebody will answer you immediately. Is that not true? Do you need to set up a panel?
If they have found out.
And found out and nobody told us. We should know.
Right, it's the same thing. If they tell you every move, you say, why are you...
If it is right now, if it is right, I will support it. But this one, I told you here that nothing will happen.
Barrister, this is military intelligence. It's not everything that will be put out in the public.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, military intelligence, Abi? That the intelligence made our girls to be somewhere now in the bush with terrorists, Abi? What is intelligence there? Intelligence that made somebody to give order that some people should live where they were.
Barrister, don't twist the conversation. The chief of the Minister of Defense said, look, I'm going to find out, I'm investigating who gave the order for the military to be pulled out. As at now, we don't know.
Oh, really? And it's taking how many weeks now?
It doesn't matter. Maybe they already know and they're already taking action.
The one that
Barrister, what we need to say is that, look, there is action on the ground.
There is no action. Nothing will come. I told you, whenever government don't want to do anything, they set up a panel. Yes, they set up a committee that will look into what the other committee did, and from there they will not.
There is this notorious bandit in Sokoto State that has been gunned down. Are you aware?
Let us see.
He was taken out.
Have they shown you this?
Yeah, he was taken out.
Have they shown you anybody?
I'm trying to recall his name.
Okay.
Have they Kachala? Have they told you anybody?
Yes, Kachala.
Have they told you any? Have you seen any of them? Have you seen any of them? Are we not supposed to see those who have been troubling our lives? Whenever this happens, you just hear it in the news, nothing else. What kind of thing is this?
You mean when they kill Kachala, they should come and show us.
Well, what is wrong in doing that? What is wrong? Tell me, what is wrong?
Barrister, when America killed Osama bin Laden, have you ever seen the picture?
What are you telling me? What are you telling me?
What picture did you see?
They brought it. What? They brought it out.
Someone's picture.
What are you telling me? When they put him in an iron casket and threw him inside the river so that nobody will go there for pilgrimage. It happened.
Okay.
But apart of that, but so emulate America, because what we are fighting is different from what America did.
I bet it's still
this one, they call them bandits. Bandit that you are holding meeting with government, holding meeting with bank, and they will not tell you.
Doing press conference.
Can you just imagine? Did it happen with Osama bin Laden?
Okay, Barrister, I know you're upset.
I should be. Upset is a very mind word. Okay, what are you telling me? In a country, you claim to be a sovereign state. America should not come into it, but the bandits can come here and be telling you stories. Bandits, and you say you're a sovereign state. From Nigeria.
Let's see how much more upset you'll get when I read the next story. Okay, so the next story is from the Guardian newspaper. It's a big story on the cover page of the Guardian. It can be found on page 6. It says Buhari's legacy on trial as Emefiele ex-ministers face 3.5 trillion naira graft probe. Now let me see if I can quickly take you through it. Now, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) is currently investigating Chris Ngige, a former minister of Labour, over an alleged 2.2 billion naira fraud. That's for Chris Ngige. Now, former Minister of Aviation and close political associate Hadi Sirika is also facing charges over an alleged 2.7 billion naira fraud linked to aviation projects. That's another one. We also have the Emefiele, yes. Emefiele's arbitrarily allocated 3 trillion naira worth of foreign exchange, equivalent to $2 billion, without competitive bids or due process, allegedly conferring undue advantage on associates. All right? That's one of the allegations against Emefiele. There are others, the housing estate and the rest, a few others. That's for Emefiele. Now, EFCC is also prosecuting former Minister of Power, Saleh Maman, who's been ordered by a federal high court in Abuja to answer to a 33.8 billion naira money laundering trial. And similarly, Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development under the former minister Sadiya Umaru Farouk is accused of laundering 37 billion naira meant for social intervention programs. All right. Now, we haven't even, okay. Now, collectively, the allegations involving Buhari's era officials total an estimated 471 billion naira in direct naira figures when the alleged 2 billion naira forex allocation is factored in. The total could be approximately 3.47 trillion naira, highlighting staggering magnitude of the cases confronting anti-graft investigators. There you have it.
So I should clap for them now, Abi?
Well, I don't expect you to clap.
I
expect you to speak on the matter.
I am not amused.
You're not?
I am not amused with what you just read now. It's just a statement. What are the actions?
They're investigating.
Has anybody been brought in, Mr. Moses?
He is in detention.
Really? Yes. And you think at the end of the day...
Malami is in detention.
Are you sure? Oh, God.
Boris, I don't know what will happen tomorrow, but I know that as they are still in detention.
This thing they said is for the optics, for Nigeria to believe that something is happening. We are nothing is happening. Let them first of all grab the 210 trillion naira. This one is just under our nose. This one happen now. Let us start from the known to the unknown.
Barrister, do you believe in this country?
What?
Do you believe that this country can be great again?
How can it be great with this type of people? No, tell me how. How can it be great with this type of people running the show? Greatness is an action by great men. Did you see any great man here? Hold on. Did you see any great man here? That kind of money cannot be missing, and everybody just behave as if nothing happened.
Let's stay with the people that the APC people that served under Buhari. That this APC.
Why are you after them? They go after the one here now.
Go after them.
Mr. Listen, I told you here. Start from the known to the unknown. I will take you serious.
The known now.
The known is this one that happened now.
This one happened now.
210 trillion.
It happened in the past 10 years.
They said
the 210 trillion is not in one fell swoop. Cumulative for 10 years. Yes. Now we have a Hadi Siriki, former aviation minister, who more like scammed Nigerians, more like inflation, because he's not been proven guilty. Barrister, this administration is trying Hadi Siriki. This administration is investigating. Look, Abubakar Malami. This administration is investigating Chris Nwabweze. So
they are going after those who are in their bad book.
But at least they are going after.
Listen, I'm coming. I am coming. Who alleges my proof under the law? Is that not true?
Okay.
Good. Remember what happened to Ojekalo? This man was properly jailed. In fact, at a point, he became the first governor also under this administration that was jailed.
After 12 years of trial.
Good. What happened at the end of the day? Please tell me, did he serve that jail sentence?
It wasn't the federal government that released him. It was a court of competent jurisdiction that said, look, your trial was in error ab initio.
Oh God,
you said that he who alleges must prove. You are alleging that 210 trillion naira was stolen. Have you proven that?
Listen, that means you don't know the story of Ojekalo. What you said now. Ojekalo was properly jailed.
Okay.
Now, APC people wanted to save him. You know what they did? They now promoted the judge that handled the case and then backdated it. Listen very well, though. Because that way I quarrel with Tokoro. You only want to deceive me, but I will not allow him to do that. Now, they backdated it and say as at the time this judge passed that judgment, he has been promoted. So he has no...
Barrister, that's not correct. That was not what happened.
What happened?
Barrister, that was not happening.
What happened?
What happened was that The judge was promoted.
Oh,
wait, hold on now, hold on. You have stated your own part of the
how?
case.
Go ahead.
You have stated your own part of the case.
Go ahead. I've not finished. Go ahead.
Barrister, the judge was promoted from High Court to Appeal Court. And when he was handling Oji's case, you know what happened? He came from the Appeal Court to try that case in the High Court.
Oh, God Almighty.
That was what happened. Not that they backdated his promotion. No, they did not.
That was what happened. That was what the judge did not stand. They said that at the time he passed that judgment, he had been promoted.
No, he came from the Appeal Court to try that case. Which is abnormal, which is not correct.
Why was he promoted in the first place?
What do you mean? People get promoted from High Court to Appeal Court to Supreme Court, yes?
You can see. You can see you now.
Barrister,
it was not deliberate, Abi.
It was not deliberate.
It's not deliberate for him to have been promoted, though.
Barrister, he merited the promotion.
He did not. Let me hear, please. He did not. He did not. Okay.
So if they promote Peter Lifu or Motoshona, you say they are not deserving of it.
Somebody handled that case and finished it. That was even what happened. So he was already inside the jail, inside the correctional center. Before they now brought him out. Listen, now you are not getting it here.
You are missing the
point. You are missing the point. No, he had been jailed properly. Right. It was later that they now said this man had been promoted. And for that reason, that case he handled was what? Null and void.
Barrister, that was not what happened.
I don't like this one. Was the cabinet inside the jail? Was he not inside the jail?
Was it not Appeal Court that squashed the jail?
Because of what happened. That's what I'm telling you. Because of what happened.
Let's take the argument to Comrade Roy Oriabo. Comrade, please.
Over 3.5 trillion naira.
Yes.
Looted
33 in total. In total.
Yes. 33 looted or mismanaged under Buhari regime. That is an indictment on the government of Buhari.
7 trillion.
And there's also a direct indictment on the APC government. That will show to you that how late Buhari mismanaged this country. That will show to us that Buhari was never in charge. Under his watch, over 3.5 trillion looted from our purse. No, it's called for a deep sober reflection. Let Buhari, if it is possible for we to reach out to him in the grave, he is supposed to take responsibility for this. That was a man we were told in this country that is a no-nonsense man. He does not believe in corruption. Now look at what we are seeing. Look at what is coming on. Look at the revelation. Is it not shocking? Is it not disappointing? How do, in an economy like Nigeria that is struggling, in a struggling economy, over 3.5 looted by selected few, and you expect people like us to be happy over it? No. The APC government, the Buhari government came to this time to loot and to destroy what belongs to Nigeria. And the present president must take it upon himself to vindicate himself that he was not part and parcel of that arrangement. These persons need to give us that money back. They need to, not just for them to go and serve. If at the end of the day they are found guilty, they should return those funds to us. In this present day Nigeria, 3.5 trillion will go a long way. How many states have look at the budget
it's
of
actually 3.47 trillion,
which is more like 3.5.
Which is what is the difference?
It's more like 3.5.
Okay, if you want to put it that way.
What is the difference? We just need to show concern that I'm happy that this is coming now so that we know the kind of government what Buhari did to Nigeria. When some of us said Buhari was a disaster, some person took it upon themselves to say no, we did not love Buhari. Look at the revolution now.
Comrade Roy, I think Comrade Roy, part of the conversation is that look, 3.5 trillion naira is alleged to have been mismanaged under Buhari administration, which is an APC government, and we have an APC government under Buhari's watch that is trying, people responsible for the mismanagement. That's the argument. So, do you think that the president is intentional in fighting corruption at this point?
It is not.
How far you have the responsibility to fight corruption? Okay. One of the selling points of the APC government when they were coming to government is to fight corruption. And I believe one of the cardinal points of this government is also to fight corruption. It must go back, it must revisit it, it must show that serious concern and a serious capacity to fight corruption for us. Because under APC, if you take an inventory of what have happened under APC, you now come with the 2 years of the present administration, you will know that Nigeria will have every reason to be sober at this material time.
Now, comrade, when you talk about responsibility, yes, it has that responsibility, but we also know that people do abdicate responsibility. So the question is, do you think that is intentional now in fighting corruption?
No, let us not go to that direction. What matters is that, are they really, this person, do they looted our funds? I think that's supposed to be the question. Whichever way the present administration is going about, we should have ourselves, this person, we should ask ourselves, do they really looted this country? Do they looted our funds? Did they stop from us? If it is yes, they should go about it. This is not out of the political. If we retrieve that money from them, you know it will go enough with. Then we have a system now that is looking for any money to borrow from anywhere.
Well,
it's looking for anywhere to borrow money. If we can get this money back,
the issue is also that retrieved looted funds are relooted.
That is the problem, because Malami is undergoing investigations. Why? Because we hear that there are 46 accounts, linked to him in his name, and that is tied to the Abacha loot and all of that. So these monies are not just recovered; they are also relooted.
That's the problem.
That seems to be the problem.
If that is also the mission of this government to reloot it, another government will also come to us. How were you able to loot?
And they also reloot, so the circle continues. It becomes a circle show.
Let the process continue. After legality looted, Okoro will now reloot it. After the exit of Okoro, then Moses will come and reloot it. The cycle continues. The cycle continues.
Okay, and we just hope that Comrade Roy Riabo will end that circle by not relooting it. Is that good?
That is the message. That's
the message.
The thing is that people get away with this.
No, the thing is that the looting started with Barrister.
The fact is that some people are untouchable. They are in this looting game. Some people you will see what they have done. Yeah, you can't confront them.
Well, it's interesting that they are trying out the Buhari ministers and the rest.
And your own.
But then nobody is saying anything about better edu.
I'm telling you, that's my concern here. Yes, even
it's one big basket that you keep putting people in.
Even Yahya Bello,
Yahya Bello is in court. He's undergoing trial.
Look, it shouldn't take this long because the evidence is there. The American school had to return $800,000,
which is more like an indictment.
A very clear case. It's enough to say, "Oh, you go to jail for this." Yes,
I think it's a problem to us because that is part of the problems we have with our criminal justice.
In fact,
the trial of OUK, for 12 years, for 12 long years. And so that shouldn't be. Within those 12 years, a lot of information, a lot of data will have been lost, sentiments will creep in and all of that. So what we are saying is, the lawyers have been asking, how do we reform our criminal justice system? And Nigerians are asking, EFCC is even asking for special courts, to try criminal cases. And it's the same lawyers that are saying, no, if you do that, it will look as if, you are trying to give more prominence to criminal cases or politically exposed people. Like we now have politicians of particular concern too, as we have judges of particular concern. It's not just Nigeria that is a country of particular concern.
Before we
he's laughing. It was Oria, but he said that we have judges of particular concern. So we also have politicians of particular concern.
Did you remember that when this government came into power, something happened? DSS raided the EFCC office, and a particular file with a particular name was taken out of that place. Are you aware? It happened. They laid siege in that place, took away all the documents, anything that had to do with this particular person and this particular politician, and that's the end of it. So forever to come, you will never hear because where is the evidence? Where is your evidence? They have killed it. Oh, we are not.
Oh well, there's another issue here that should be of concern to a lot of us. FIRS kicks as Northern elders condemn tax data deal with France. This issue rocked social media over the weekend.
Yes.
The issue of Nigeria-France deal. France helping Nigeria with data collation and the rest of them. And so
a foreign government will be collecting tax.
I see that more as outsourcing ourselves.
Can you imagine?
That is what it looks like.
A foreign government will help us to be collecting tax.
Not just tax, data. Data related to our taxes. Why? Why do we need all of that?
Oh, the same foreign government will not help us to collect data on corruption. They will not help us to do that, Abi. You can imagine.
Even when they do, we believe them.
Let them bring it out. Let the same foreign government.
Foreign governments have been sending us list of terror sponsors, and we are not doing anything.
No, Nigerian politicians, including those in government, let them help us to tell us how much they have looted and who are those people. Let them help us. If they are very clever, Abi. So that with this now, you say yes, that the man is trying. Look at that. I have said it. What happened with Alpha Beta is going to happen with this tax reform. Go and bet me.
Okay, so this is what they are saying. Yesterday's signing of a memorandum of understanding between the Federal Inland Revenue Service (FIRS) and the French Tax Authority, Direction Générale des Finances Publiques, is not a harmless technical collaboration. It is a direct, unprotected gateway into the heart of Nigeria's tax infrastructure.
Oh, really?
Placing our most sensitive economic data into the hands of a foreign power, whose engagements across Africa have historically led to economic manipulation, political pressure, and strategic domination. Now, in reaction to that, this is what the FIRS is saying, that it does not grant France access to Nigeria. It says the MOU is a standard, globally recognized cooperation framework focused solely on technical assistance and capacity building. It does not grant France access to Nigerian taxpayers' data, digital systems, or any element of our operational infrastructure. The body stated in a reaction yesterday.
Okay.
Well, FRS noted that all existing Nigerian laws on data protection, cybersecurity, and sovereignty remains fully applicable and strictly enforced. Okay. Well,
So-
that's basically it.
Hold on. No. If you don't give them this,
convincing to me.
It's not. Listen, no. If you don't give them all this information, how will they now work with you? Tell me how. If they are coming here for the purpose of our tax reform and all that, are you not going to provide them with all they need to work? And when you are providing it, are you not giving some information away? Look, these people, they think they are very clever. Mr. Okoro, they think they are very clever, and it's very annoying. When your government will be treating you as if you are a zombie, you don't know anything. Where is the standard practice? When some people are telling you that in other countries where they practice this thing, it collapsed, it didn't work. Yet you want to go and try it. So, of all the people we have in Nigeria, all the tax experts, none of them could do this except France, Abi. No, except France will do it, Abi.
Exactly my point. Why can't we build a system? Why can't we build that infrastructure to collect it ourselves?
I mean, what is there in the first place? What is there? I have told somebody
We have IT firms that can do all of this.
That I can do Nigerians,
names, but there are a lot of them.
A lot of them that can do all of this. So why France in particular?
This what is this data system that was collecting revenue for government? This
remitter.
Good. You saw the expert job they have done. You saw the expert job remitter have been doing for government in this country. What is wrong with it? They don't want to impose another one on it. We don't like success in this country. Seriously, we don't like success. Every successful story, the government will try to kill it. Remitter, have anybody come with any complaint against Remitter since they have been working under Buhari and all that? It was Jonathan that created that thing. Now, all of a sudden, they are no longer good for us.
Yes, treasury singular.
I am telling you, all these things are there. Nobody has faulted it, but somebody want to bring his own that will not benefit him. Benefit him. You are working with France. Meanwhile, we know your relationship with France. Whenever any government,
sir, you say when we say we, who are the
Nigerians now? Is it not your money? Tax is it government?
No, I mean he said his relationship with France.
Are you not seeing when he was going there for almost everything? Are you not
going? You know the relationship. I don't know.
Why can't he visit America? Why can't he visit America like that?
Robert Roy, please let's get your thoughts. Comrade Roy Oriabo, if you're still with us, let's get your thoughts on this one.
The issue of, we are not talking about sovereignty again.
I'm telling you.
We are not talking about sovereignty. When Trump said that he wants to help us, there was a Christian genocide in Nigeria, that they want, everybody was shouting. Nigeria is a sovereign state. America should not come. Now France is not there. Paying and hobnobbing with our data. What kind of a society will you not go? What kind of result will you get under this arrangement? We have an organization that has shown capacity over the years, managing us. There have never been complained, but because of some certain interests now, you are moving now everything, our data will not be managed by another country. Then you are exposing all of us. They are exposing all of us because of their personal interests. It's very unfortunate. It is even a direct indictment of the leadership of Board of Internal Revenue. They are saying that they don't have the capacity to function. They are telling us that they don't know what they are supposed to do at a given time. There are indigenous organizations who will do more better than what they are imposing on us. This is just more. If I were to advise the president, I will immediately call for the sack of the Board of Internal, the chairman of the Board of Internal Revenue, because exposing our data to a foreign country, that will undermine us, whether you like it or not. Either now or later, we are still going to see that this is not a genuine and a sincere plan for Nigeria development. Thank you.
All right.
Now, this is even an empowering the bank to take your money without your knowledge. Are you aware? With this thing they are doing about NIM, Mr. Okoro, you will see cases next year. Because banks are going to extort and deduct your money without your knowledge. And when you ask them, it's the federal government that took it to everything now, federal government and their tax. So you can imagine.
But Taiwo has said that kind of thing won't happen.
Are you serious? Really? Hold on. When innocent happened, there was not even the tax reform. If not that man is a big boy, who else can they take away 24 billion naira from his account and is still breathing? And you think that that's the only man, Abi? This other small business that they are 100 naira, 200 naira, and all that every month, they don't even pay attention to it. But when they now cumulatively, you now know how much these banks will be taking from you in the name of tax. This NIM, they said you must have it now because you can have bank account. You remember? And your tax data, NIM and team. Remember when this NIM was proposed by Pantami, that he will help us to fight insecurity and all that. Up to today, nobody asked him, Mr.
Oh, well, this would be a good place to wrap up this conversation.
All these things they tell us, we should be interrogating this in the Moses.
Yes, of course.
We should be interrogating it.
That's why
everything they just tell us. They say tax reform. I think that will bring you.
We are out of time for newspaper.
Let them return that money before we can pay more tax.
We'll have sports next.
Let them return the money they stole.
Subsequent programs on the station will have these conversations discussed elaborately. Well, thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agumah. Thank you very much, Comrade Roy Oriabo. Well, thank you also, Chukwuma Okoro, who comes back later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens.
And I'll be joined by Barrister Darlington Agumah. We'll first of all travel to River State to unpack what's going on in River State. Then we'll travel around the country to bring you interesting trending stories. Join us then. Promises to be quite interesting.
Well, there you have it. That's it on the show today. I am Moses Humphrey. Have yourselves a beautiful day. Bye for now.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. The city call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide, or more. Not be all also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Autonomy.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello and welcome to the Media News on Voice of the People TV. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am Chioma Innocent. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. First, the headlines. CPPE flays power sector's 4 trillion naira debt tariff. Politics as unsustainable.
ECOWAS tackles schools, reorders regional power structure.
Federal government says 11 soldiers still detained by Burkina Faso.
Presidency opposition bicker over alleged EFCC intimidation.
Congressman Moore says Nigeria, US close to finalizing security framework.
Dangote accuses NMDPRA chief of fraud, seeks probe.
In business, NNPC repairs Escravos Lagos pipeline after incident.
In sports, Zoho declares readiness, dismisses Wabali rivalry claims.
And in the world of entertainment, filmmaker Robert Reiner, wife found dead in Los Angeles house. Now the news in detail. The Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, CPPE, has raised concerns about the renewed strain in Nigeria's power sector, warning that tariff politics, deep structural weaknesses, and a growing liquidity crisis are undermining the sector's sustainability. In a policy brief by its Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Muda Yusuf, the CPPE noted that the repeated reform efforts, notwithstanding deep structural, financial, and governance challenges, have kept the electricity industry among the nation's most challenging segments. According to the organization, the problems are multidimensional and cut across political, economic constraint, tariff distortions, weak investor capacity, transmission bottlenecks, and a persistent liquidity crisis across the value chain. It identified a difficulty in implementing a fully cost-reflective tariff regime as top amongst the issues, as electricity tariffs remain capped largely due to social and political sensitivities, including subsidy dependence and widened financing gap.
Still in the news, the federal government has disclosed ongoing discussions with Burkina Faso government to the release of the detained Nigerian Air Force C-130 aircraft and its 11 soldier crew. The aircraft crew and soldiers on board were seized last Monday after the crew's precautionary landing in Bobo de Lasso, Burkina Faso, over technical faults. Burkina Faso authorities and the Confederation of Sahel States have accused the crew of violating its airspace as reason the plane was forced to land. However, a spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kimi Ebiebinfa, said the federal government has been actively engaging the African country to resolve the matter diplomatically, adding that the crew were yet to be released. He added that the ministry has taken over the discussion to ensure the safe release of both the aircraft and the military personnel.
In the meantime, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has declared against unconstitutional changes of government, warning of targeted sanctions against coup masterminds in the sub-region. In the final communique presented by the ECOWAS Commission President, Dr. Oumar Touré, at the close of the 68th Ordinary Session of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government at the State House in Abuja, the body reaffirmed the readiness to deploy the ECOWAS standby force to defend the constitutional order. ECOWAS said it recognized the relative stability and resilience of the region and commended the conduct of recent presidential and general elections in Guinea-Bissau and Côte d'Ivoire, while welcoming preparations by Benin Republic ahead of its forthcoming polls, amongst others. On the Gambia, it expressed, or rather warned former President Yahya Jammeh that the joint ECOWAS African Union United Nations declaration preceding his departure to exile did not absolve him of accountability for allegations of human rights violations committed during his rule between 1994 and 2016. Meanwhile, the summit also reshaped the region's institutional leadership ahead of the end of the current mandate in July 2026. Consequently, Senegal was named to assume the presidency of the ECOWAS Commission with Nigeria as vice president, among other portfolios.
Opposition figures, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Gregory Obi, have accused President Bola Tinubu's administration of deliberately undermining opposition parties ahead of the future elections. In a joint statement, which was also signed by the national chairman of the African Democratic Congress, David Mark, and former All Progressives Congress, John Odige Oyego, they allege that state authority is being weaponized against political opponents rather than to combat economic crimes. They further called for an independent audit of federal, state, and local government accounts from 2015 to 2025. According to the opposition, major national institutions, including the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Nigerian Police, and the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, are increasingly being used as instruments of political intimidation, selectively enforcing justice against opposition figures while shielding ruling party members. They allege that across the nation, state power is being deployed not for the prevention of economic crimes, but for the prosecution of perceived political adversaries, with the ultimate aim of weakening opposition voices and dismantling Nigeria's multi-party democracy.
In the meantime, the leadership of the Accord Party in Osun State has accused the All Progressives Congress (APC) of a plot to organize a parallel primary after the emergence of Governor Ademola Adeleke as its flag bearer for the 2026 state governorship election. In a statement, the Osun State chairman of Accord, Victor Akonde, said the plot of a legal parallel primary is to sow the seeds of disunity, confusion, and chaos in the state in the name of the party. According to him, it is a gimmick by the APC to discredit what he called the overwhelming acceptance, popularity, and goodwill that Governor Adeleke enjoys among the Osun people, especially after his declaration and affiliation with the party.
In another development, because our Tomorrow Baby or TT party has warned that shifting the 2027 general election to November 2026 will terribly impact the electoral process and defeat the purpose. In a statement by the national chairman, Sonia Denuga BOOT party, say that Nigeria is at a defining crossroad, adding that electoral reform is necessary and technology can strengthen democracy, but only when thoughtfully introduced, transparently tested, and backed by infrastructure that is resilient, secured, and professionally governed.
In a recent development, United States Congressman Riley Moore says his country and Nigeria are finalizing an agreement on a strategic security framework in the fight against terrorism in Nigeria. In a post on X, Moore said the proposed framework would focus on combating extremist groups operating in the northeast and middle belt regions of the country and ending what he called a genocide against Christians. His comments follow the fact-finding mission to Nigeria, where he witnessed firsthand the devastating impact of violent extremism on the civilian population in Benue and Plateau State. Moore, who led a delegation of U.S. congressmen on the fact-finding mission, met with the Nigerian government officials, including the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, and the Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi. He also met with some religious and traditional leaders in Benue and Plateau State, as well as Benue State Governor Hyacinth Alia. He explained that his report to President Donald Trump would outline paths to ending the violent extremism and the killing of Christians, amongst others.
Still on insecurity, notorious bandit leader Bello Turji has called for the arrest of the former governor of Sokoto State, Tahiru Bafarawa, and former governor of Zamfara State, Senator Ahmad Yerima, accusing them of fueling the security crisis in the northern region. In a viral video on social media, the bandit leader refuted the claims by Musa Kamarawa, a former peace mediator appointed by the Sokoto and Zamfara State government to facilitate dialogue with armed groups in the northwest. Distancing himself from political influence, Turji claimed that he was not acting on behalf of any politician or interest group in Nigeria.
Meanwhile, a former member of the Kwara State House of Assembly, Mashood Bakari, has urged the federal government to urgently investigate allegations that the Kwara State government supplied arms and ammunition to the bandits terrorizing parts of the state. This followed claims by suspected bandits who were arrested by the military that were sponsored by the state government. However, the chief press secretary to the governor, Abdul Rahman Abdul Razak Rafiu Ajakaye, has dismissed the allegations as shared this information, stating that anyone who understands Hausa will see that the fellows said they got weapons from Abuja. In the video, one of the suspects has said in Hausa and Pidgin English that the patrol vehicle and rifles were provided by the Ilorin government, alleging that they had been operating under the guise of security patrol.
Meanwhile, President of Dangote Industrial Limited, Aliko Dangote, has accused the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed, of economic sabotage. Calling for his investigation and prosecution, Dangote told newsmen in Lagos that the leadership of the NMDPRA was undermining domestic refining in Nigeria by colluding with international traders and oil importers to frustrate local refining through the continued issuance of import licenses for petroleum products. Dangote further alleged that Ahmed was living beyond his legitimate means. expressing concern over the state of the downstream sector. They stated that Nigeria's continued reliance on fuel imports was harming local production and discouraging investment in domestic refining. He further disclosed that import licenses covering approximately 7.5 billion liters of PMS had reportedly been issued for the first quarter of 2026, despite of the availability of significant domestic refining capacity.
You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People television. We'll take a very short break now and we'll return with more stories and the news analysis segment. Stay tuned.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm an about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Bernie 9, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Glad to have you back. It's still the Media News and Voice of the People television, and it's time for the Media News analysis. And with us in the studio is Mr. Darlington Agomo Esquire, a political and public affairs commentator. Good afternoon, Barrister Darlington. Good to have you join today's Media News.
No, Finan, how are you?
Good. Good to have you join Denise today.
Yes, sir.
All right. Without wasting much time, Barrister, let's start off with this new allegation levied against the NMDPRA chief and their leadership by Aliko Dangote that they are finding a way to undermine the production of local refineries by giving out licenses to importers of PMS in the country. Recall that before now, I think the presidency made a statement about how we're going to have a 15%, tariff imposed on people who are still importing PMS, where we have a capacity and a yielding refinery in Nigeria that would belonging to a private person or private individual, but still is producing something that we can even export and is serving the country. What do you have to say about this allegation and the call for investigation, saying that the boss is living above his means?
Look, the story of the oil industry is a story of fraud and deceit. Is it not someone that gave people license to import fuel? When Dangote have told us that, look, he is ready to supply even Africa, not to talk of Nigeria. So why are you giving people license to import fuel? They are not doing it on their own. So whatever story the government is telling me here, I will never believe them because they are not sincere. Remember, when this guy brings this fuel, we are still going to pay them subsidy. Meanwhile, they told us that subsidy is gone. So what is the government doing with this oil industry? If you import fuel, you import at your own peril. When you come in, you compete with Dangote. Since you want to run a free market. So why is it that government is still giving subsidy to some people? Are they giving Dangote subsidy? The answer is no. So why must they be giving subsidy to NNPC and their whatever? In fact, it's so sad. Serious. This is how they kill businesses. You say people should come in and invest. A man invested and you will not allow him to run his business. You are trying to undermine it. You are trying to, because you are using your federal might to support some people against the business of other people. This oil industry, when will the story end?
That's the next question I wanted to ask you.
After the moving subsidy.
Now, but do you think that this call, coming from the Aliko Dangote and his team for Farouk Ahmed to be investigated, he tagged it economic sabotage, do you think he's going to see the order of the day? Do you think he's going to see the light of the day?
It's
the government to look into it.
Yeah, it's left for him to put pressure because there is something going on here that nobody is telling us.
Why are we having this back and forth with Dangote refinery? And first it was the Ipman, and later it moved or metamorphosed into Nupeng, even talking about boycotting supply of crude oil and every other thing. And now we're getting, another one coming from people still receive licenses for fuel importation. They want to have a refinery working here in Nigeria.
I want Dangote to sue the federal government. Under the PIA, it is stated clearly that, look, in the dancing sector, you don't need to bring in anything that Nigerian entrepreneurs have the capacity.
Wouldn't that be indicting if he's to go that route, given the fact that we were told, Barrister, that according to the PIA, someone who is playing majorly, in the refining shouldn't be seen running around the retailing arm or the retailing part of it too. I think the PIA also was so clear on that position.
Have he not told you to come and lift up his product, but you refuse? You refuse. You decided to import. The man said, look, he doesn't want Nigerians to be shortchanged. He pegged the price at, I think, 800. Then you, who came to pick it up, is now adding more money against the dictates of the industry. Is that not why Dangote said, look, I'm going to supply to Nigerians directly? Because the people who are supposed to do that, they are now playing hanky-panky with him.
So what does this portend with the mantra of this administration calling or telling Nigerians that local production or refining is one of the things that they will look into? And, we have the likes of BUA coming up too. Are we going to see BUA refinery also facing such challenge that Aliko Dangote refinery is facing?
Let him come up for maybe when he team up with Dangote, the government will not listen.
But with the back and forth, the story surrounding this, recall when we heard about NNPC seeking to have an office with within the refinery and all that. You know, the allegations of having a sulfur fuel, the diesel supply and all that. Are we going to see all this clear without, you know, more like making other people who have interest in oil and gas sector now change their mind or push the business to another country?
I am expecting Dangote. In fact, I'm advising Dangote to take the federal government to court over this thing, because the federal government is behind it. Who gives the import license to this what's it called, importers of fuel? Is it not the federal government? So why would you be doing that? Dangote should take them to court. That would have been possible if Dangote cannot meet up the supply. We say, okay, the shortfall, yes, people should bring it in. But Dangote have promised to supply the whole of Africa. So Nigeria is just a piece of cake for him. They just want to sabotage this man.
Sabotage?
Yeah, they are sabotaging him. That's why, if you check, at every point in time, he will lower prices.
All right, Barrister, let's move away slightly from that story to issue of banditry terrorism, where Torje Bello denies having any sponsorship from Bello Matawalle, but further accuses Bafrawa and Yerima, the former governors of Zamfara and Sokoto, of fueling the issue of fueling insecurity now in the northern region of Nigeria. There was a video we played during the morning buzz on Saturday, where one man, I think Kamarawa was his name, he was appointed to be a mediator, more like a peace mediator between the bandits and the government. And he was appointed during the time of Bello Matawalle. He was so vocal. He talked about how much was given to him, even to the point of renovation of buildings, supplying of basic amenities, payments from 14 local governments to this terrorist. And he has documents, information. The help also came from Abuja for the terrorists to still be running around. And he made mention of Torje Bello, Lelo, and other people who have been holding the northern region, especially the Zamfara axis, down by the jugular. And now we're seeing Torje Bello, a non-state actor, coming up to say that Matawalle should not be blamed, but the former governor of Sokoto and Zamfara should be blamed. What do you have to say about this?
The man is lying. In fact, the only reason why this man is talking is because this government in place now, the government in office now, I don't know how to describe them. If they are truly a government in power, somebody like Torje Bello should not be. In fact, he would have been taken down about 2 years ago. I'm telling you. The mere fact that this Torje Bello is still talking is an insult to every Nigerian. A very big insult. A foreign terrorist from Niger coming here to tell us what to do. Now accusing state actors, naming them as partners in his criminal endeavor. Is that not an embarrassment that Torje Bello will open his mouth and be telling us who is involved in the business he's doing? This is not the first time, remember. He has been saying all this while. And this man is now acting like a law unto himself. He has become an alternate government. So if he's saying that what this special assistant is saying is not true, then who is now sponsoring him? Where is he getting the money that is sustaining him? The guns and ammunition in his custody, how did he get them? How is he sustaining those people he kidnapped? The people he released the other time, they were about 100 people. Is that not true? So how come they were in his custody? This is a question this man cannot even answer. Yet the government is looking at him, listening to him. Listening to him, he's now pointing fingers to governors, elected governors.
So what does this speak to? The complicit nature of some elected officials in fight against insecurity, because some Nigerians are of the opinion that some people are benefiting from this. So I've gone for that talk about how some governors are enjoying the largesse from the security votes that's been paid to them. And now I have a non-state actor, coming up, a ragtag bandits coming up to tell Nigerians that go after former governors of these states. They are the ones that need to be arrested, not the state for defense minister, who we know that some persons are also talking about how he must have in one way or another supply, be it vehicles or other form of, other form of aid to terrorists at this point. How are we going to fight insecurity, especially in the northwestern region, to end it so that, you know, this embarrassment can actually go off Nigerian soil?
If you add it to the investigation by Danjuma Ali Kefas, Fina, you now know that we are in a very deep mess. Seriously. Let's even leave that of Toju Bello. The investigation by an army officer who told us how that man was killed. That chief of army staff who took over from Brotai. How he was murdered. How a bomb was planted in his plane and the thing blew away all the people inside it. That report is out there. The man, after that investigation, he had to be detained for 64 days. Now, is that one true a lie? Is it a lie? Because if a plane landed, it would not warrant taking away the legs of people inside that place, their limbs. But this is the bomb that blew away their limbs. And so, who planted that bomb? Fina, who did that thing? To find out is not a rocket science. You can always find out. The person that entered that plane the last time before that chief of army staff entered that plane is enough. He will tell her what he went there to go and do before the plane took off. But nobody will mention, nobody will talk about it. And so, when these things are happening, Fina, know that government hand is in this matter.
Barrister, what does this portend? What picture do we have now of Nigeria within the international space? Because we're talking about what's playing out in Kwara, in Zamfara and in Sokoto. We have another, more like an accusation, coming up again from Kwara State, where we're having former member of the Kwara State House of Assembly, Moshood Bakare, urging the federal government to further investigate allegation that the Kwara State government is supplying arms and ammunition to bandit terrorists in some parts of the state. What is really happening? The stories we're getting, revelation or allegation, how are we going to exonerate ourselves from such?
The terrorists confessed that, yes, the arms they are carrying was given to them by the government of Kwara State. Abi? You said that the car they are using, the motor they are using to patrol, all of them were supplied by what? Kwara State government. You see what we have been saying all along, that government hand is in this matter. Is it not coming to light now? So how will the government now exonerate itself with this romance with terrorists? How do you explain it? Government has in this. That's why somebody in America called us a disgraced nation. They have all this information, Fina. They have it at the tip of their palms, like they have it. That the government of Nigeria is working with terrorists in Nigeria. The facts are here now before us. So how will anybody deny this now? No, how will the government deny it every time you hear them talking about fighting insecurity? Meanwhile, all is wash. What they are telling you is not what they are doing. They will tell you another thing. Meanwhile, in their mind, in their innermost of their mind, they have a different mindset. Look at what we are seeing, that a government is involved in terrorism. A government. How do you explain all these things, for God's sake? How? You see the real people that are terrorizing, you are in bed, you are in discussion with them, you are romancing with them. Then how can I now believe that you are fighting security? Why is Toju Bello still in Nigeria and nobody have touched him? Why? Every time we are getting close to him, Is the man a spirit? All this while you have been having meeting with him and you don't know where he is. Please, somebody should tell me. The truth is coming home now. That the government is involved in this terrorism. The truth is coming home now. From state to federal, they are involved in this matter. All the facts are there in the open. Because if I tell you, Fina, that look, you see this thing that is happening here, I know the person who behind it. You as the government, instead of you to take action, you pretend as if you do not hear me, you do not see me. It shows that you are involved. That's why you don't want to take action. Simple. There's no other explanation. Your action speaks louder than words. You can't even confront these people and say, look, you have done enough or you leave Nigeria. You can't even say that. Why?
What information do you think that Larry Moore will give to the U.S. government Because he told, he made mention of how he's going to drop the official information from his finding from Nigeria regarding the CPC, country of particular concern, that will have been designated to belong to the Christian genocide and every other thing that has to do with insecurity. What information do you think is going to push out? With all this celebration that we're getting now, the back and forth, the support of some government officials in terrorism. And do you think also that the federal government will be genuine enough in bringing out the names of terrorism financiers that they told us that they have already?
I have told the US to stop this committee and partnership with Nigerian government. I have told them, if they don't want to be messed up, because the federal government of Nigeria is not ready to fight this terrorism. So if anybody is coming to do it, they wouldn't like it. There are people they are covering. There are people they wouldn't want to mention their name. There are information they will not give American government. Because some people are above the law in Nigeria. In Nigeria, some people are above the law. You hear nothing, see nothing, and say nothing about them. That's the truth. So the federal government will never reveal these people or hand them over to American government. So what is the need of the partnership and the committee and whatever panel? What's the need? If you are sincere, do you need an American government to tell you what to do? If you are sincere, tell me. You don't have any military now to take care of this thing, except America comes into the matter. I have advised American government they should not allow themselves to be rubbish in this matter, because whenever the federal government of Nigeria don't want to do anything, they set up committee. Fina, were you not here when the Minister of Defense, they were appointed just 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, was blowing hot on TV and everywhere that he will find out. He will investigate and find out the person that ordered those people to leave the school before they were kidnapped. Fina, up to today, have you heard anything again? Up to today. He's still investigating, Abi. So it will take 2 years to find out who did that thing. Sorry, somebody gave an order by phone call. Somebody called somebody in that school. All of you should get out from that place. So, do you need angels from heaven to tell you who? The people that left that school, somebody should tell the government. I received this phone call from so person. Do you need a panel to know who the person is? Please, they should stop disturbing us and stop deceiving themselves.
All right, let's move away from terrorism for a few minutes and talk about diplomatic and what seems to be diplomatic and military tensions between Nigeria and some other West African states that have been involved in coups recently, particularly at this moment, Burkina Faso. The federal government of Nigeria says they are yet to release the 11 soldiers who were in the aircraft that had to make an emergency landing in the country. Now, while we're talking about that as well, there was an ECOWAS meeting where Nigeria is calling for stronger regional unity, where Nigeria is also calling for stronger diplomatic, where we all come together and work as ECOWAS, as the West African Union, right? So that we can actually achieve more. But these countries that have been involved in coups, they said they don't longer want to be part of ECOWAS, and they formed the Association of Sahel States. Where does Nigeria stand right now, especially when such countries feel like Nigeria is biting more than it can chew, or Nigeria is liaising with countries that they are trying to push out, particularly France, whereby Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger are trying to push out France, Nigeria is dallying with France. Would you say they see this as a betrayal?
Of course. In fact, that was the major reason why the Sahel state left. That's why their colonial masters were oppressing and suppressing them. Nigeria, that was heading ECOWAS at that time, was in bed with France. That was why these people left. You are supposed to protect your people. This is the ECOWAS states. And they are complaining of what their colonial masters is doing to them. Instead of you to align with your people here in ECOWAS, you were, romancing with France, going there and they are dictating to you what to do to your own people. That was why they left. And I cannot blame them, seriously, I cannot. If other countries, have the opportunity, they too should leave. Because ECOWAS is no longer serving the purpose for which it was created. Where is the protection? ECOWAS has become a toothless bulldog. They can't even sanction Nigeria for what they say, except to make a statement that Nigeria is the worst culprit in disobeying ECOWAS court and all that. After that, what happened? After saying that, what happened? Nothing. You just told Nigeria that you disobey ECOWAS court decisions. What are you supposed to do as a follow-up? Nothing. So ECOWAS is a spent force. It no longer have the power to discipline members, even to talk to some of their leaders who have been messing around with their country and all that. They can't do that.
When you say they don't have what it takes to, you recall that they've also warned the former governor or the former president of Gambia, Yahya Jammeh, that he must come back to answer questions regarding the way he acted from the time he was the president of Gambia from 2016 from 1994 to 2016. We have issues of violation, human rights violation during the time he was down on that. Don't you think that that's more like a good call, even while he was in exile? They are ready to sanction.
Don't mind them. They are choosing the scapegoat here. Because Jammeh and Gambia is a very small country. They don't have a voice. People have done worse things than Jammeh, and yet nothing happened. Fina, people have done worse things 10 times over than Jammeh in Gambia. Yet nobody called them out, nobody sanctioned them, nobody said anything. Can you see what we are talking about here?
When you say people have done worse things, can you help us walk through?
Nigeria. ECOWAS just told you here that Nigeria is the worst culprit in disobeying ECOWAS court decision. They don't implement, they don't obey it. Is that not true? So what followed after? Why don't you call Tinubu to come and explain why you cannot obey ECOWAS court? Call him out the same way you are calling Jammeh. Yes, call him out. Let us start from there.
On the issue of military coups, can ECOWAS actually stop other West African nations from this happening? We saw how Nigerian forces and ECOWAS forces actually trooped into Benin Republic, and they are still there even up till now. Can they stop this wave of coups? And is there ever a way we can come to agreement with this confederation of Sahel states who have chosen to stay on their own?
If anybody is in doubt, let them watch out. Some of these people are going to leave the ECOWAS bloc. They can't stop coups in West Africa. It's not possible. As long as this rascality in democracy continues, people are going to excuse themselves from it, whether you like it or not. The world has moved on. This is 21st century, for God's sake. You don't expect anybody to wait for you. No, it's not possible. What causes this disagreement? What causes this coup? Have you addressed it? The answer is no. So if you have not addressed it, then what makes you think that the problem will not continue? Look, it's not about democracy. The question is, what has democracy brought to West Africa and Africa? If you are behaving worse than the military men you are accusing of undermining democracy, then what is the need? What is the essence? What's the difference between some of civilian administration in Africa and the military? What's the difference? Some civilian administration is 10 times worse than the military. 10 times worse than the military. They just go to that AU building in Addis Ababa and then protect their own interests. Because you feel that the military. But some of them are genuinely patriotic. Genuinely patriotic. Unlike you people who claim to be civilian Democrats. Mention any of them that have not stolen money from their country and take it to the Western world. Just mention one person among them. Is that part of democracy? You steal your country blind. You impoverish your people. You dehumanize your people. You disobey court order, rule of law. And now you are claiming you sit tight. No, tell me, you sit tight like Bobby in Cameroon, like Museveni, like so many of them in Africa. You have not asked them why. It is the military you come and tell that they are not. You are the one that called for it. Don't blame anybody. You are the one.
All right, Barrister, I guess this is a good place to encore today's media news analysis. Thank you so much, Barrister Darlington Agomo, for being part of today's media news. We appreciate your presence in the studio.
It's my pleasure.
All right, we'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. Benue directs schools to refund 106,000 Wike and NECO fee back to students. Do well to stay with us. Come back is still the media news and voice of the people television. The Benue State government has directed Joel Model School, Makudi, to immediately reverse to 106,000 naira being charged parents for the West African Examination Council, Wike, and National Examination Council, NACO, describing the levy as excessive and unjustifiable. The directive, through its Education Quality Assurance and Examination Board, followed a series of petitions from aggrieved parents who accused the school of imposing arbitrary examination fees. Following the complaint, the board summoned the school's proprietor, principal, and members of the Parents Teachers Association to a meeting in Makudi, where they reported they failed to justify the amount being demanded. Speaking during the engagement, the Executive Secretary of BEQAEB, Dr. Tina Francis, clarified that the official approved fee for WAEC registration was 28,000 naira, while NACO was yet to announce its fee for the 2026 examinations. He further stressed that candidates were not mandated to register for both WAEC and NACO, and that such decisions should be left to parents and students.
Now we take you straight into the world of business, where the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has confirmed the successful containment of a disruption on a section of the Escravos-Lagos pipeline system in southwest Warri, Delta State. According to the Chief Corporate Communications Officer, Andy Ode, all relevant pipeline sections have been safely and securely isolated. He explained in a statement that a joint team of NNPC Limited, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, and MDPRA technical teams and maintenance contractors have conducted a preliminary inspection at the affected site. NNPC Gas Infrastructure Company, NGIC, which operates the network, had activated its business continuity plan to manage the impact on all affected stakeholders, including shippers and suppliers, to ensure minimal disruption to operations. The company said it would continue to maintain open communication with host communities, state authorities, and other critical stakeholders while reaffirming focus on community engagement and operational reliability across all assets.
Moving on to the sports segment of the bulletin, Super Eagles goalkeeper Francis Uzoho has declared readiness for international duty after being recalled for the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations AFCON in Morocco. Speaking on his return, Uzoho expressed delight at reconnecting with long-term teammates, saying that his recall was a moment of joy and relief, stating that his return to the national team was based on his readiness and the confidence the technical crew has on him. He dismissed the insinuations of rivalry with first-choice goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali. According to him, both support each other and share a very close relationship. Meanwhile, Nigeria heads into the AFCON, aiming to improve on their runner-ups finish at the last edition.
Still in sports, Sunderland's debut win was about pride as much as points. It marked a defining moment in a season built on belief and momentum. Manchester City were not flawless, but they were clinical when it mattered. Erling Haaland's goals continue to tilt big games in their favour. Aston Villa are rewriting the rules of expected goals with confidence and quality. Their results suggest this surge is no fluke, but a sustained challenge. At the other end, mistakes and inefficiency are proving costly for struggling sides. In the Premier League, control and composure remain the difference between progress and regret.
In entertainment, legendary Nollywood director and actor Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle, have been found dead at their home in Los Angeles. Police say the case is being investigated as an apparent homicide. Authorities confirmed that a 78-year-old man and a 68-year-old woman were pronounced dead at the scene, though no arrests, have been made. Investigators have not released details about the cause of death or any possible suspects. Rainer was best known for directing classic films such as The Princess Bride, When Harry Met Sally, Misery, and A Few Good Men. Tributes have poured in from political leaders and figures across the film industry. California Governor Gavin Newsom described Rainer as a big-hearted genius, while colleagues remembered him as a kind and influential voice in cinema. The police says the coroner's office will determine the official cause of death. That is it on the media news, but before we go, let's take a quick look at the headlines. CPPE flays power sectors, says a 4 trillion naira debt tariff politics as unstable.
And ECOWAS tackles coups reorders regional power structure.
FG says 11 soldiers still detained by Burkina Faso.
Presidency opposition bicker over alleged EFCC intimidation.
Congressman Moore says Nigeria, US close to finalizing security framework.
Dangote accuses NMDPRA chief of fraud, 6 probe.
In business, we told you that NNPC repairs Escravos Lagos pipeline after incident.
And in sport, Zohor declares readiness, the Smithies Mwabali rivalry claims.
In entertainment, filmmaker Rob Reiner, wife found dead in Los Angeles homes. That is it on the news. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube. We are at Voice of the People TV, and across all the social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness any news happening around you, we want to gather information. Do well to visit our newsroom via this website, www.vop.ng, and also you can get across to the newsroom on news@vop.ng. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People television is the Spotlight Show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am Chioma Innocent. Thank you for watching.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familani, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 25 564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee, from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede, went to the source of the hot and cold springs about which he had heard from the Ikogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he's quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend McGee, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the McGees had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello, beautiful people. How are you all doing? And yes, welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And I'm your special baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, today I'm not alone. I'm with a special person, but I'm introducing him as a special person today because it be like say he do small changes, and I'm really proud of him. All right, he's here with us. Let him introduce himself.
I don't understand. Which one is he did a little changes? Which one be the change?
No, the last time when you were on my show, there are some things that happened, but then we always.
So you don't like me, or you don't like me, Cam? What do you want exactly? All right, welcome on board. It is the Spotlight. My name is Savior. Okay, the very calm Savior.
Well, today is calm. Let me just, dance around. Just follow him like that.
Enjoy it while it lasts. Yes, enjoy it while it lasts.
This one is the enjoy it while it lasts.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
There's problem, okay. So yes, it's a new day to stay positive, inspired, and grounded. We're bringing you an exciting blend of jests. So please don't go anywhere. Sit tight while we ride together. But before we start, so Savior, how's your week been for you? This is Monday, and today you just came to work and you are just all calm, all gentle. There must be something that is wrong because I even asked myself that question.
If I am permitted to actually sing it in Fela's tone, he said, already. meaning that you don't want to say anything, you don't want to give a reply, you understand? But sincerely, my weekend was great. My weekend was, great. I didn't really work.
Yes. How will you walk? How is your leg?
Just with family. No, you have said it now. Of course, no problem. Let's just say it out. Not until when I had the sprain, but of course, my knee is fine.
You're sure it's sprain? It's well, he said it's sprain. Okay.
He's trying to actually call what is not. I don't understand. When you with me at home, if I mention what Precious is actually saying. But I won't say
evidence clear now. Like there's evidence. So why you?
I love this fact that the young shall grow.
The young shall grow.
Is actually coming at me today. Today I decided to be very nice to you on the show, but it's fine. But I'm okay. Thank you for asking.
I actually care. That's what I'm asking.
You cared. But because
I care, that's what I'm asking. Because if I don't care, I won't, I won't pay much attention on it.
What's going on? No problem. You've actually put it out there. It's fine. Thank you. I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
Of course, you'll be fine. Why won't you be fine?
How was your weekend?
It was good. Great.
It was great.
Yes.
Okay, no problem. I have more to say, but it's not for the TV.
Please, we have a lot of gist, so please stay with us. Don't mind Savior. He's actually, being so funny this morning, but it's good. So yes. First off, we are talking about Nollywood actress Doris Ogala has ignited widespread controversy, following a series of allegations against Lagos-based cleric, Pastor Chris Okafor, founder of Grace Nation Church. In viral social media posts, the actress claimed she was involved in a long-term secret romantic relationship with the pastor, alleging that he promised her marriage before alleging abandoning her to engage another woman. So Ogala accused the cleric of causing her deep emotional distress, claiming the relation negatively affected her mental health, family life, and career, and reportedly led to a suicide attempt that has since drawn public concern. So the allegation has continued to dominate online discussions, with actress sharing screenshots and videos she claims supports her account. So Pastor Chris Okafor has reportedly denied the claims, describing them as false and misleading. Though no legal action has been publicly confirmed by either party, the situation has divided public opinion, with many calling for caution, empathy, and due process, as the matter remains based on allegations and counterclaims, yet to be independently verified. So yes, let's hear what she has come out to say.
What should I thank you so for that he will not marry you, not lie you? Are you leaving me for? No, forget about saying clouds or no cloud. I've not slept since yesterday, that I have to deactivate myself to think this thing through. What are you leaving me for now? Okay, shame here. You people can insult me for all you care. Only me know what is going on with my life. This man fucked me. My life has taught me this. If I lost my younger brother. Yeah, I lost my younger brother now. Chris, no, this marriage will not work. Who are you leaving me for? After sharing my naked video, turning your own miscarriage, the miscarriage I had for you, turning into abortion. What do you think you want to leave me for, Chris? No, Chris Okafor, it will not work. No, you will keep me fed before you make this marriage work. After destroying my life, what do you want to leave me for? You, Chris, no, it's not possible, Chris. Chris, it's not possible. I've not recovered since. Yesterday, I almost committed suicide now. People don't know what I'm going to do. I behave normal to you people.
this is it's quite a lot. Yeah? So what I would say is women nowadays are, going into something that's really scary. I can't imagine a lady, want to kill yourself because of a man. Eh? You go they trust man. God, I beg you. You go they trust man. It's actually funny, You're not crying and yes, you're coming. I won't even blame him. If he actually did that, I won't blame him. I'm serious. Because it's a lot. You're supposed to, as a lady, you're supposed to have this how will I put it? This prestige for yourself. So it's actually funny seeing you, doing this crying and everything because for you. And the funny enough, with even the story where I just hear, you say you leave your husband where you married before. He tell you may you leave her, you can't leave and can't go there with her. Wow, very interesting. It's actually interesting. So why are you quiet? You're not.
I have to allow my madam ask me to say something.
It's funny because I don't know why I'm not angry. Yeah? Yes, because when I saw that, I'm like, wow. And you even, no shame at all. You come out to say all those things and it's...
Okay, so...
I'm not pitying him, sorry, but...
Let me come in from the standpoint. First, we have a random conversation now that is going on.
Yeah.
That some women are confused, and I will buttress the point.
Yeah.
Some women get to leave their man because their man cheated. They divorced. Now, they start dating another married man, becoming a side chick to another married person that they actually left. You left your own husband because your husband cheated. Now, the person who is available for you to be in a relationship with is another married person. It shows how confused some people can be. Now, you going into marriage, and nobody's perfect. Sincerely, different marriages are going through a lot, But you should be able to be with somebody that no matter what, no matter the quarrel, no matter the issue, you just know that I still have to put up with this person. I want to do life with this person. Yeah. You just said it, openly, and I'm talking to you, Ogala, if you're listening to me, that he asked you to leave your husband. First, I'm going to come in from different standpoints today.
Yeah.
This is the reason why so many people don't believe in church anymore.
Thank you.
And this is the reason why so many people don't believe in mosques.
That's true.
Because we have so many things that the clerics are doing, of late. Yes. And he told you to leave your husband, and you did. Of course, maybe he's richer than your husband. Okay? And the fact that, I don't understand, maybe because is he spiritual? You left your husband, you followed him. The person you left your husband for, usually what I say is, any relationship that you are in, and you cannot let people know what you're doing with the person, then it's out.
Yes.
So for how long were you with him in the relationship?
2017.
Since 2017, you've been in and out, having gymnastics, doing different exercises, and nobody knows about the relationship. First, because you know that what you are doing
is wrong,
and what you did to your husband. Of course, I don't know if you guys got a proper divorce before you started it, because if you were still married to your husband and you did that particular one, you are also still guilty of another crime on its own. That's bigamy. That's on one side. Now, you joined another person in a love affair, enjoying yourself. And since 2017, nobody knew anything. He didn't marry you. The person that told you to leave your husband, if you were really good, if you're really wonderful, if you were the best woman so far for a man to be with, why didn't he marry you immediately? Okay, upon completion of your divorce processes, why didn't he marry you?
And she's coming online to cry.
And you talked about that. You left that. One. Secondly, you talked about your brother. That's a very, very serious allegation.
Yes, a very strong allegation.
So, that is to say that you are also an accomplice. In the law, I'm not a learned. I am only lettered to write, right? So, as a broadcast journalist. But for you to say you know about a crime, you didn't report to the right authorities. What does that say? There's law for it. You said he killed your brother, and you didn't say it because you're in love with him. That's another case. Either you answer or careful if Okafor is innocent, to take it up, or you were also meant to answer the Nigerian government. And if your family has the whereabouts of your brother. Now, that being said, you said you did, you had miscarriage or you did whatever and all of that, and you're coming out. You're coming out to talk about it today because, he posted that he wants to get married. My dear,
so you
have been in a relationship, he didn't propose. There was no proper definition of what you guys are doing.
Yes.
And today you are crying that, I am a man. I'm totally against what he has done. But guess what? I am more against all of the frivolities you've actually indulged yourself with. It shows that other women should be ashamed.
Very ashamed, actually.
Because you are not making this gender look very, very, important or that respected. You are only watering down your gender. But by now making it look so desperate, like you're making it look like breakup. I know breakup. I'm going to talk about the other parts.
Yeah.
She's traumatized. I get it.
We get it.
But you're making it look like, after breakup, you just have to die. You have to kill yourself. Someone ran in, to save the day. I think that's the video that is being shown on air.
Yes.
Because I think she tried cutting her wrist or something, to cut the vein off and all of that. Do you really need all of that? Now, let me leave Ogala. Let me face our revered man of God. Everything is still allegedly from us here, from Spotlight, okay? Because we've not seen every evidence.
Yeah.
But she is not using the word allegedly because she said she slept with you. So sorry, she said she slept with you. I remember Pastor Adeboye said something. He said, if any woman accuses you of anything, it's very difficult for you to wash yourself clean of it. So sorry, she said she slept with you. That means you slept with her, allegedly. Thank God I added it. But what would you say, to every unbeliever that actually feels this is how the religion is?
The religion, yes.
Now, I took my time to follow this case. She dropped receipts of chats. Now, there was one particular one that caught my attention. I don't know if we have that chat.
The chat. I think we have the chat.
Okay, so there was a particular place where I read, and he said, I would get back to you after the leadership meeting. So,
God,
so Baba first, let me speak pidgin if I'm allowed. Baba, you first, follow Babe talk. Then you can't say, attend to leadership meeting, church meeting first. You chill first. I saw a particular one, he sent about 700K or something. Was it 700,000?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah, around that particular figure. So there has been this in and out where this one call you my love, this one say my love.
You know that kind of thing.
I breathe.
Wow.
He said the one that completes me. Like there was no pet name I've not heard before. Let me even say it. Name that I don't think Precious can call somebody. Yes. No, because she went far. She went too far.
Oh my God.
Name that they have not called me. So I don't even know how to pity you.
I'm even paid because for the fact that you've been with this person since 2017. Till 2020. Like, hey.
Okay, Precious, you know what? let's come in from this angle. Let's come in from the first. Let's call it spade a spade. I usually tell ladies.
Yes.
Except you want to have a fling, which I'm not promoting that on national TV. Please, you should be in a more defined relationship.
Thank you.
And let me tell you something, in case you don't know. Any man that asks you out now,
yeah,
he knows if he is going to marry you or not. Of course. Any man that you're in a relationship with, I am telling you clearly, he knows if he's going to marry you or not.
Because men know what they want when they see.
We know what we want.
Jeez, they know what they want.
If we want to have fun, we know. If we want to settle down with you, we know. So even if the man gives you a little hope by turning you to Lord of the Rings, by giving you, ring to hold.
He not still give you...
My dear, the commitment is for you to keep believing that you're on the same page. No. So until you have a defining relationship, forget it. My sports guys will say you have played penalty to throw in. I'm telling you clearly. And now, let us talk generally now. Relationship is not a do or die affair.
Thank you.
If it doesn't work, you walk away.
Yes.
You understand? Breakfast was meant to be eaten. We have ate our own. And we glad.
So you ate?
Oh, before I met
wow.
my wife, yes. And we have served. Yes.
Oh, you have also served?
No, see, it's a general commodity.
Wow.
No, see, anything
Same,
you want to say. See, my dear. Now, let me explain something.
Yes.
Nobody's a saint.
Okay.
We have served, we have eaten. Okay. You have served, you have eaten.
No,
don't worry.
You will talk for yourself.
I will talk for you.
No, you cannot. I don't understand. Why will you talk for me?
Because I know you see. It's easy for Precious to serve you. Especially when Precious look at you and say, okay, you don't offend me, don't
save your ways. You're missing the point.
I see. In short, I am with the point right now. Okwaya? So my God. So what I'm saying in a nutshell, if you have been served, eat the meal, take water, and move on. Why you to get to where you can serve? But let me say this on a clear tone now. I understand that you're really feeling bad that, so it led you on.
Yes. I think that is where...
For how many years?
Yes.
And of course, between 2017, I don't know the age you started the relationship, until, 2022, 2023, 24, and 25, now that you're getting the bombshell. It led you on for many years of your life. You've actually invested emotions. Of course, you didn't invest any finance. He was the one that invested finance. You've invested your body, mentally, and, what have you. I get it, but please, it is not worth dying for, Ogala. Please get yourself together and move. And I am totally against that statement you mentioned by saying that who are you leaving me for? No, I am telling you, my dear, baby girl, look at me. Any man that sees you will still appreciate you.
Of course.
In short, you only disappointed me by coming out.
Yes, crying.
You only disappointed me by
coming out. You're going to cry for man. Why?
By even uploading yourself. Of course, some would tilt back a little, but of course, I am assuring you that you still have 1,001 man there that will say that was your past, I am your present, let's move on. It's as simple as that. But of course, you are not young, neither are you old, but you should be in a more, intentional relationship, knowing fully well that you want to settle down, you want to have your kids. This is where I would come in from. But Pastor Chris, either they say you did it or you didn't do it. As far as woman say you did it and she uploaded receipts, we want you to debunk it by coming out with what is original. That is the only thing. But from us here, we are using the word so that I don't come to spotlight and say, you people said I did it. Hello, allegedly is what we have put here before we put our full stop. But don't come to us. Go to the person that is calling you out that has receipts.
Yes.
That's the person we're expecting. But Precious, how do you handle breakup? I need to ask you. As a woman.
When you talked about...
No, as a lady, you have to teach.
You will speak for me.
No, you have to. You've
already said you are going to speak for me that I used to serve people breakfast.
No, notwithstanding, we can still educate, so I want you to, teach us. How do you, as a lady, how should a lady handle
the first things first, always pray to God for one thing.
Okay.
Lord, may I meet intentional people. Okay. Intentional men that will love you, that will cherish you, and that would want you. Not people that would come and want to just, because they want to
while
just
away
time and waste your time.
Mm.
That is the first thing.
Emphasis, waste your time.
Waste your time. Yes, waste your time.
Because
it's crazy.
What you said now, 2017 to 2025. That's serious waste of time.
Yes, waste your time because they will just tell you, because men, when I get sweet mouth.
No, don't generalize now.
No, I don't
have sweet mouth. I'm a very calm person.
Jesus. Let me not say anything. Allow me to just finish. Let me land.
Educators. Yes, mommy.
Men, I'm talking to my ladies now. Even if you are dating a man, you need to use your head.
Mm.
It's very important. You got to trust man.
Adam.
Man go tell you say when you stand there. I'm around,
no, not everything.
Wait,
don't generalize.
What are you saying?
No, Precious, don't generalize.
I'm serious.
I told
you have to check it.
I told you to sit here. You sat now. We've been doing show love.
You have to check it. If a man tells you to stand, know the reason why he told you to stand. No.
Someone said that a particular lady said, if man tell you good morning, go and check outside to confirm.
Because it's scary.
No, now it's just based on your.
If
experience.
allegedly a pastor can do this.
So how much more to a floor member?
How
much more to a floor member?
Because a lot of things are happening now. I'm even scared. Hey.
No, don't be scared. Nothing will happen to you. You that are protecting, I cover you. I cover you. In short, we are the ones that will collect the best price. So, but now you've actually talked. But I really want to know how best a lady should handle breakup first, and secondly, what is the best way to end the relationship?
Peacefully.
What's the peacefully? Let me tell you something.
First of all, you need the Holy Spirit to help you.
Guess what?
You cannot do this with your physical eye.
Precious,
I'm telling you the truth.
I'm in support of that statement. I'm in support of you saying that you can't end it with a clear eye. You know why? There's some people that understand their partner.
Yeah.
They know that if they call that partner either to a lounge, to their house, or to somewhere, and they want to have a proper, decent conversation to give the partner reasons why they can't move ahead, why they have to go their separate ways, they know that partner is violent. They know that, have you not seen on social media that partner will say, it's me you want to break up with? And the lady will scatter the old TV, scatter different things, and all of that, break things off.
Some men are like that.
And guess what? A man that you just said, I want to break up with, before you say with you, break up alone, the man say, yeah, bring the wig.
There was a video I saw.
Give me the phone. Next thing, the man will go to the house and he said, "Let me buy the microwave. Let me buy
the bed you are sleeping on. Oga, carry him." I saw a video of a guy coming to me say, "Shebi say you no want relationship again, no problem." You open the lady open door now, so the guy they carry home.
You know the one that even shocked me.
He said you don't want again.
The one that even shocked me. The guy remove everything, carry bed, carry rug. The guy still went to the door. He said, "This is my church sticker."
Oh my God!
He removed the sticker. He said, "You know, I need to go to church. Not be you come on sticker. Say anything that has to do with me must not be."
But that is crazy.
So please, on a more serious note, I sincerely want to know. But for me, I would say that you can undo breakups by trying to, first absorb it that this is your reality. Don't live in fool's paradise. Understand that this has happened, and you have to move on. The best way to move on is to get yourself up and doing as regards to, okay, what is the next thing for my life?
Yeah.
What else can I do for myself? How best can I actually, move from this particular place at which I am into the best phase, instead of, anytime you want to, the best thing you can do for yourself, anytime you want to remember that relationship, don't remember all of the hurts. Don't remember how you broke up. Remember the good times and said it was worthwhile. And that's it.
But Savior,
yeah.
I still want to let them know that not be everybody will deal with you now go marry you.
No, that is a clear term. Until you understand that particular one.
You might be with somebody and you guys are all lovey-dovey and the rest of them
and dates don't deal when go end. Some relationships have expiring dates.
Doesn't mean the person will get married to you.
That's the thing.
So you with a date,
you have to
or you're
understand
in
the
courtship
facts.
with a particular guy or a lady, be wise. I'm sorry, but that is the truth. You supposed to know when person won't chop you.
No, it's just like you said, the relationship might even be going well, but one way or the other, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Or something happens. Just move on. And for the other question I asked, for me, I feel there is no sweet or any other better way to end a relationship. Just know what works for your partner. If you know your partner is quite violent, please don't do one-on-one breakup. There are some people that you have to even reach out to their parents to tell them that, please help me to tell you. Help me to tell your son or your daughter that I know they do again. I don't do again. But guess what? Some gets to relocate from where they are staying first, then send you a message on WhatsApp and block immediately. You understand? So that before you want to go to that house, there are no more there. Because they know some partners. But if you know your partner is quite mature, that your partner can do
actually want to confess or something.
That's not, we are there now.
When you said you have to stay one place and tell the person, leave the particular place. So when you said you serve people breakfast, I did not serve, but I had to state my reasons. Wait.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Now. Wait.
Okay, finish your reason.
Let me finish.
Thank you.
There's a difference.
Thank you. No, the Lord has done it finally.
I don't know why you're dancing. Wait, let me finish what I'm saying. So what I did was, there was this particular guy I was dating at that time. And I knew that I wasn't going to be with this person.
Okay.
And he also knew that we were not going to be together. So we already started talking about it. You know, all those little signs you'll be seeing. He'll bring his own sign, I'll bring my own sign. Both of us don't know, say, we no good day. But maybe strong head, no green maker, you understand, to say, oh,
I'm sincerely grateful that you are actually saying these things that I could have said and you would debunk that. No, I'm not like that, but I'm like,
wait,
yeah, like it's official now that you have strong
head. It had to
go
get
ahead.
to a point where I had to say, what am I even doing? I need to, you know, tell this person this, because if I keep going like this, you'll just be whiling away your time. And definitely when you won't come settle down or reach, you go just you feel that everybody's like that. You get so I had to say, I don't think this is right. I'm not interested anymore. I want to break out. You already know that we are not.
So what did you say?
Weeks on weeks, we don't call each other. We don't, because one thing about me is if we're dating, we have to be communicating. So when there's no communication there, what's low? It's finished.
So what did he now say?
Oh, calm down now.
I know, I'm waiting for the end point. You see that? This is our final line. Yes.
So when I told him, he was like, no, how will I break up with him? Why will I do that? I said, Oga, you already know.
I like the fact that he said, Oga, please go ahead.
This thing is not working.
Okay.
You're forcing yourself. You want to start acting all weird up and, you know, try to, I say, okay, just calm down. We'll talk about this. Just give me some time to, you know, pray about it, and we should come to a conclusion of what we have discussed so far. Thank God for God. As I got to my house, I drafted a sweet note. I didn't call him. I drafted a sweet note. Please, I am no longer interested. And if anything should happen to me, it's on you. Stay away from me.
Did you pack?
Eh?
Did you pack from the house?
No, not there.
You didn't relocate, but you sent the notes.
Yes.
Okay. So
but at that time, I was this thing was in a restaurant, yeah.
Because if you had said it there,
hey,
you know, we have cutlery on the
table. Wait, calm down. Things might have basically not the cutleries, but everybody. And you know when you try to
drama king. Oh, so you have actually been with drama. Now I know where the drama is coming from.
Now.
Notwithstanding, Precious, either you broke up amicably, either you broke up peacefully. As far as you are the one
peacefully.
Hold on.
I did not serve breakfast.
As far as you were the one that actually...
breakfast. Nobody cried.
That's what I'm saying. As far as you were the one that said, I am done, my dear, you have... In short, you own a restaurant of breakfast. You have dished it, and a man is sitting it. My brother, I'm sorry on behalf of Precious. I know. I know it's been a while now. She's doing fine. I believe you're also doing fine. You know, and please don't try thinking of coming back, because I've actually put a boundary on her. The bride price is quite high, and we're going to take it from VOP first. So thank you very much. I think with these few points of mine.
Oh Jesus, Jesus! The person you're even telling is married now.
Oh no! Congratulations, my man.
I've not seen.
And I said I want to be calm today. I said I want to be calm today.
But you see, the true character is actually coming out.
But sincerely, let's understand that she's going through a lot, you know, as regards Sogala.
We know actually.
And the man didn't try to actually look for a way. See, I think the more amplified, you know, or transformed manner of a proper breakup after a very long time now is for you to settle the woman. Or settle the man. No, not man, but woman,
settle
basically.
Them, like
now, let me come.
Financially,
set up the person. Yes.
Really?
My dear, do you know that if this...
I'm sorry, if not, I know take the money.
I'm coming. If this particular situation actually happened in other climes, you know, maybe the US, the UK, Canada, Europe, I'm telling you that she has the right to sue him. If she has all her evidence facts and everything, she has the right to sue him, and I tell you, Precious, he will pay. Are you aware that even to our footballers that are only in relationship, not married yet, if they are to break up, the ladies get to say, for my time I've spent. Do you know what other clients are doing? It's because it just looks like, oh, Nigerian law is quite lenient to an extent. So you shouldn't be compelled to do all of that. Oh, you call her, see, you know we've been coming a long way, and it's looking like this thing is not going to work. Or if I try marrying you, the controversy and all of that, blah, 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 blah. You know what I want to do for you? Which country do you want to stay? Okafor is rich, oh. Let's leave Pastor one side. He's rich, oh.
So if you're saying this thing like this now, that means you're trying to support what he's doing.
I'm not supporting. I'm only talking based on mental health now. That if this was talked, you know,
there are some people that won't accept Any financial.
Okay, they just want the man.
She has already said
okay,
it.
Ogala. I don't know.
He say Ingo scattered. You know the year say she says Inogo that he cannot get married to that lady.
Do you know where he will do the wedding?
What?
Let me tell you something. Recently, your Nollywood actor did wedding on a moving train.
Ooh.
Men have taken this thing to the higher bar now. The ones that I'm hearing that guys want to do, they want to board flights, all their family member. They will join the wedding mid-air, airborne. While the flight is going on. When the pastor has said, if there is anybody that does not want these two people to join, raise up your hand, signify, or be silent forever. And guess what? When nobody comes up, when they marry them, they join them, they land back. But peradventure, you are smuggled on air, and you join them, and you say, I don't want it, my dear, they go open. I know what that means. When they open the emergency door, they fling you. Parachute not to they work like that for Nigeria.
All right. It's well. We're going to take a short break. Please don't go anywhere because we have a lot of gist to talk about. Trust me. Don't touch that now. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Sowore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Yes, beautiful people, welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, I'm your beautiful lady, Precious Akimanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And you know that I am not alone today in the building. I'm still with my special person. Why are you calling me breakfast server?
Oh, let me call you
God, I beg.
Chef. I'll just say chef. So people will not really know what the chef is, but you know, it's for breakfast. This one that you did for me, this one that God did for me, that you helped us to mention how you serve. You know, you serve the person twice.
See,
so that's beyond that's breakfast and lunch. You told him one-on-one.
It's not. I didn't.
You told him one-on-one. When you look at the body temperature, you look at the body temperature. You say, no, this one we call with the spirit of violence. Let me leave. When you got home, you now took your time. We call it carefully mixing a breakfast message. You now sent it to the young man. And you now told him.
So are you trying to say I should not send the message?
You didn't even stop at the breakup. You now still did what we call indirect, what do we call that particular thing at the station? You know, that if anything happens to me.
So you want me to be carrying one leg or one hand?
No, you're a breakfast server. Yes, that's what we'll call you.
Well, yes. No problem. I don't hear what they talk about. I shall not correct to say no be breakfast I serve.
She has agreed. I'm grateful to God.
He's well with you. So we'll be talking about heartbreak. I don't know if today is about everybody will be giving giving their mates basketballs. And yes, that takes us to our next gist, which happens to be popular Nigerian TikTok streamer Habib Pella Hamzat was fully involved in a disturbing incident that sparked concern online after a highly emotional live stream and a subsequent car crash in Lagos. Viral clips showed him crying during a live session and threatening to end it all. scary. So before footage surfaced of his Mercedes-Benz being damaged in what may online users believe was a crash that followed a public breakup with his girlfriend, fellow influencer Jarvis, the unsettling live stream and vehicle incidents have generated wide reactions from fans, both worried and critical, with many debating whether his actions were genuine cries for help or attention-seeking stunts. So while Jarvis reportedly addressed the situation in response post on her social media, the exact nature of their relationship issues remains rooted in ongoing personal disputes that have played out publicly for months. So prior coverage of Pella and Jarvis has shown a history of ups and downs, including earlier arguments and disagreements shared online. So though none officially confirmed by either party's representatives in formal statements. So I feel that I will have to say something before we see this video, because come to think of it, Pella and Jarvis have been together. Actually, they are the TikTok sensation. Everybody they look at them. You understand? So, but then this quarrel is quite it's quite shaky. Everybody now killing themselves. I'm gonna die if you leave me. I don't know what's going on because it's crazy. So why would you leave yourself because of
the one you left? Somebody has married him.
I don't understand.
I understand.
Because you're dating somebody doesn't mean that you're going to get married to the person. Please.
It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. But I don't want to say anything on this fella's case until you are done first.
Because I know say girlfriend and boyfriend you quarrel.
Okay.
Definitely they go reconcile. But this one where Pella don't come out and say, I'm gonna kill myself. Those kind of things. It's scary.
You know what's even getting everybody annoying?
It's scary.
It's the new cow.
Can't wait on
Is that new Benz that you put on breakup road? Car you just bought that people are still celebrating. 100 million plus or whatever. I don't know how much.
Sweet Benz wait on your own.
Is that car? Let me tell you, all the people that are angry with you, is the car you want to crash first. And I love what Tunde Not said. Tunde Not posted it on his page. And he said, Pella, let me mention this to you. There is no relationship that is worth dying for.
I'm telling you.
If you die today, you will be a ghost watching other men.
Yes, now.
Carrying Travis. Jarvis. What's her name? I don't know.
Is it carried or marrying? Which one?
No, they first carry before they married.
Oh, okay.
Is it not this entertainment industry that all of us are in?
So
many men are already on the queue. They are just waiting for you. So, Pella, I can't even say my brother. You are like a son to me. It's as simple as that.
I remember waiting Bobrisky talk.
Yes. Bobrisky said, for the very first time, I never expected that I would agree with Bobrisky on something. Bobrisky said, he said that, Pella, why are you saying you want to die because of a lady? I have somebody, I have a girl. Yes, that I think she's around 26 or something that I'll send to you and all of that, that is even more beautiful than Jarvis. But let me just tell you, Pella, I believe you've been contacted, or maybe they are waiting for you to get fined. FRSC will prosecute you. Yes, if they did it, I am telling you, I know my program, People's Voice is not entertainment program, it's political.
Yeah.
I would have called FRSC out today. I plan doing that. But God has helped FRSC that they've actually released their statement. It is in other climes, in other countries, it is even a crime that I want to commit suicide. Yes, it's a crime. You were either meant to, be prosecuted, or you do community service. So, I love the fact that FRSC has released their statement, and Pella would be prosecuted or would pay fine or whatsoever it is, but he has to be punished for that particular act. First, you endangered your life trying to take your own life. Who do you want to kill yourself for us? All of us to be in this country.
Who do you want to leave me for?
Okay, Pella, how do you want to leave me for in this country? In this present government, tell me, who do you want to leave me for?
Who do you want to?
We will be in this country together. If the rice is expensive, we enjoy it. If it's cheap, you want to die and go where? You are not going anywhere.
Please, let's see this video, because it's even the fact that he was just. You need to see the way he was crying. Oh God, see,
telling me you want to die. Die.
Thank you. I'm going to myself. I swear to God, I'm not going. I'm scared. I'm scared. Well, Rubami. I'm scared. I'm scared.
Hey, God. Wait, he's scared. He's still crying. He won't go kill himself.
The funny part is, how old is Pella? Pella should be around 21. I think he was 19 or something.
My question is, why would
Pella
suicide
should be
be the-
21.
why would suicide?
And is it Jarvis or Travis? I'm always
Jarvis.
confusing. I'm always, mixing up a name.
It's
And
Jarvis.
Jarvis is around 23, right?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, has parenting failed? I want to look at a more important part here.
Yeah.
Has parenting failed? Now, back then, while growing up in my days, and that shouldn't make me feel old, but of course I'm not Gen Z or millennial. My problem is you cannot come back home. Listen to what I want to say. With what we call kuli kuli. You see how small as that thing is?
Just see the video when he had the accident. And
it's
crazy.
You can't come out with something like that minute, that small thing called kuli kuli or sweet or whatever, and your parents would not ask you, where did you see money to buy it? Meaning that the beating you will receive, you won't try it again in your life. Now, children of nowadays, they go back home with gifts, with cars. Parents are not asking questions. What exactly? You know your child did not even go to university, talk less of finishing secondary school. They are coming. I'm not saying that for some people who are not in school cannot also do handwork, as an artisan to make money. But you don't even know what the child is doing in particular.
Yes.
But they come back home with money and parents are all smiling, receiving those children.
There are some parents that actually know, but they're supporting their child.
You are saying the truth. Now, it has got to a point where a parent is seeing a child or his son, or their daughter, doing all of this on social media.
And they're so relaxed.
And you can be very relaxed. Has parenting failed?
It's a lot.
Because these children, they should be in school.
Like when I saw, when someone would just say something, we would just say, okay, maybe he's just saying that out of, maybe he's angry and he can't do that. I actually got scared when I saw the video where he really had the accident.
Of course, he crashed the car. He did, yes, he did. But guess what? These are the things that would give our Nigerian government more reasons for them to regulate social media. The other day, I think 2 weeks ago, I was on here. That's one of the Saturdays for Morning Buzz.
Yeah.
And one of our conversation was about Ned Nwoku trying to, pass a bill in the state at Senate, in National Assembly, that social media should be regulated because of how some people are using social media. Now, when you see situations like this, they will start saying that social media has also caused damages. And the damage is exposing children, young chaps like this, to a very high volume of amount of money.
Because why would suicide be an option?
You can't blame the social media for paying so much, as a content creator or as a streamer. But of course, that is where we need parental, guardians to make sure that no matter the dollars, no matter the naira that your children are making, they can actually utilize it well and they are still properly guarded. Because for me, I just feel that Pella is in control of himself, same thing to the girlfriend. And that's the reason why they can decide to do anything. I've not really seen their parents really coming out to say anything or do anything.
But I don't actually know what really caused this whole issue thing between Pella and Jarvis. But if they really want to separate and they don't want to be together, it's okay. But that shouldn't be prompt you trying to kill yourself.
Okay, so I think from Jarvis' corner,
because Jarvis actually came out to say things.
She doesn't like the way Pella, talks to her, handles her, and all of that, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Pella is trying to be in charge. So no matter how young a male child is,
Yeah, he's always a man.
There is this alpha spirit that controls us.
Pride.
Not pride, no. Some might actually in a more simple context say that it is a man's ego. But there's this alpha gene in every man.
Yeah.
No matter how young, they want to be in charge. They want to call the shots oftentimes. Like they want the shots to always come from them.
Yeah.
Okay? And guess what? If you have this room filled with just men, they won't have issues. You know why?
Why?
They would only know that this is my jurisdiction, I'm calling the shot here. Everybody will just mark their territory. The issue would only come when you have brought the other gender. And the other gender is trying to mark territory. They'll say, no, you cannot mark territory here. I still have to tell you what you need to do. Okay. So hardly for you to see men quarrel. When you see men quarrel, it's still about territory. It's still about telling him, no, you won't tell me this thing. I know this particular thing, you don't know this thing.
Yeah.
That's often the case. But guess what? A man can disagree. They can disagree now. In a few minutes, they are fine.
Yes, that's true.
Try it with women. This whole station, we know that people have problems. You understand?
So it will even link up to.
So I think from Pella's side, he just wants to be in charge. But you can't be in charge being a boy. You understand?
Yes.
For me, I would rather want them to separate. Let them go back to school. Let them, go back to family. They are still doing their streaming and all of that. If they feel that, their brand is connected, let them sign a contract. As regards to, we can still be doing our content together. This is our share, capital and all of that, no problem. But let them both go back. Give themselves time, explore life, experience things about life. Let them even see in the next 5 to 10 years if they'll still want each other. Desires will change.
Of course.
Mindset. Values, exposures, everything will change.
Yes.
And guess what? They will not start seeing themselves as friends. You're not well, you're not saying you're not serious, See, so now you are even they put up with all this while. But, they are still young. And aside from the car crash, aside from the attempted, suicide, it is also normal that we allow people or young chaps go through heartbreak so that they can grow stronger faster. No, because... No. It's not only us that will go through the heartbreak now. No. People that are senior me went through it. So me, I went through my own. Some other person will also go through their own. Before you now say you settle down. You understand? Okay, for example, the guy that Precious dumped now.
Why do they use me as example?
The guy that Precious dumped now.
About your own
tomorrow now. Tomorrow, if he's sharing his story, we will like it. You know why?
I don't understand.
Because we say, there was once upon a time, I was so in love with the lady. At some point, she now called me to a restaurant. She said she's not doing again. And later, I said, no, why now? She said, no, we'll continue. Afterwards, she now sent me a long epistle and she broke up. I cried. I did this. But of course, I didn't have car that time, so I couldn't crash any car.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
So I went there, I went back home. I was, depressed, but I started eating. My depression came with eating of food and all of that, but I'm fine now. All glory to God, I'm now married. Story like that would be nice.
Jelulu, just continue. Continue in your mind. That's all the obvious in your head.
Bella, I will not tell you sorry. What I will tell you is find better isiewu.
With chilled.
Eat, yo. See, chop first. Big belly better pass ulcer.
I'm telling you.
Chop first. Now who they alive?
You broke up with me, I will not eat again.
Eat first. If anybody break up with you, first eat first. You understand? You can cry later, eat first.
Cry later,
now eat first now. Me, I'll first look for food though. Actually, but that's my own that's my coping mechanism. Break up.
Wow.
Now I'm married.
Interesting.
Yeah? But I'm talking about the past. My wife, babe. That's my past. so as at then, I break up with me. I will eat too. I eat. That's when I even eat more. What are you telling? I'll collect extra. No. You say you are not doing, but food did not say it's not doing. I think with this viewpoint of mine, I've been able to say that this week, started with breakups. And please,
God,
I
I
want
beg.
from Tuesday to Friday to be nice. That's it.
All right, thank you so much for staying with us. To my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight. It was a blast. And please remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey. And don't forget to follow us on all our platforms at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agmano. And you know I didn't do this alone. I was here with the special savior. All right, this has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So bye for now.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am Fina Okechukwu. Before we begin the news, kindly visit the website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin today's Mid-African news from Guinea-Bissau, where West African bloc ECOWAS rejected on Sunday a transition program announced by Guinea-Bissau's military rulers and demanded a swift return to constitutional order, warning of targeted sanctions against those obstructing the process. Army officers in Guinea-Bissau branding themselves the military high command toppled President Umaro Sissoco Embalo on November 26 and installed Major General Horta Inta as interim president the following day. Guinea-Bissau's coup is the ninth in West and Central Africa in 5 years, deepening concerns over dramatic backsliding in a region already grappling with insecurity and political instability. Leaders of the Economic Community of West African States annual summit in Nigeria capital Abuja called for the immediate release of all political detainees, including opposition figures, and insisted on an inclusive short transition in Guinea-Bissau. Activities and opposition figures from across Tunisia's political spectrum have taken to the street in what has been described as a rare show of unity against President Kais Saied, demanding an end to one-man rule and the restoration of democracy. The protest follows 3 weeks of demonstrations and underscored growing momentum among opposition groups and civil society against what they describe as Saied's unprecedented crackdown on critics. Hundreds marched through the capital carrying portraits of jailed politicians, journalists, and activists, turning the protest into a weekly showdown between Saied and his opponent. Right groups say Saied has eroded freedoms and turned Tunisia into an open-air prison since taking extraordinary powers in 2021 and ruling by decree. Saied rejects the accusation, saying he is cleansing the country of traitors and a corrupt elite. Meanwhile, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has condemned the killing of 6 Bangladesh peacekeepers in southern Sudan, with 8 others injured, saying that these acts may constitute war crimes. In a post on X on Sunday, Guterres said he strongly condemned what he described as a horrific drone attacks that targeted the logistic base in Kudugi, Sudan, resulting in fatalities and injuries to members of the Bangladesh UN peacekeeping contingent. Reminding everyone of the obligation to protect UN personnel and civilians, they say there will need to be accountability, adding that attacks against UN peacekeepers like this one are unjustifiable and may constitute war crimes. Guterres extended condolences to the families of the fallen peacekeepers, the government, and people of Bangladesh. Earlier, head of the Bangladesh interim government, Mohammed Yunus, had condemned the Saturday attack as a serious crime against international peace and humanity. Similarly, Turkey on Monday condemned a drone attack on a UN base in Sudan that killed 6 Bangladesh peacekeepers and injured 8 others. In a statement, the Turkish Foreign Ministry condemned the attack while praying for the repose of those who lost their lives in the attack and wishing a speedy recovery to the wounded. The ministry emphasized the importance of preserving the unity and territorial integrity of Sudan and reiterated strong support for the effort aimed at finding a peaceful solution to the ongoing conflict in the country. The attack came as a conflict between Sudanese army and the paramilitary rapid support forces RSF continues unabated. The fight, since April 2023, has killed thousands, displaced millions, and led to one of the world's most humanitarian crises. The Sudanese army blamed the attack on RSF. The peacekeepers were part of the UN Interim Security Force for Abyei, UNSFA, deployed in the disputed oil-rich border region administered by Sudan and the neighboring nation of South Sudan. One person has been confirmed dead following a BE attack on supporters of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, in the Mandai district, north region of Ghana, after a campaign program. Local media reported that the deceased in the December 14 incident was a chief who was riding a motorbike when he was attacked. The attack occurred shortly after the party concluded its campaign activities. Some residents have attributed the incident to spiritual causes, describing it as a curse. Investigations are ongoing to determine the exact circumstances surrounding the incident. The incident comes amid heightened political activity in Mandai, where the Electoral Commission has scheduled a paramilitary election rerun for Tuesday, December 30, 2025. In another development, Ghana's political class has been thrown into mourning after the former member of parliament for Salvulgo, Mary Salifo Boforo, was reported to have passed away. Boforo's death was reported by Fatia Abdulaziz, the current MP for Salvulgo, in a Facebook post on December 13, 2025. Though the cause of death was not stated, the former MP's demise has been described as a blow to Ghana's politics. Still in the news, Kenya's National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has described the rising number of road accidents ahead of the festive season. Wetangula issued a statement on Monday cautioning road users, emphasizing the need to obey traffic rules following the accident involving the Easy Coach bus around Salga. At least 28 people were injured in an accident involving an Easy Coach bus and a trailer along the Nkaru-Kisumu highway. According to witnesses, the bus was traveling from Nairobi to Kisumu last night when it reportedly collided with the trailer. You're watching the African News and Voice of the People television, and it's time for the news analysis. And joining us in the studio to help make sense of the story that made it to the bulletin that I've read out to you thus far is a legal practitioner, a public and political affairs analyst, Barrister Darlington Agomo. Good afternoon, Barrister Darlington.
Good afternoon, beautiful Fina. How are you?
Stop it, I like it, Barrister. You're welcome to today's African News.
It's my pleasure.
Without wasting much time, let's start off with crashes, the auto crashes that was registered somewhere, in Nairobi, where we learned from the National Speaker of the Kenyan's National Assembly, Moses Wetangula, that the rising number of the road accident in this festive period is quite increasing. And let's also look at the fact that we learned that this happened yesterday when an Easy Coach bus had a head-on collision with a trailer while moving on roads from Nairobi to a certain village or metropolitan community in Kenya. What do you have to say about this, the fatal accident, or rather the number of accidents that do occur during this festive period?
You know, in Africa, we are too fetish. Most times, these things don't just happen. People do all these things for one useless reason or the other.
You mean causing an accident on the highway?
Of course. Then two, the roads in Africa are nothing to write home about. When you see some sports cars in US, and if you go to Detroit and see some of these wonders on way that they produce, some of them are so flat on the ground, and you'll be wondering, these fast racing cars. Now, why they were able to do those cars is because of their roads. They are past that stage of road problem and all that. You can't accuse them of that. So because of their road, they build such cars to suit their road. And so when some foolish people who want to demonstrate their stolen wealth, when they see this car, they go and buy it. And when they buy it and bring it to Africa, the tire will be struggling with the road.
You think is it a bad road now, or the inability of the people to obey traffic rules? Because we've seen people, overspeeding above the speed limits and not observing the road signs too.
Why is it at this particular time of the year that they?
Some people, I don't know if you've heard that also, that this period have one or two things in the air, the atmosphere is already changing. A whole lot of persons were in a rush. What they couldn't achieve in 11 months, they want to achieve that just this month of December.
There's this belief that Satan wants to balance his account. The year is running out. So he wants to make sure that he met his target. And people now play into his hands by doing the unthinkable. And after you blame Satan.
Now, if you say that it is fetish belief, what do you have to say about a certain a politician in Ghana who he learns died after bees, I think some bees stung him somewhere in the district, northern region of Ghana, after a campaign. Some have said that it's spiritual, it's more like a curse. And we learned that investigations are underway to find out what really happened. Okay. Why would the bee attack the chief? And
What are you investigating? You want to investigate why a bee stung a man?
You never can tell what really played out.
So what would the investigator find out? You will go and query the bee or what? You can't be. Look, when I told you this thing, I am sure of what I'm saying. Africa, we are too fetish, especially during campaign or during this festive period and all that. Things happen. Things happen. African politics is littered with fetish practice. At times, the opponent who is coming for a campaign, he will develop one terrible sickness that will make sure he does not appear in that campaign. Maybe after the campaign or whatever, he will not become well again. All of a sudden, without even medical attention, he will become well again.
All right, let's move away from the fetish stories or what you've tagged Africa as becoming too fetish to the ones staring out on the eyes. Now, we learned that some peacekeepers were killed in a drone attack in Sudan, and this have made countries like Turkey, to criticize this. Even the United Nations also have talked about this. At what point are we going to see peace or almost a return to Sudan? What is really happening? Why are we having, because according to the report, we learned that some, I think over 6 or 7 Bangladeshis were killed when they were on mission, peacekeeping in Sudan.
One thing with technology is that whenever you develop any technology, be ready for the consequences. All of a sudden, it is not drone attack. Is that the only thing that drone was meant for, to serve? Is it not when there is a full-scale war, then the warring parties can now deploy it against each other to score a point? But now they are deploying it in a civilian setting without thinking of the consequences. These innocent people that they killed now, who will account for them? And who even deployed the drones? You can see what we are talking about here. Whenever the Western world develop a technology, instead of Africans to put it into good use for their own good, they would rather deploy it into evil purposes. By the way, the war in Sudan, is it not going to end? Now that they are deploying drones and all that, over what? What actually is the problem with that country? Are you sure that this drone attack is from the other party, the warring party?
We learned that the military in Sudan have blamed the RSF for the attack, though RSF are yet to deny it, but they have distanced themselves for it. Because from what we're getting now, Antonio Guterres have made it look more like the people, or both team now, both parties will go in for war crime. What would this portend for Sudan after this whole war maybe must have ended and normalcy restored and all that? What are we going to blame for the loss of life of thousands of people and displacement of millions too?
Anytime I have the opportunity of being the analyst I always tell the UN and the ICC to make sure, make sure that these parties fighting an ego war in Sudan are brought in for questioning. They must not spare these warring leaders in Sudan because the war they are fighting is a useless and senseless war that have created the worst humanitarian crisis in the whole world. Do you know what it means for 11 million people to become refugees in their own country? Imagine the humanitarian, the sanitary condition in that area. Imagine the environment these people are squatting. Imagine other things that these people are going to grapple with because you're a refugee. You don't have rights. People are just trying to survive. 11 million people. Which type of aid will go around to meet their demand on a daily basis? Which type of aid? Who will supply the aids? So, if the UN is calling now for the prosecution of this war, yes, I agree with them. Those people should be brought in Sowore and the deputy or whatever. All of them should go in to explain to the whole world what they were even fighting in the first place. If not an ego war, who will be in charge? Who will control the mineral resources?
Barrister, some countries have been fingered or been accused of fueling further these wars or the crisis in this oil-rich country. What do you have to say about that? Because we have some people denying it, some are saying no. We have also seen a situation whereby some United Nations countries that have the right to produce arms, we've seen their arms too, getting it into these war-torn countries in Africa. So who are we supposed to hold accountable now? The people supplying the arms, people who are still adding fuel to the fire, or what?
It is the people that are fighting that I blame. Because the warring parties are looking for sponsorship. And the only way they can get it is to do exchange with their oil. Yes, you give us and they will take the oil. That's what they are doing.
So what's the justification of the countries who are aiding in one way or another or who are supporting the warring parties to continue with the war by giving them arms, knowing fully well, that is going to lead in further armed proliferation and more killings in that country?
I will not blame those countries. I will never blame those. I will blame the warring parties who do not have sense. Are you not the one that called for them to give you such assistance? So how is that their problem? You are the one that requested for their help through supply or whatever. So, and they have the product. Won't they sell it? You are the foolish one who invited them. And you are using this arms and ammunition to kill your own people. Your own people. There are more civilian casualties than there are the military in the battlefield. What does that tell you? It shows you that this is a senseless war. And the leadership of Sudan should be brought in.
A senseless war? Yeah. And since 2023 till 2025, the war is still ongoing.
It's ongoing, yes. And there's no letting down. They are still continuing. As if they win one party win the war, he will go to heaven because of that. If he wins the war, they will give him certificate for being a hero. You know, there are things you do. You ask yourself, why am I doing this? What exactly am I doing? This is why I call it a senseless war, because at the end of the day, you have nothing to gain but everything to lose. You are destroying your own country. You are destroying your infrastructure. You are destroying your people. You are destroying your economy. So if after the war comes to an end, you will start all over again to rebuild all these things. You can see.
All right, Boris, so let's go to Tunisia, where we learned that activists and opposition figures are organizing political rally or protest now against the president, Kais Saied, demanding an end to one-man rule and restoration of democracy in Tunisia. This protest, according to information we have, been there. It follows a 3-week demonstration carried out by the people too in Tunisia to end what they believe. It's more like a way for the president to stifle dissent in that country. And we learned it's getting momentum too, because many people are beginning to join this protest. Do you think in any way that the president of Tunisia will listen to the call or demands of the people and maybe find a way to release the people that have been already arrested and sent to prison over their stand in his rulership or leadership.
You know, people refuse to learn from history. Fina, did you remember when the Arab Spring happened?
Exactly.
Eh? Is it not because of minor issues like this you think it's a joke until the entire Arab world caught fire? Eh? These people have not learned anything. Seriously, they have refused to learn. Maybe a second Arab Spring is loading. That's the way I look at it. Because there's no reason why the president could, if you want to reform people, if you want to fight corruption, it's not by doing it with impunity. Go through the process and nobody will complain.
But he said he's cleansing the country from traitors and even corrupt elites. So is there any way that the president is going to go all out to cleanse the country without arresting people or without sending people to prison, you know, for one default to another? Because that's what he's saying. Since 2021, when we have the man took over, Said took over there, the country of Tunisia as a president, we've been hearing sending of opposition members, you know, to prison and all that. Is there anything wrong in someone trying to cleanse the country with it off of traitors and corrupt elites?
There is everything wrong if you are not following due process. There is everything wrong if you are not deferring to the court to detain anybody. There is everything wrong if you begin to take the laws into your hand by clamping people into jail and all that. There is everything wrong if the people you are attacking are mainly opposition. You mean in your own camp, there is no corrupt person there. These are issues now. You can't just face the opposition and say they are the only corrupt people. Bring everybody on board and nobody will complain. That's what we are saying here.
So you think this is a political witch hunt?
I mean, is it not obvious? Since they say that it's the opposition, it's only the opposition that is causing problems.
Do you think that this, you know, hundreds of persons marching across the capital, even politicians, journalists, and activists, you know, turning the protest into what some people have come up to say is a total showdown? You know, do you think it's going to gain such momentum that will make Sayed to look the other way, and instead of turning the country to an open air prison, because that's what some people are saying now, release the people that have been sent to prison too and let them walk freely, when he is saying that his major goal or aim is to make sure that there will not be any corrupt elites again in Tunisia?
Look, whether he like it or not, the more people he put into detention, the more the opposition will grow until something will give. Yes, if that president knows himself, let him go through the law court. Let him go through the due process. In what? In cleansing the country, if I thought that's what he wants. But for you to see the opposition as the only corrupt or the only person who is not behaving well in Tunis is very wrong. It's very, very wrong. You cannot tell me that in your own part of the whatever, in your own group, there is no corrupt person. Your government, all the ministers, everybody, nobody is corrupt.
So, Barrister, what do you think this time, you know, Africans should do, especially those countries that we have high-handedness from the leaders? We have Tanzania. We have Tanzania also, they are complaining about arrest, sentencing or incarceration of members of the opposition. It played out also sometime in Cameroon after the election that brought in Paul Biya into office. Now we're seeing it play out in Tunisia. Even Uganda is not, cannot be free or cannot totally be free from such. What do you think that the people of those countries should do for, their voice or dissent now to be heard in general there? And what role, again, do you think that African Union should play in making sure that democracy is restored the way it should be in those countries?
African Union should wade in into some recalcitrant governments who are their members, and the opposition, they should continue, they should keep up the protest. They should resist whatever is going on in their country so that leaders will come to their senses. One of the reasons why Africa is not growing is because of this type of thing. Somebody will come into office, they want to remain in office forever. Donald Trump of America, with all the powers he has, can he ever try such a nonsense? to change the constitution and remain in power. He cannot even dare. The very day he opened his mouth and said, that day they will impeach him. And so, why is it not happening in Africa? What exactly do you want to offer that you have not offered over? That you have to, amend the constitution and everything so to remain in power. The ones you rule, what is the dividend? What is the benefit to the people? At least when somebody is saying, I want to finish or whatever, I want to remain in office, but you have been there for how many years, like Paul Biya? Well, where is Cameroon? In the power loop and in economic whatever. Nowhere. So your continued stay in office is becoming a nuisance. You have overstayed your welcome. That's the more reason why you should serve your time and leave. Let somebody come in. Maybe that person have a better idea. The essence of democracy is lost in Africa. Fina, you are aware? The essence of democracy is, in fact, is dwindling in Africa. People no longer want to serve and live. They want to serve and stay there. Is that democracy? It cannot be democracy now. So when they are calling for a coup, they should not blame anybody.
Boris, I know you've made mention.
But that change of constitution is a coup on its own. Are you aware? When you wake up and change the constitution to benefit you, you are carrying out a constitution.
But they have the parliament. They have the National Assembly in those countries. So what is their duty if they cannot represent the people, members of their constituency who voted them in? Why should they allow a single entity to have such power? What then plays out? What then will not be the fate of, how do they put it again? During government, we thought about division of power, separation of power, checks and balances. If we keep on blaming the executive, what role is the legislative arm and the judiciary arm playing in those countries, Barrister?
Is it the parliament that was appointed or elected? Because there are two of them. There is a parliament that is appointed and there is a parliament that is elected by the people to represent the people. And so when you have a parliament that was appointed by the executive, my dear, you don't have a parliament there. We don't, seriously. Let us not deceive ourselves. But when you see a parliament that was elected by the people, they campaigned, they provided their manifesto and other, and the people welcome it and say, okay, because of this and that, I'm voting you. Such a parliament can checkmate the executive. Not the parliament that the executive appointed. Don't expect anything from them. It's not possible. They cannot do anything except to kowtow with the executive. And so that is where we find ourselves.
All right.
I'm telling you.
Let's bring it to West Africa, where we learned that the Economic Community of West African States are beginning to talk tough about the continuous or rising level of coups in West Africa. We're told also that the fourth Guinea-Bissau coup happens to be the 9th in West Africa and also in Central Africa in 5 years. Barrister, what do you have to say about this? After the ECOWAS rejected the transition program announced by Guinea-Bissau military rulers and demanded a swift return to constitutional order, they've warned about targeted sanction against people who are sponsoring coups in Africa, especially in their bloc in West Africa, and trying to obstruct any process of democracy.
This ECOWAS is blowing just hot air. They don't have the ball to do anything. If not, why have they not reined in the Confederation of Sahel States, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, why have they not reined them in, all of them at the same time, instead of just singling out somebody and say, you must return to constitutional order? Because you see, when they see all these smaller states, they begin to flex their muscles as if, these states I mentioned now, because Guinea-Bissau is a small country, because Gambia is a small, you can have their flexing their muscles to these countries and their leaders. But these other ones that have direct collaboration with Russia, they cannot threaten them. They can't. They can't give Niger, Burkina Faso, and that order. They can't. So if you are not ready to implement or carry out a holistic approach to this thing, why are you doing it? Why are you saying it? You are just wasting your time. Must you single out Guinea-Bissau Why have you not told Burkina Faso and Niger to quickly return to democracy and see whether they will talk to you or answer you? So what ECOWAS is saying, they are just wasting their time. They have no power to do anything.
When you say they don't have any power to do anything, let's take a cue from what played out in Benin Republic, where they send in their standby. But before, Barrister, do you have any idea of the camp of the standby military that ECOWAS have? Because we learned that they sent in their standby troop to make sure that normalcy is restored. And even Nigeria also help out in sending both Air Force and also for soldiers to Benin Republic to return, every form of governance back to normalcy in that country.
If they have a standby for, why were they calling on Nigeria? Can you just imagine? Please, you are in this body to protect you, to be of assistance when you need them. So how come when there was a coup, the president had to call Nigeria and not ECOWAS leader? Does it make sense to you? Please, does it add up? So why would ECOWAS be there and they are calling on Nigeria? That means Nigeria is ECOWAS or what? The standby force that we are now paying for, are they not Nigerians? The embarrassment and the bloody nose they are giving us in Burkina Faso now by seizing our airplane and our military. Who is suffering it? Is it not Nigeria? Look, there is no standby force anywhere. There is no standby force. If there is, some of the things that have happened in Africa, they should have taken care of it.
Now, Barrister, let's talk a little about the 11 military personnel and our C-130 aircraft that was seized in Burkina Faso. Why are we having, because I could recall some time when we saw a report to say that the government is already on it, people have been released or the personnel have been released and all that. Why are we having more like a conflicting information coming out from that? And why is it that Burkina Faso, after Nigerian personnel have already gotten enough clearance for them to land due to the faulty nature of the aircraft, is still holding the aircraft and the military personnel till today?
Because they violated their airspace.
But they seeked for clearance, which they granted, Barrister. So if they thought or if they perceive it to be violation of their airspace, two things would have happened. Is it that they use force to send them away or bombard them or pull them out of the airspace? So why is it that after they have seeked clearance, they let them land and then now went ahead to confiscate the aircraft and also detain the military personnel?
Fina, were you there when they sought for the clearance and when they received it and they asked them to land? Were you there?
We had information.
So, you see, please, if that is the normal thing that happened, if events were to follow the normal course of things in an emergency, that plane and those men will not remain in Burkina Faso up till now. They will not.
So you perceive a foul play?
Of course, it's obvious.
So could that be the reason Nigerian government is not really being so tough talking about it?
If it's an emergency, in fact, they will even sympathize with them and ask them to, go back and, But something happened. They brought down that plane on their own. There was no clearance for anybody to land.
Of what benefit would that move be for Nigeria in Burkina Faso, Barrister? When you say they just decided to invade another sovereign nation's airspace, of what reason would that be? Of what gain or benefit is that going to be to Nigeria?
They wanted to flex their muscle to tell them that they are the giants of Africa. Not knowing that these guys have advanced airspace defense system. They never knew, they never thought what they witnessed in Burkina Faso is possible. They never thought so. And so, now that they tried and they got a bloody nose, they don't know how to... Remember the lies that followed this thing. They are traveling to Portugal, and they did not arrest anybody. And our men are not in, they are released them. Back and forth, nobody wants to come out with the truth. Nobody. And so, if it is something that happened in the normal course of things, in the normal course of events, my dear, nobody will detain that plane and those men, because they were not, violating anybody's airspace. By the way, have you asked yourself why this thing had to happen the day Republic of Benin happened? Have you answered that question? Pina, of all the days on earth, it had to be that day that Burkina Faso was, that Republic of Benin was happening. It had to be that day that you want to go for routine maintenance in Portugal. Did you buy the plane from Portugal? Are you not supposed to go to where you bought it for maintenance? Please tell me.
We have different checks on the aircraft. You can go for C check, which is taking it back to the country of origin, like where it was manufactured. You can also have other checks that can be done somewhere, maybe in Morocco, depending on the aircraft and its brand.
Like Z check, Abi, and then Q check, Abi, and equally B and W check. They want to check. What are they going to check? What happened to the aircraft?
Are we seeing this Burkina Faso story coming to an end anytime soon? Are we seeing both countries resolving this? Because I'm of the opinion that, we can find a way to solve this amicably without having any issues coming out of it. Because the more it looks like it's going to brew into, more like a row, which maybe both countries might not be able to handle well. And if it's not being contained the way it should, it can spiral into something larger than we are seeing it already.
What will you, can you face, you are not finished with the ragtag bandits in your country. You want to cross over to the border to go and do what with Burkina Faso. Go and try them now, and you know whether they happen or not.
But we're able to suspend the coup that was to take place in Benin Republic. So if you think we don't have what it takes or the world without for us to do it, why is it that we're able to suspend
the
military takeover?
True talk, yes. Because a man beat up his pregnant wife at home. Because a man beat up his pregnant wife at home. Therefore, that man is powerful, Abi. No, that man is powerful.
Are you saying here?
What is Burkina Faso to Nigeria that is not even up to one of the states in Nigeria?
Boris, are you saying that the leadership of ECOWAS, after their annual summit in Nigeria, in Abuja to be precise, are you saying that this call, the immediate release for all political detainees, opposition figures, and every other thing, even their insistive nature that there must be an act of inclusiveness and everything in most of the countries that we're having, military rule, are you saying it's not going to yield any fruit?
It is not, because this both the AU and the ECOWAS, they are toothless bulldogs.
Why is it that EU, European Union, were able to have their house in order and as large and big as they are, but Africa, with just few countries, cannot put their house in order and have a common force and a very strong voice?
You are a third world country. In a third world country, things don't work well. Can't you get it? That's why Donald Trump is shipping into Africa the drag of American society who left prisons. Look at that. People that Donald Trump rejected, he just find their way into Africa. That will tell you that this place is a dumping ground for those whose head is not correct. So how can something good come out of you? No, answer me. You can see the reason. We are talking of the problem at home that we are battling with. Donald Trump is now shipping more, and your country, your leaders are accepting them for a few dollars more. You know that film that started by what's his name? Oh my God!
No, I think it's few countries in Africa. From what we got from Eswatini, we're told that yes, money exchange hands through the revelation made by the minister. But we didn't see that playing out in Nigeria. South Africa also did not take in any steps to do that.
Wait now. Other countries that did not receive the people, they have enough of them at home already. They are grappling with them. Please, how do you bring an ex-convict from America into Nigeria? We are bandits already having a field day. I think that is what informed the Nigerians. Say, look, we have enough of these people here. Don't bring more here now.
Barrister, I believe that Africa is great, and I believe we're going to. Yes, I believe we're great.
Listen.
And if we're not great, I don't see the reason the people that called. I have a problem with that third world country. I have a problem with that. Yes, I do. I have a very big problem with it. And I don't see the reason the people that think that they are so superior over the blacks will go in for scrambling and partitioning and divisioning of Africa to the point that some of them refused going by embracing the policy of assimilation. After the Berlin Conference of 1884, 1885 till today, we still have them more like everywhere, littered around, not moving over to their superior nature after tagging us inferior. I have a very big problem with that.
Look, that a man is equal to another man is by mouth. In reality, all men are not born equal.
If they wake up to say, or rather according to what you're saying now, if we are not equal, then why be? Why associate? Why still hold on firm? Why still have your grip on the soil that you think is superior to you?
Please, don't blame these people. They came to civilize you.
No, we were civilized before now. I beg to disagree with you, Barrister Darlington.
Listen,
Africa is a cradle of civilization. From South Africa, we have the papyrus that we've been using and all that. So I beg to disagree when people will say they want to civilize. You don't want to civilize. We were already living a civilized life before they come. We can recall what played out where we have some people from Portugal coming into Benin City in Nigeria. The testimonies of Roy and I think Avelo de Sucre or something like that were of the opinion that they say that the streets in Benin, to start with, is broader than that of the Amsterdam Strait. So they made us understand that we were more civilized than they were before the invasion happened. Some people in Africa also said we don't need them. We don't need any foreign encroachment. It played out in the Benin War, the Zulu War, and all that. So why are we still having such play out? If you're playing the card of superiority now, so why won't you go on to your superior nature and live there and let those you've tagged inferior be on their own?
Okay, fine. Yeah, it's like you like talking, Abi.
I'm just asking the question.
Oh, no, don't worry, come. What has Africa invented that will benefit mankind that Europe and America are coming here to look
at? A whole lot.
What have you invented?
We'll discuss that after the camera. My producer just told me that in press for time.
If not for the whites in South Africa, the economy of South Africa would have, in fact, they would have been killing themselves up to now.
The question is, why won't the Boers still leave? Why do they stay even after that? But Barrister, we're pressed for time. We're pressed for time.
Tell me what you have invented.
A whole lot. We'll discuss that after the news analysis. Thank you so much, Barrister Darlington Agomo. You're watching the African News, and we have with us in the studio a legal practitioner, a public and political affairs analyst, Barrister Darlington Agomo. Thank you for being part of today's African News. We'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, the rest of the news continues. Do want to stay with us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Glad to have you back. It's still the African News and Voice of the People Television. Libya's National Museum, formerly known as Saraya Alhambra or the Red Castle, has reopened in Tripoli. The African Development Bank, AFDB, opened a donor pledging conference on Monday for its fund that lends money to low-income countries on favorable terms, seeking to offset a retreating U.S. support that threatened its $25 billion target. Earlier this year, the Trump administration withheld a $197 million tranche pledge in the previous replenishment, round for the African Development Fund ADF, raising doubt about Washington's contribution ahead of the two-day meeting in London. The AFDB, Africa's biggest development lender, said the U.S. would send a representative to the talks, but it remained unclear whether it would commit funds. Azerbaijan and Algeria have established a joint commission on trade, economic, scientific, and technical cooperation, a trend which some media reports has carried. This is reflected in President Ilham Aliyev's decree approving the agreement on the establishment of a joint commission on trade, economic, scientific, and technical cooperation between the government of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the government of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. The agreement signed in Algiers on November 4, 2025, comes in force under the decree. Following the entry into force of the agreement, the Cabinet of the Ministers of the Republic of Azerbaijan has been charged to ensure the implementation of its own provisions. Meanwhile, Zimbabwe has formally reserved 14 economic sectors exclusively for its citizens, while ordering foreign-owned businesses operating in designated industries to surrender a controlling 75% stake to locals within 3 years. The measures are contained in Statutory Instrument 215 of 2025, titled Indigenization and Economic Empowerment, Foreign Participation in Reserved Sectors, Regulations 2025, which requires foreign investors to offload a minimum of 25% equity annually to Zimbabweans, ensuring a phased but accelerated localization of ownership and control. Moving on to the business segment of the news bulletin, the South African rand gained in early trade on Monday, supported by higher gold prices as local investors look towards the year's last bit of economic data for clues on the health of Africa's most industrialized economy. At 0701 GMT, the rand traded at 16.84 against the dollar, at the economy per cent, firmer than its previous close. Gold held near a more than 7-week high on Monday on a weaker dollar and a lower U.S. yield. And as a major producer of precious metals, South Africa often benefits from firmer bullion prices. Domestically focused traders will examine the South African Reserve Bank's bulletin for the third quarter, which is expected to be released at 0800 GMT, offering insight into quarterly foreign direct investment and portfolio flows. Later in the week, investors will look to November consumer inflation data and producer inflation figures. Still in the business segment, Egypt signed a contract with Qatar's Al Mana Holding for a four-phase investment on $200 million to produce sustainable aviation fuel from used cooking oil in the Suez Canal Economic Zone at an Ain Sokna, Egypt's cabinet told newsmen on Sunday. The project will be developed in 3 phases and will span 100,000 square meters in the integrated Sokna zone on Egypt's Red Sea coast. The first phase will have an estimated annual production capacity of 200,000 tons, the cabinet added. The deal marks the first Qatari industrial investment in the Suez Canal Economic Zone, according to Egypt. Moving on to the sports segment of the African news, Mohamed Salah heads for Morocco this week to captain Egypt in the Africa Cup of Nations AFCON amid uncertainty over his future at Liverpool. The 33-year-old came on as a substitute and seized his chance by setting up Liverpool's second goal for Hugo Ekitike. Salah had been left out of Liverpool's squad for Tuesday's Champions League victory at Inter Milan after his explosive rant about slot following the recent draw at Leeds. Salah came off the bench midway through the first half and set up the second goal in a 2-0 Premier League win over Brighton at the weekend. Egypt officially named their squad for the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco, with head coach Hossein Hassan opting for a group heavily built around home-based talent. The Pharaohs will face Nigeria in a turn-up match on December 16, and Salah has reportedly left England following Saturday's PL match to join up with the national team. That is it on the African News and Voice of the People television. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and across all the social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. I am Fina Okechukwu. Do have a good afternoon.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
That I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers.
The Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers Membership Induction Ceremony is an official event where new entrants into the profession are formally admitted as members of the institution. New members who have completed the required training, examination, and professional interviews are officially inducted into NIESV. They earn the right to practice as professional estate surveyors and valuers in Nigeria. The event underscores NIESV's mission to enhance service delivery, improve real estate standards, and regulate professional practice across the country.
This is an event that I presided over. It is an important event in our institution. That is when we welcome new members into our institution, and I'm so happy about the quality and the number of members that we have inducted. 539 new members joined the profession. That is a big deal for us, and we are happy to celebrate them.
The possible challenges is people trying to know them. That okay, yes, we are out, we're into the market, we're here to serve you. But with good sensitization and a market driven, there's no problem. The vision is to see how we can fit the market with our professional dexterity.
Like as a surveyor, I've been in this game for a very long time, for almost 40 years now or more. As you grow, you have challenges. When the number is fewer, it's easier to manage challenges, start to control and coordinate and control. But as you grow, you see a lot of people who are not serious-minded, who are not committed, and you have to do a lot of job to remove the chaff from the grain. There are temptations. People will offer you money to give them what they want, and you do it, you get the money. Those people, when they need something that is serious, don't cut you. But they know that you have a price. You can compromise.
You know, the real estate profession, it's a noble profession.
the profession of estate surveying and valuation. It's a noble profession that has to do with service to people, and not just people, to the nation as well. And aside from that, it's a profession that integrates people. You get to deal with people and get to manage them. And at the end of the day, it's something I had passion for, and of course, I feel fulfilled getting to serve people.
Today seems to be one of the most exciting day of my profession as an estate surveyor and valuer. It's one of the moments we all look up to, a very exciting day, a day where we behold the estate profession as the bedrock of all of they have to do. The milestone of this is it is one of the basis rock as a trust, one thing we look up to as an estate surveyor and valuer.
My expectation is to see how you can bring your expertise, what you've learned, your experience over time and practice, how you can bring it in and see that professionalism is brought into this profession. Because over time we've noticed that because of lack of professionalism, the reputation of the profession has been, is something that people now doubt. So my expectation is to come into this profession fully with the weight of experience and what we've been taught during our national continuous development, and from the weight of experience of our guest speaker today, to bring them together and see how we can move the profession to the next level.
The 2025 induction ceremony of the Nigerian Institution of the Estate Surveyors and Valuers was indeed a significant milestone. It's more than celebration. It's a celebration of value, a celebration of integrity and credibility. VOP's TV Precious Agumano reporting.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Sowore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching voice of the people.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
It's a beautiful Monday, another Monday for us to actually keep our hopes alive, another Monday for us to actually, keep believing that everything would actually work out fine. Of course, welcome on board to People's Voice on VOP TV, where season stories shape the narrative. And today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Of course, all eyes on EFCC as we watch them carry out their job, as regards to investigation. EFCC alleges Malami operated 46 bank accounts. Join the conversation with expert insights and citizen perspectives. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior. Let's look into other news stories with details. ADC concern over Atiku Obi team-up for 2027 presidency. ADC has actually expressed concern over the possible team-up between former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi in 2027 general election. ADC spokesperson Bolaji Abdullahi said that the situation poses a challenge, but the party is focused on strengthening its national structures and developing capacity for competitive showing in the 2027 polls. Abdullahi added that the party may decide to nominate its presidential candidate by consensus or open the tickets to all aspirants if consensus is not reached. We actually know what that particular one means there. And that's more reason why the likes of Peter Obi are saying that you have to put the zoning situation on the table. Otherwise, they're still taking their time to actually join the party officially. Away from that particular one, Obi fought federal government plan to borrow 20 trillion for 2026 budget. The former vice presidential candidate, I beg your pardon, Peter Obi has criticized the government of planning to borrow another 20 trillion to finance 2026 national budget, describing it as reckless and economically dangerous. Obi questioned the rationale behind fresh borrowing when debt servicing consumes nearly half of the country's revenue, and borrowing requirements have risen up to 72%. He accused the government of fiscal rascality and warned that the country cannot continue borrowing without directing funds towards productive sectors or generating future value. And let's come to the birthday man, the most talked man in the president's cabinet. I'm talking about Wike. Wike is one of my shining stars. And the reason why this particular one has been laughing is because it sounds to me like, a coach, talking about one of his players, on the pitch. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has congratulated Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, on his 58th birthday. Tinubu praised Wike's performance in office, describing him as an audacious and result-oriented leader who consistently delivers impactful projects. The president highlighted Wike's transformation of the FCT, particularly recent completion of the Apo-Keshi Road, a project delayed for 14 years. Tinubu commended Wike's resilience, commitment to excellence, and support for renewed hope agenda, despite belonging to a different political party. Does it really belong to a different political party, or we should reduce our mic? That's actually a question we should be asking. But of course, I love the fact that the president said Wike is one of the shining stars of my cabinet. Okay, so that's president to his minister. Who are we to actually, come in between them? And away from that particular one, Congress man describes visits to Nigeria as heartbreaking. Really Moore has described his recent visit to Nigeria as heartbreaking after witnessing a devastating impact of violence, attacks on communities in the Middle Belt region. Moore led a congressional delegation on a fact-finding mission to Nigeria, meeting with international other supporters, and of course they went ahead and they saw the internally displaced persons, Christian leaders and government officials. He expressed concern over the persecution of Christians and the broader security challenges posed by terrorist groups like Boko Haram. Okay, and away from that particular one, Osun PDP vows to deliver victory for Adeleke in 2026. Despite Governor Ademola Adeleke's defection to the Accord Party, Osun State Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Sunday BC, has declared that the party will work to deliver victory for Adeleke in the 2026 governorship election. BC describes Adeleke's defection as a doctrine of necessity to protect him from possible disqualification. The PDP will deploy all its structures to ensure Adeleke's victory. Is that particular or not a very serious conversation there? For PDP to still be saying that we want to work for this man, Adeleke. I think that speaks so much about the presence of Adeleke, and PDP is really going through a lot. Are we going to say that these particular people have actually indulged themselves in anti-party? Nobody's actually saying anything yet. We've not heard either of the faction, either the Turaki faction or that of Wike faction, comment on this particular one. So let's leave it open, in the coming days and see what would actually come to play. River State crisis, of course, there's another situation brewing now. Fubara Wike camp clash over commissioner slot. A fresh row is brewing between River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara and Minister of the Federal Capital Territory Nyesom Wike over unresolved aspects of the peace deal broken by President Bola Tinubu. The disagreement is over the composition of a new cabinet, with Wike's camp allegedly demanding up to 12 commissioner slots. Fubara's camp considered this excessive, sparking tension between the two allies. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV, and of course on YouTube, with Voice of the People. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting this conversation. EFCC alleges Malami operated 46 bank accounts, and of course, ex-minister denies claim. If you don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. Welcome back to the program at Still People's Voice on Voice of the People Television. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has accused former Attorney General Abubakar Malami of operating 46 unlawful bank accounts and being linked to General Sani Abacha's loot. However, Malami's media aide, Bello Doka, has vehemently denied the allegations, stating that Malami has only 6 bank accounts, all known to the EFCC. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and the African Democratic Congress ADC have accused the EFCC of engaging in a political witch hunt over Malami's detention. The EFCC has denied the allegations, stating that Malami's detention is due to his failure to meet bail conditions, not politics. All right, we're now being joined by Dr. Kayode, who's a socio-political technocrat and, of course, aviation safety expert. You're welcome on board, Doctor. Good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon. How are you?
Very well, thank you, Doctor.
I was listening to you while you were reading your news, and there are 2 of those news that caught my attention.
Okay, Doctor. Before you make your comments as regards to the news story, I would like to just introduce all the guests. Then I would, come back to you. Is that fine?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. And of course, we're being joined by Nwoye Chijioke, a distinguished business magnate, associate political and social analyst, and of course, a seasoned professional with wealth of experience in public relations, public speaking, and corporate consulting. Good morning, Chijioke. Of course, I can't make the mistake twice. You know, you are in Canada, I'm in Nigeria, so it's morning over there, right?
Yeah, it's morning.
Before you tell me now it's actually winter over there, it's snowing, it's this, it's that. Good morning, Chijioke.
Good morning, Xavier. How are you doing?
You can actually win me twice. I wouldn't take that.
Yeah,
okay,
that's good.
Thank you so much for joining the program. And of course, joining me in the studio, we have Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter, and of course, a senior political analyst. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon, Dr. Dayo and Chijioke.
Hey, Ogasa, I know I will see you between now and next week. By God,
said what?
He
said he knows he's going to see you. We'll see you between this week and next week.
You must invite me now.
Okay. All right, so Dr. Kayode, I'd like you to respond to any of the news stories.
Yes, you didn't greet Chijioke very well. You say good morning in Canada. No, you have to say happy snowing in Canada because I know a lot of snowing.
Because it's always oppressing us with the snow, right?
Yeah, happy snowing in Canada. Anyway, let me quickly go to Osun State.
Yeah.
No doubt about it that the PDP got it right that Adeleke's movement to accord is necessary, so that at the end of the day, both Adeleke and PDP will not be losing. So it's a good thing that PDP is going to work with him. Now, let's get back to Rivers State. You will remember the other time when the two of us were discussing Rivers State here, when Fubara or who was saying it, that yes, there is now peace in Rivers State. You remember I said, and then you concur with me, that which peace? If you are saying there is going to be peace in Rivers State, time will tell. Because as is, what they are hanging on is a very, very fragile situation. Imagine the House of Assembly is now having, I think about over 10 of them, over 12 of them, decamped to APC. Secondly, remember, Fubara was not there when elections were conducted into various local governments. So that means Fubara is now also having the structure of the local government in Rivers State. Now Wike is coming again. Hey man, you still cannot have all the commissioners to yourself. We have to share it. If Wike alone is asking for 24 members out of the old members of the ESCO, then how many ESCO are they going to have in Rivers? Is it saying they are going to have as much as 40, 50 commissioners? So these are issues that are still burning in Rivers State that will never make me to agree with anybody that will be telling me that there is peace in Rivers. No peace yet. Because even those people that are still in the House of Assembly that have not deflected, we still don't know where they are going to be tomorrow. So it is a very, very dicey situation in Rivers. However, I will not blame the president for saying that he is the star boy of his government, because at least Wike is doing his bidding. He has tried as much as possible to make Rivers State to sway towards his 2027 project.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Kayode. Let me bring it to the studio now, Mr. Fanimo. I'd like us to, just talk about the Wike situation, maybe just for a few seconds before we move into the main conversation. What can you say about, this situation of Wike requesting, or Wike's camp saying they want 12 slots? Is 12 slots not too much for the position of commissioners?
It cannot be too much. He will still ask for more. You see, the moment you give in to a blackmailer, he will keep coming to ask for more. Fubara shot himself when he went to that first meeting and considered to the 8-point conditions precedent to return to the government house. And since then, you can see that at every turn, they make sure they extract so much from him that will run contrary to the aspiration of the good people of Rivers State.
You know, I was even thinking that Fubara joining APC would, calm something.
No, it's not going to. It's not going to.
Would even be saved by the president.
You could see that as soon as it decamped, those Amefile-led legislators also move into APC with him.
They moved first before him.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
They are all in APC now.
Yes.
And the reason for that is they will be insiders. They are still tied to the apron strings of Wike, those lawmakers. And they are supposed to provide the eyes and the ears through Wike will read the barometer of Rivers State using Fubara as the point man. Right from the day this crisis started, I said Fubara is in for a trouble. And this trouble, you see, when I predict certain things, it may look awkward, but you always come back to it. I said it here that Wike, no matter what, he has roped himself in. From the day he even accepted to be governor of Rivers State on the conditions that are not favorable to Rivers people from Wike. Must you be a governor at all costs? Why must you compromise the life and livelihood of one Riverian for your own inordinate and bridled ambition? This is the result we are getting now. I recall that a similar thing happened to this current Olubado when he was governor for your state. And it also happened to Bukola Saraki when he became governor of Kwara State. In the Ladoja Adedibu's own, that attitude of entitlement came into it. And Adedibu said, you don't even have one party office in any of the 33 local governments in Oyo State. I deployed my structure to make you governor. So, whatever request, he even went as far as asking him, out of your security vote, you must give me at least 20% every month. That we worked for it, and so, regardless of the fact that I'm not in government, you must give me my own share of the security vote. He made sure he also gave a list of chairmen of boards and parastatals and even commissioners. But Ladoja temporarily outsmarted him by paying his way to go and rest abroad. Before he came back, Ladoja appointed his commissioners and the fight started. This was the fight that culminated in the removal of Ladoja as governor for your state, helped by Obasanjo. Now, in the case of Saraki in Kwara, the father was the one that sponsored him against Lawal, that vice admiral.
Yeah.
And when he won, the father insisted that he needed to settle his constituency by naming all the commissioners. We were told that at some point it was a stalemate until somebody advised him and said, look, if your father says he wants to appoint all the commissioners, allow him to do. You appoint special assistants that will be doing the work of the commissioners. So, for the better part of Saraki, he allowed the father to appoint commissioners, and he appointed, that was when this Bolaji Abdullahi, that is now spokesperson of ADC, became a special assistant before he became minister. And he was running the government with the special assistants But during ESCO meeting, he was ready to wine and dine with his commissioners. He gave them cash, he gave them security, he gave them everything. So they couldn't go back to the father to say, sir, we are not involved in the day running. And that was it. So this man boxed himself to a corner. Even if he gives these 12 commissioners to Wike's group, they will still ask for more.
Okay. They will still ask for more.
They will still ask for more. And the more he gives in, the more they come back.
Okay. Let me also take it to the Canada man. Chijike, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Xavier.
Yeah, so what do you have to say as regards to this request from the Wike's camp requesting for 12 slots, as regards to commissioners, wanting to, present their own person, for Fubara's camp? What would you have to say as regards to that before we move to the main topic?
Well, of course, politics is a very dirty game. And then Wike has proven to be the master of dirty games. but I think that Fubara made a mistake and he learned from the mistake and now he's playing smart. That's why I think that is why he came to APC. Because if you look at what happened, how he got removed from the seat, you saw that he was willing and ready to fight Wike and fight the federal government. So he thought he had the support of the people and also the support of the PDP, the PDP. But when the fight got tough, he found out that he was alone. The people did not fight with him. PDP did not fight for him, and he stood alone. He was on the suspension for the 6 months. So I thought that he learned his lesson. And, like they said, if you can't beat them, he joined them. So if you notice what he said on when he joined the APC, he said, now we are going to go to the Oga Direct, meaning he's going to go to Tinubu Direct. So which means I don't think Wike is going to get anything.
But let me actually say something to that. The president that we know and that is not changed, okay, he doesn't operate that way. No matter what, the same man would not operate freely with Fubara without
you need to understand that what Tinubu wants is to get APC or to get Port Harcourt under his pocket. And
notwithstanding, it is only Wike that can deliver it.
No. Now that Fubara has entered the camp, you cannot remove a sitting governor.
First, I hope you are aware that. I hope you are aware.
APC has no other choice than to give him ticket. So you see, this battle is going to be tough.
Okay.
I don't think Tinubu will just he won't, because now he's in a tight corner. So like I said, Fubara learned his mistake, and I support what he's doing right now because he was alone. So good luck to them.
All right, thank you so much for that particular one. But of course, if we really want to look at this particular conversation, you agree with me that presently, Wike has, the whole of the local government, to himself, local government chairman, to himself. These are his people everywhere, and now he wants to collect 12 out of how many? For crying out loud. But let me come to you, Dr. Kayode. Hello, doctor, are you there?
Yes, how we do?
Yes, let's talk about Malami's conversation. The EFCC situation with Malami. What are your thoughts on the EFCC allegation against Abubakar Malami?
You see, I don't have any problem in EFCC arresting anybody who had stolen our Commonwealth. But my problem lies in the area whereby EFCC is now being used as a witch hunting organization against those that are not for government. How much are they talking about, Malami? How much was that of Okowa? How much was that of Okowa? Are we hearing anything again about Okowa? Yes. Malami should be quizzed. and his cohort for all that. But my question is, the Senate president that is there today, is he also free from corruption allegations? Is he free? A whole load of them in that Senate, are they also free from corruption allegations? How about in quotes, Gandola? Is he free of corruption allegations? His own that was even captured live on video. What has happened to him? Did you not stop the mic? Off the mic. What has happened to it? So for me, I'm not saying Malami should not be quizzed. I'm not saying it should not be dealt with. But the question is, do we really have strong institutions to deal with corrupt practices on our land? Now, even if we have strong institutions, to what extent are they independent of the executive? Again, all these institutions, how far, when I'm talking of EFCC, ICPC, and all that, and even the judiciary. Because at the end of the day, the case will end up at the table of the judiciary. What is our level of preparedness to be dealing with fraudulent personalities in our country? One of them was saying the other time that everybody in the executive and the civil service are corrupt. If they should jail everybody, then a lot of Nigerians will be in jail. Yes, let them be in jail. Because how can an individual be holding, look at how much money that the president have been borrowing. Peter B was just going against another one that I said wants to go and borrow now. How has the National Assembly been a watchdog on these monies that are being borrowed in terms of using it for economic and developmental purposes? So when you borrow money, and we're not seeing the impact on our economic development, what do we call that too? Who are also monitoring that? Which institution is also monitoring that? If there's an institution to monitor that, to what extent are they monitoring it?
So, hello, doctor.
Yes.
Yeah, you are saying that this particular situation is a witch hunt, right?
I'm saying what?
You said that this situation is a witch hunt on Malami.
I'm not saying it should be withdrawn.
I'm asking, are you saying it is a witch hunt?
Well, to the extent that, what's his name again? Oshiomhole, while he was the chairman of APC, said, even if you are the most terrible devil, the moment you switch camp to APC, you are an angel. And we have seen a lot of fraudulent characters switching camp to APC, and to that extent, they have not been doing anything. Peradventure, this one we are now seeing on Malami is probably, please mark my words, probably the ruling party is wanting Malami to come and declare for APC so that it can be left off the hook, just as to a very large extent Okowa is now moving around the street freely, just as the present Senate president was left off the hook. He later became a minister and now is the Senate president. And so also so many other people like that.
Okay, so doctor, I understand that you're also coming from a place of your principle. I'm talking about Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, but
I'm not coming from his place. I'm saying my own.
Notwithstanding, that's also what he talked about. But
I never even read his own comments. I never read his own comments.
Okay, notwithstanding, yes. So my question here is there even a crime in the first place? Because there is no smoke without fire, doctor. Someone who they're actually saying, that he has 46 bank accounts linked to, Abacha loot. It's something that we should actually, take off emotions and look into for proper clarity and accountability. This is not about. I'm coming, doctor. This is not just about political party. Of course, Malami recently declared, that he wants to become the governor of Kebbi State, and eyes were rolling and things like that, started popping up. But that's not where we're coming from. What I'm saying is, if you are saying that some of this situation, is witch hunt, or of course the APC wants him to, move to their camp and things like that, so that his sins can be forgiven, just like Oshomole said. But he is not the only person in opposition party that the EFCC has not gone after. If they come for you, for example, be it opposition or not, or let's even say you are in opposition party and EFCC comes for you, that means there is an iota of truth somewhere. So should we say because this person is opposition, we should also look for a way to, brand that particular terminology of cleaning off whatsoever corrupt activities that they've actually indulged themselves in? I just want clarity on all of that.
Savior, hold on. I want us to get my position right, please.
That's what I'm waiting for, to give us clarity as regards to your submission.
I've already explained it, but it seems you didn't follow it properly. Now, listen again. Let anybody be accused by EFCC.
Okay.
Anybody be accused by EFCC. But again, don't let us be having sacred cows. Don't let us be having sacred cows. There are also people in this particular government that are not supposed to be there, that are supposed to be accused. Look at, and I made reference to Apabio. I made reference to Ganduje. I made reference to Okowa.
Yahaya Bello, to Okowa.
Yahaya Bello. And so many of them like that. Even the so-called Matawale. Even Matawale's own is even more grievous. That of the vice president, the sitting vice president, is even more grievous. So what I'm saying is, quiz Malami, even jailing, if is found wanting, jailing, all right? But don't stop at that. Stop allowing people to be using that word witch hunting. Why are people using that word witch hunting? Because Oshiomhole had said, and you have been following it, that whoever should port from another party to APC will surely become a saint. We don't want that. We don't want that. We want equity. We want justice for all. And we want fair play, whereby anybody that had been adjudged or even reported that look at that, such a person must be dealt with accordingly. Check some of these ministers. Take them out. Check some of them in the Senate. Check some of them in the House of Reps. So why is the FCC not also going after those people? Why? not saying you shouldn't quiz Malami. I'm not his fan. I'm not a fan to anybody that is among those that are stealing our Commonwealth. I'm not among those that will support anybody, whether through tribe or any affiliation, that has caused this kind of heinous crime on our nation. No, I won't support it. But let there be equity. Let there be fair play. Let there be justice. That is what I'm saying.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
I don't want to believe that.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
This one is witch hunt. No.
Yeah.
No.
All right.
No.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
But for me
Doctor.
not to say it's a witch hunt, you also have to let others go through that process.
All right. Thank you so much,
including
Doctor, for
Gajuje.
that wonderful submission. Thank you. Let's come back to the studio here. All right, Mr. Dele Fanimo, you heard everything, a doctor said, and of course, we've been going, loggerheads with each other. Quickly, I'd like to ask you, what implication could this case have on the EFCC's, credibility if the allegations are proven false? And of course, I'd like to take this simultaneously.
You see, Malami was in government for 8 years as Attorney General of the Federation. And during that time, what is being visited on him was visited on many Nigerians. He looked the other way, which means what goes round comes round. That's one. Two, I'm not sympathetic to Malami on this front. The second one, now is now claiming rule of law. Is now claiming rights to justice. Is now, you know how many people that were detained by government agencies that were not even prosecuted. Dasuki was in detention for how many years under Buhari? And Malami was the Attorney General. What did he do? What did he do? Nnamdi Kanu was in detention for many years under Buhari, and he was the Attorney General. What did he do? Now the thing is coming back to him. That's one. Two, this question of why me, I don't want to hear it, and I've always detested it. After all, I'm not the only thief. Why are they singling me out? Why did you steal at all?
Why did you steal in the first place? That's what I was discussing.
In the first place, why did you steal?
That's it. Did you even
there are some people in opposition that are in ADC, but they have never run around government offices. Nobody has picked them for wrongdoing.
For me to deviate a little, just for the records, if Peter Obi actually did something
and he has stolen, by now he will be in detention. So why is Obi running free? And if there is anybody,
know the truth. If Peter Obi, I'm saying this here, I'd actually taken even lead to 1/3. I'm not saying 10%. Look, what would have happened to him?
Look, when this fierce battle between Segun Oni, former governor of Ekiti State, and Dr. Fayemi, eventually Dr. Fayemi got that mandate through the court. Days after, they went to him and said, why would you allow Segun Oni to just walk free? After all, he's in opposition, he took your seat and all that. He said, even while outside government, I have dug into government and there is no single infraction that I can use to name Segun Oni. And since I came into government, I have not seen anything incriminating against him. So why should I prosecute him? Is Malami the only person that served under Buhari? Somebody said 46 accounts.
46 linked to Abacha loot.
We were never told that Malami had private businesses that could accommodate those accounts. He was a lawyer. He has his chamber.
What is somebody doing with 46 accounts?
You see, the area where I feel uncomfortable with is the fact that this case, the way it is now, has been bungled even before prosecution. If you are saying those 46 accounts were tied to Abacha loot at some point, maybe because Malami was in office as Attorney General, Switzerland will not bring Abacha loot and pay into a personal account in Nigeria. That money would have been paid to federal government through the CBN. At what point did that money move from government account to private account?
That's it. That's what we're saying. We just want clarity. We want accountability.
You know, EFCC is an institution that arrests before investigating.
Meanwhile, they were meant to investigate.
You are meant to. If Scotland Yard officer says you are under arrest,
they've actually done their duty.
They have closed your file.
They are not just opening it.
They have closed your file, and that's why that slogan came in, that you are advised to keep quiet, because whatever you say shall be used against you in the court of law. Because whatever you are saying during arrest or after arrest is an addition to that file that has been closed. But here, our security agents will arrest you and begin to ask you, did you steal? How much did you steal? Where are you keeping it? So, EFCC, that's why a governor was arraigned with 139 charges in Nigeria, and he was told to go home scot-free. But that same governor was arrested, extradited to UK, tried, second trial, even with Queen's Counsel, equivalent of SAN here. They advised him, please, better you plead guilty so that your sentence can be lighter. And he pleaded guilty, and he was sentenced. Because the more you allow government to use state resources, taxpayers' resources, to prosecute you, the longer that sentence on conviction. But look at this Malami case now. We have not heard from EFCC. Whoever punched the necessary button to transfer state money to private account in 46 accounts, nobody has told us. Even if you are going to use that person as prosecuting witness, nobody has told us. So at the end of the day, when this man is arraigned in court, he will be discharged and acquitted because of lack of evidence to nail him. And then we would have wasted taxpayers' money, we have wasted a lot of energy and resources.
Push for the case.
Now, the second part of it, this man made a grave allegation against the chairman of EFCC. Nobody is talking about it. This man said when the current EFCC chairman was secretary to EFCC, that he committed some infractions, and that infraction was documented in a report by Commission of Inquiry headed by Ayo Salami, former chairman, president of Court of Appeal. And nobody has visited that case. The same way the former EFCC chairman, Magu, was investigated in Port Harcourt zonal office. And he was alleged to have sold exhibits, trailer load of exhibits for 100,000 to his cronies. They have not concluded that investigation before they posted him to Lagos to evade that. And the only thing they could do to compensate him for that infraction that had not been concluded was to make him EFCC chairman under Buhari. So it's a whole lot of rubbish going on. And while I'm not going to say that I don't have any sympathy for Malami, but you must come to justice, must come with equity, free hand, you know. Yeah. So they should also listen to that allegation and investigate the current EFCC chairman to find out if he's culpable of that allegation that was also recorded in that report by Ayo Salami-led the Commission of Inquiry.
All right, you know, one of my biggest concern now as regards to that particular commission is this commission doing their due diligence, based on being, professional enough, not being partisan, or are they politically motivated? Chijioke, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Xavier.
So I would like to, get your take as regards to this. Of course, I don't know what the anti-graft agency in Canada is called and all of that, but of course, you would agree with me that we have our EFCC here, and over the years, they've been either arresting, prosecuting, investigating. Some come out well, some we don't hear the case again. It's just been swept off and and the likes. But I'd like to ask you, do you still believe that EFCC is really working, or they are now being controlled politically?
I've never believed that EFCC has been an independent institution. They have not done anything to prove that they have been an independent institution. It has always been one government or the other, either controlling them or something else, because everything that they are doing shows that they are not independent. Of course, I will commend them for doing a job well done by, arresting these so-called corrupt politician, because that's what they should be doing. But there are some questions that the EFCC need to answer, because why does it seems like it is they are all going after people who are not APC members, because that's what it is. And you cannot tell me for sure that there are not corrupt APC members, even those in powers. Like, take for instance, here in Canada, nobody is nobody is above the law, nobody is above being arrested. Even the prime minister here, if there is any little corruption in his name, he's going to answer. There are so many people, even people that are not in power, that EFCC goes after, and before you know it, the case just ends like that. And when you go deeper into them, you find out that they are APC members. So these things warrant us to ask some questions and ask the EFCC. Yes, you guys are doing a wonderful job going after people who are destroying the country, people who are rooting the country down to zero. But the question is this: why are you not going after other parties, like the ruling parties? Let's take, for instance, the president. Even before he becomes the president, there is an alleged drug allegation on his name, and no one is saying anything about it. Should we go down to the vice president, Shatima? We know there's a terrorist link allegation on his name. No one is talking about it. Down to the Senate president, corruption case on his name. No one is talking about it. All of them, even the former governor of Kogi State, we know how much the FCC said he rooted, and everything that happened. No one is talking about it. But when you talk about other politicians, when you go to even the ADC, you see EFCC going after one or two people. Yesterday we heard that the court remained Ngige. It's not like when you see all these things, you ask what is really going on, what is really happening in the country, because all these people that the EFCC keep going after, yes, we know they are criminals, good, but if you notice, they have one similarity, and which is what? They are against this current government. So which sparks the question: EFCC, what are you doing with the taxpayers' money? Is the taxpayers' money being good? Like, are you using it for what it's supposed to be used for? Or are you working for these governments? So that's the thing.
All right, Chijoke, thank you so much. I will press for time, and this is how far we can actually go. But of course, in just 15 seconds, Dr. Kayode, can you just give me your final submission, please? Hello? Dr. Kayode?
Yes.
Please,
Are you hearing me?
In 50 seconds, please. I need to round up.
Yes. My final submission is both governments and EFCC and Nigerians should know that he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. Let Malami be quizzed. Let him be jailed if found wanting. Because EFCC had not told us how that money was transferred from CBN to those 46 accounts. That is one. Two, they have to ensure that others that are also involved in such infractions are also brought to book.
Right.
Enough of corruption in our land.
All right, thank you so much for that particular one. Thank you so much, Mr. Fanimo, for being part of the show. Thank you, Dr. Dayo Kayode, and of course,
Fanimo, I salute you especially, Mr. Fanimo.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Chijoke.
Mr. Fanimo, I greet you too. Mr. Fanimo, you know, we look up to you guys. You guys are the people that motivate us to speak up.
People should not turn my show to greeting and greeting. I need to round up my show.
You have to greet people that do well.
It's a family now. We have become family now.
He's a role model.
family
We learn from him.
All right, let's all rest the case now. Thank you so much for being part of the show. Coming up next is a locker room. If you love the world of sport, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy another wonderful edition of Locker Room today. The views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Saviour Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them and the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind, but last, more than No Mind. More. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Aliko Dangote is a Nigerian businessman and industrialist. He is best known as the founder, chairman, and CEO of the Dangote Group, the largest industrial conglomerate in West Africa. The Bloomberg Billionaires Index estimated his net worth at $16.1 billion as at November 2023, making him the richest person in Africa, the world's richest black person, and the world's 107th richest person overall. Dangote was born into a wealthy Hausa Muslim family on April 10, 1957 in Kano, which was then part of British Nigeria. Through his mother, he is the great-grandson of Alhassan Dantata, the richest person in West Africa at the time of his death in 1955. Dangote received a bachelor's degree in business studies and administration from Al-Azhar University in Cairo. The Dangote Group was established as a small trading firm in 1977, the same year Dangote relocated to Lagos to expand the company. Today, the Dangote Group is one of the largest conglomerates in Africa, with international operations in Benin, Ghana, Zambia, and Togo. The Dangote Group has moved from being a trading company to being the largest industrial group in Nigeria, encompassing divisions like Dangote Sugar Refinery, Dangote Cement, and Dangote Flour. Dangote Group dominates the sugar market in Nigeria, and its refinery business is the main supplier to the country's soft drink companies, breweries, and confectioners, supplying about 70% of the market. The company employs more than 11,000 people in West Africa. In July 2012, Dangote approached the Nigerian Ports Authority to lease an abandoned piece of land at the Apapa port, which was approved. It is now the largest refinery in Africa and the third largest in the world, producing 800,000 metric tons of sugar annually. The Dangote Group owns salt factories and flour mills and is a major importer of rice, fish, pasta, cement, and fertilizer. The company exports cotton, cashew nut, cocoa, sesame seeds, and ginger to several countries. Additionally, it has major investments in real estate, banking, transport, textiles, oil, and gas. On May 22, 2023, Dangote commissioned the Dangote Refinery, Lekki, Nigeria. The plant plans to export surplus petrol, turning Africa's biggest oil producer into an export hub for petroleum products. It also plans to export diesel, according to Dangote, who funded the refinery's construction. The refinery is situated on a 2,500-hectare site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lekki, Lagos. It is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world at 1,100 kilometers long. Dangote founded the African continent's largest cement producer. Aliko Dangote is regarded as an astute businessman with diverse interests who has contributed to the economy of Nigeria and West Africa immensely.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
All right, welcome to another beautiful edition of the Locker Room of Voice of the People Television. I am Jerry Apelioi, and we've got a thrilling show for you today. It was a blockbuster weekend of football action as we hit the studio to talk about what happened over the weekend and preparation towards the African Cup of Nations, which comes up in Morocco on the 21st day of December, 2025. It's a full house. My guys are with me. Talking about Ikechukwu makes a return, and hopefully Maiwa will get to join us virtually as we hit the ground and, of course, get it running. All right, definitely you can join us via the phone line showing on your screen. You can also drop your comments on our YouTube platform. We are also on Facebook. You can also catch us up on SLTV channel 264, and of course we're also on TikTok, and you can also find us on X. Of course, Ikechukwu, so much to talk about in the exciting world of football. We saw action over the weekend.
Good evening, Jerry. Good evening to our viewers. It's another very good day to talk football here in Locker Room. A lot happened, like you said. Dead bone shall rise again. Liverpool seem to be alive again. You know, after a couple of weeks that they've been struggling, we cannot say they've really come back. But again, this is a very good start for them to actually get back to their best.
Yeah, a very good start for them to get back to their best. And of course, the players who did not make the cut, they all sent a very interesting message to the coach of the Super Eagles. Starting from Chrysanthus Uche, we saw Tolu also scoring over the weekend. It means that the players are taking their being dropped very, very seriously and sending a message that maybe you made a mistake in dropping us.
Well, to be very honest and to be very fair with the coach, I think the omission of Tolu Arokodare is not unfair. He's really failed to actually put up the kind of performance we saw in the first two games where he played for the Super Eagles coming from the bench. But for Chrysanthus Uche, we've not seen the best of him. I would have really loved to have him part of the party. I mean, considering the fact that we have really short options when it comes to players that will be creative in the final third. So I'm quite disappointed that Chrysanthus Uche didn't actually make it. But I don't know what the metric was for Eric Chell. Perhaps maybe he's looking at his club form. If that's actually the case, then I want to believe that Eric Chell should have understood that a player who is moving to English Premier League side, who needs some couple of adaptation to be part of the process is actually not the best. That should not be the right metric for him. But again, on the hint side, you also want to give the coach some slack because if you're not actually performing at the highest level for your club side, you are not supposed to be part of the Super Eagles setup. But if there's anyone who is actually supposed to be part of it, I think it's supposed to be for me Chrysanthus Uche because of the aforementioned reason. But again, it's actually very good that the Super Eagles camp is actually swelling, and these guys should just continue to actually give their best. I mean, they are still very quite young. Chrysanthus, I think, is about 23, 24. Arokodare about the same age too, so it means they really have futures in the Super Eagles. I'd like to see is over 25. Ademola Lookman the same. So I think these guys definitely will have a lot to actually give in the coming years. But Simon also very much in the twilight of his career. So I really think that yes, if they're missing this one, is actually not the end of the road for them. They still have at least two to three AFCON if they start putting up the kind of performance we saw them put up over the weekend for their club side.
Yeah, because we look at Chrysanthus Uche. Let's look at players like Mohamed Usman, players like I'm trying to remember the Jagu guy,
Tochukwu Nadi.
And that is still fair. Let's talk about the other attacker guy that was invited too. So if Tolu had come in place of that, or even Chrysanthus, which had come in place of that kind of a player, some would say at least they'll add something. Because if anything happens to the...
You talking about Salim Fago?
Yeah. Imagine Tolu or Chrysanthus, which are filling up that spot. Because eventually that guy might not even kick the ball at the AFCON. But Tolu will surely give the coach some bit of, okay, ideas. Let's do something different in this game. When the chips are down, they can look at this player. But look at the situation. Look at Tolu. I think he had a very decent game against Arsenal over the weekend. Chrysanthus Uche in the Conference League was also very decent for Crystal Palace.
Yeah, true. You've actually said a lot about reasons for these guys to be part of it. I mean, look at the two guys that actually replaced them. It's a very big question. Salim Fago compared to Tolu Arokodare. As much as you want to actually give Tolu Arokodare the stick, you definitely want to look at the fact that he's been part of a super good setup and also understands the dynamics of the team. It's definitely going to give Eric Chell a lot of headache. And I mean, every coach wants that sort of headache going to a championship. So if you have a certain Salim Fago in your team, you definitely know you don't really have to worry. And what happens if likes of Victor Osimhen or Ademola Lookman picks up injury in our first game? What happens to the Super Eagles setup? Who are we going to be looking back to actually fill that spot? These are the big questions. We need players with character. Salim Fago, does he have the character? It's yet to be tested, and this is not a championship where you take players that are untested. If you must go with players that are untested, they must have shown glimmer of being very good at club level and playing at a highest level. For example, say players like Estevao, for example, if Brazil is actually taking him to a major championship, you definitely want to reckon the fact that yes, he's been doing so well for Chelsea, even if he hadn't played for Brazil at the point. So yes, these are the kind of questions you start asking yourself. But for Salim Fago, where is he playing? I mean, where is his contribution coming from that will say, okay, this is exactly what this guy is doing in this particular league, tearing this league apart and all of that. These are the questions that should be asked. But again, it goes back to what we were talking about before the list was, the list was released. The big question was about, what's actually responsible for the delay of the list coming out. And everyone would definitely agree with the fact that there seems to be a lot of power tussle. There seems to be a lot of power play. There seems to be a lot of people trying to actually make the Super Eagles list really reflect the Nigerian identity. There's a lot of persons who is actually looking at federal character in the list. There's a lot of persons who are also looking at my slots. There's a lot of persons who is also looking at I have a player who actually want to sell. I need him to actually have an official cup for the Super Eagles. So many permutations definitely was actually part of what actually got us to this particular point. So I just hope we don't end up getting injuries. Major characters don't end up finding themselves in a fix and then thereby putting the nation in a fix, because I mean, trust me, I know that nobody's going to really trust the likes of Usman Mohammed, Salim Fago, and of course not forgetting that Tochukwu Nadi in any high crucial game for the Super Eagles. But it is what it is now. These are the guys who definitely going to be taking the championship. It's quite sad, really, but I would have, like you said, I would have really preferred the likes of Chrysanthus Uche, who we've seen before, who we've seen that they've got character, the likes of Arokodare, who we've seen come into big games, get us that win in crucial moments. These are the players who can say, okay, they've got character to an extent, but it's unfortunate. This is how we do business in this part of the world.
All right, it's unfortunate. This is how we do business in this part of the world, according to Ikechukwu. But we'll take a quick break. When we'll come back, we'll unleash more for you with definitely Maiwa joining us on the locker room. Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelihon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Maiwa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time.
All right, you're welcome back. You're still on to the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television with me, Jerry Apelion. Of course, Ikech is in the studio with me while we expect Maiwa to join us virtually. And of course, we're just talking about the situation of the Eagles. The camp is already bubbling. The players are already coming in. As at last count, we had about 12 players ahead of the game against Egypt tomorrow. Anyway, we're just talking about some of the players who were dropped from the team and their reactions after they got dropped by the Super Eagles coach, talking about Eric Chell. We also talked about Uche Crisantos and Tolu Arokodare before we went on that break. And of course, this time around, we'll talk about Maduka Okoye. He is the most talked about in terms of the player who was dropped. Among the players who was dropped, he was the most talked about because if you take a look at the goalkeepers, after Stanley Wambali, Nigerians don't have confidence in Uzo. And even Amasu Basuje is a disaster. He's more or less an average goalkeeper for me. But it is what it is. The politics came to play. And of course, Amas and Uzo, when it happens to Stanley Wabali, will be at the mercy of those two goalkeepers.
True. I mean, the Super Eagles is so used to going to major championship like this with three good goalkeepers. I can't remember the last time we went to major championship. Maybe the last 2023 edition. Maybe I think that's the last time we actually went to major championship without having three outstanding goalkeepers. But I think all the years, I've been following Super Eagles, we've really, always gone to bed when it comes to, goalkeepers. I mean, we are spoiled for choice. Even the goalkeepers that are back then in our league, that didn't eventually make the cut to any of these Nations Cups. At that point, we're actually top goalkeepers. Chijoke Diogu, these guys are top goalkeepers, but didn't even get to, make it to the AFCON. But we've got top goalkeepers in the league at the point. Look at, the ones that we eventually take, like Dile Ayenugba, Vincent Inyama. I mean, the list is endless. Austin Ejide. These guys are top goalkeepers that we've always, relied on. But unfortunately, this is in that point where we need to start struggling for, that particular department. But the likes of, Maduka Okoye and of course Stanley Wabali seems to be like the best peers that we've got. And I think the reason why Maduka Okoye actually really pulled out was because he actually was looking for an assurance. Stanley Wabali, is actually injured, ankle and wrist injury. I think it really won't be too much to ask if the coach is very certain that Stanley Wabali will not be part of the Super Eagles, maybe in the first game or in the second game. And you just have to assure Maduka Okoye, you know what, Maduka Okoye, you are going to be the number one coming to this particular championship and be part of it. If Wabali, eventually recovers as the tournament progresses, even if it's going to be in the knockout stage, you can actually, give him some play time. I mean, Wabali is already the Super Eagles number one, so if another person comes in to actually, be in his stead until he fully recovers, I don't think it's too much to ask. But then the coach decides, that he really cannot guarantee him, and then opted for, Uzo. I mean, the last time Uzo was between the stick for the Super Eagles, I really cannot even remember. I mean, Uzo is even a player who is actually struggling at club level as well. How will you, go for a player who plays for, a Greek club side, Apollo Nicosia, who is actually really struggling to actually pin the number one jersey, to a man who plays, in top-line football in the Italian Serie A, in Udinese, when you cannot really assure him. I mean, your first choice number one, even before the injury, a lot of Nigerians have been having doubts about Stanley Wabali's capability because of, the errors and the way his antics has been, become the most part of his game. I mean, it's really unsettling. So many errors and so many mistakes. It's actually been, putting in whenever it's in between the sticks for the Super Eagles. So people have been calling for Madu Kokoye to even step up the ranks, even without Stanley Nwabali getting injured. I mean, now injury seems to be like the perfect excuse for you to actually give him the opportunity to actually become Super Eagles number 1, and then you cannot really guarantee him, and then you decide to opt for. So I really do not know what also what Eric Chair is actually thinking, or perhaps people who decided that also would be a better goalkeeper than Madu Kokoye. Because for me, I mean, I want to believe that from the list that I saw, I want to believe that Eric Chair really had about 40% contribution to the final list and decisions that for players that would definitely be playing for Super Eagles. Because I think if it's left for Eric Chair from his antecedents and of course the character of a man who.
But why couldn't he guarantee Okoye a starting spot, knowing that Stanley Nwabali might not be fit? Okoye was in goal yesterday against Napoli, and Napoli is a very strong side. They won the league last season, if I'm correct, and having a clean sheet against that side shows that you're top quality goalkeeper.
Exactly what I was saying. That the problem is actually not that Eric Chair doesn't want him. From where I stand, I think it has to do more with the fact that Eric Chair barely know these goalkeepers. Eric Chair barely know the teams, and there's a lot of power play, and this is where it really gets me sick, because Eric Chair, one of the reasons why I was excited that Eric Chair got appointed was because of his antecedents. I don't care. I will not bow to unnecessary pressure attitude while in Mali. I mean, why he was at the helm in Mali, one of the things he actually did was that he stood his ground against the football governing body there, and then he was actually directly involved with the president, and in fact when he got fired, many of the players decided to even pull out of the national team. It tells you how much of the confidence they had in the man. And he's a man who is really ready to actually stand and then take decisions as much as possible. But I was expecting that sort of character, in him when it comes to the Super Eagles. But like they always say, there's something about Nigeria. Nigeria will always humble you, and that's exactly what we are seeing play out. Eric Chair cannot actually weather the storm here in Nigeria. It's difficult. That's why I said that the list that he's actually operating with, I think about 40% of his choice. I mean, the rest of the players. I mean, there's no way Eric Chair would have thought. Will come here and tell me that the likes of Tochukwu Nadi, the likes of Usman Mohammed, and of course Salim Fago are players who he thinks will be leading the Super Eagles line going to this championship. Players he barely knew, players he barely even invited for the World Cup players or even any of the qualifying series during the run-up of the World Cup qualifiers. It says a lot about the complexity and of course how the leagues actually eventually came on board. So will I blame him? Yes, I'll blame him, because at the end of the day, it is his prerogative to pick his team. At the end of the day, the box of the blame will fall out at his doorstep if eventually Super Eagles fail to actually give a very good performance in this championship. So I would have expected him to actually stand his ground and then take a decision and say, what, this is what I want. If you cannot do this, I mean, plus the fact that you complain of being old, so this is a very good reason for you to actually stand up and then fight for what exactly you believe is right. But unfortunately, I think we've passed that phase now. What exactly are we going to be hoping for is that Stanley Nwabali should find his way to be fit, against time to be in between the sticks, because eventually, if he was all actually step into the fray as Super Eagles number 1, it's going to actually dampen the morale and confidence of people who actually supporting Super Eagles. And what, like they always say, you are just as strong as the number of people who following you. If the people who follow behind you are actually not in strong connection in terms of belief with you, you're most likely going to fail.
All right, and of course, Cristiano Suche is also doing well for himself. And let's not also forget Tolu Aroko-Dare also dropped from the attack, almost end his team Wolves a point against Arsenal with a header to tie them 1-1. When Arsenal struck with virtually the last kick of the game to win 2-1. Rafi Dorosimi notched his 7th league goal of the season in Czech Republic for Victoria Plzeň, and their 2-0 win over Dokla. In all competitions, he now has 13 goals in 30 games this season. That's decent for a forward. Talking about in front of go ahead of the African Cup of Nations. But unfortunately, he didn't get a pick. But news just coming in is that it looks like Nigeria might embarrassingly find a way at the World Cup. With what I've been hearing, I've been trying not to take that news seriously, because with the news coming out that DR Congo actually fielded an ineligible player for the game, talking about the tournament, talking about in Morocco. It looks like there's something out of it, and FIFA is looking at it. And if that happens to be true, eventually, because it's a really, really serious situation, DR Congo might be kicked out, and we might be seeing the Super Eagles playing the next round of the qualifiers. And if that happens, it means that Nigerians might be smiling in US, Canada, and Mexico. But let's just keep our fingers crossed. There's still big question marks as far as that one is concerned. And DR Congo not playing, and the Super Eagles somehow finding their way out. I think Nigerians will surely not be excited, but it will be somehow, I don't know how it will come like a mist feeling if they just somehow through the back door, just makes it through. How would you feel? But do you think the Super Eagles actually take a look at the quality of the players we have? Should we be looked like we don't deserve it with the way it's going if eventually the Super Eagles makes it to the World Cup?
I don't want it to happen first. I don't want it to happen. I mean, it's going to be, a disservice to football. The Super Eagles doesn't deserve to.
So what about the team that plays ineligible players?
Well, that's why I said,
that's against fair play.
Well, yeah, I would.
So what South Africa did as well. They got away with it.
I would really prefer that the team they knocked out in the semi-final. I'm talking about Cameroon, get to play the Super Eagles again in the final round. Let's see if the Super Eagles can actually do that. If the Super Eagles can defeat Cameroon, then
they do a one-off player.
Yes,
game.
Of course. I really want that to happen. It's not going to be fair. I don't think it's going to be fair to just hand the Super Eagles ticket. We've not shown that we really deserve it. But then, if it happens that way, then of course Gusau might be coming back, and you know what that means.
No, it's not going to be because Gusau did his job.
But that's going to be what it is. Under Gusau, we actually made it to the World Cup. That's what it is, Jerry.
No, the handwriting is there because the team did not perform well because the NFF also played a major role in setting back the teams. It's not like, for instance, it's not like we don't have the quality of players.
Jerry.
That being said, that can easily qualify for the World Cup. Look at the way we qualified for the AFCON with ease, no stress. That means there's something wrong in terms of the selection of the coaches process and the fact that the players are being owed a lot of bonuses as far back as 2019. And Gusau sat there and told the whole world that they settled everything. And lo and behold, few hours to their first game, the players were already calling out a strike. That is a major distraction before a major qualifying game. So that said, the NFF has already set this team to fail from the beginning.
Jerry, in the end, you know that it's in the end, you know it's they always say the end justifies the means. If the Super Eagles eventually makes it to the World Cup, nobody will remember how we actually got there.
Oh really?
That's what
I think we'll remember. I'll remind Nigerians in case they forget.
No, Jerry, that's the thing. Nigerians will forget.
No, I will not forget.
You're just going to be a lone voice in the wilderness.
I will not be a lone voice. Definitely, we will talk about
Jerry, if the Super Eagles finds itself at the World Cup and make it as far as the quarterfinals, Jerry, nobody will talk about how we qualified. This is a reality. You and I know. Nigerians have that very short span when it comes to attention. So forget about it. Gusau is going to come back, and you see him.
Yeah, Gusau is gone. Just mark it.
Okay, but that aside, right? Like I said, it's going to be very unfair. You cannot, sit somewhere and then expect. I mean, they've handed us a lifeline. Eritrea did it for us. We made it through the playoff. I mean, that would have been an opportunity for us to actually redeem ourselves. We also failed to redeem ourselves.
But what does that say about African football? If teams are going into the World Cup qualifiers and they still make the mistakes in 2025 of feeding ineligible players without making sure that they have clearance?
Well, I mean, this is just administrative error. I don't think it has anything to do with Africans, really. I'm trying to cut.
It happened to South Africa. Yes. They almost lost.
Yes, so it's an administrative error. Sometimes you just, wouldn't follow these things up and, you just get yourself caught up in all of this.
Does that mean Ekong will have to come back? Because he said he was planning to play at the World Cup, but things can still change.
Well, that's going to be a very big if. The World Cup is, plus or minus about 7 months away. So if that happens, then definitely we might be looking at in the likes of Ekong, stepping back into the arena to actually, give his last final dance for the Super Eagles. But again, Jerry, like I said, this is my, personal opinion. I don't want it to happen. We should learn from our mistake because if this happens, it means that we're actually encouraging failure, and the Super Eagles, and of course those who run our football think, somehow the miracle just find a way to actually happen. But I have this very tingling, this nostalgia feeling that something might just happen. Super Eagles might just end up making it. It started like a rumor when the Eritrea thing started. Eventually we saw ourselves playing the playoff, and of course we got knocked out. Now we are really seeing this particular one again. And if once cases like this is being mentioned that there's an ineligible player before it's being raised, it means it can be confirmed. And if it is confirmed that happened, then trust me, except FIFA will definitely decide, except FIFA decides to actually take the other route, which is, just find them and then, allow them go ahead to actually play in conference series, then of course they definitely will be kicked out. But the big question is, I don't think the Super Eagles deserve to be given, handed that particular ticket. Let Cameroon play the Super Eagles for that particular ticket, because they actually the ones who got knocked out by, DR Congo. They would have actually made it to the final. So let's see if the Super Eagles can actually, do it against the indomitable Lions of Cameroon, and then we can answer, okay, these guys really deserve to represent Africa. But until then, if the Super Eagles just get handed that particular ticket, I would definitely say it's not fair. It's not fair on, other teams that actually played that particular qualifying series.
All right, of course, to keep our fingers crossed, you heard it here first. The Super Eagles might be going to the World Cup if FIFA takes the hammer on DR Congo for feeding an ineligible player in talking about the playoffs out there in Morocco. And of course, Ikeshko says, they don't deserve to be there, and maybe have DR Congo, a Cameroon playing the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Then out of one of them, for me, I think head-to-head, they will still defeat the Cameroonians with ease. I even said I prefer to play Cameroon over DR Congo. I know Cameroon was going to be easy. This is the same Cameroon we're talking about. They're having issues with the Federation. I heard the Federation released their own African list. Samuel Eto'o, who is the FA president, also released his own list. Talking about the sport minister has his own coach. The FA have their own coach. But anyway, Eto'o succeeded in submitting his list first. So he's going to have his way, but I don't know whether he's going to be getting the financial support. I hope he will not be supporting the team with his money without the sports minister. That's a dangerous situation Cameroon have found themselves.
But Jerry, if that's the case, then where is the president of Cameroon, Paul Biya? Where is he standing? Because in the end, the president appoints the sport minister.
You don't know the situation of Paul Biya. I think his list of his worries will be the AFCON team right now. I think he will be battling with his health condition. I don't know. Or maybe the vice will have some, if he has interest in what's happening in the football.
Because once the sport minister is against the club FA, it means the president is against the club FA. That's what it is. And I don't know how Samuel Eto'o is going to actually find
it's really difficult situation.
It's going to be
for
a very difficult one. But I want to believe with his influence, he's got the influence to actually sit to the president anywhere in the world and tell him, hey, this is
what I want.
This is what I want, and your minister is doing this. So let's get to see. This is one of the reasons why I say ex-international players with influence are the ones who are supposed to be running football. Now imagine this.
Imagine was a nobody.
Imagine the minister would have just
pushed aside,
crushed him, and everything would have just like you always say, yam pepper scatter scatter.
Yam pepper scatter scatter. All right, of course, I'm talking about 4 players are in line to make a return to the team. Talking about their debut for the Super Eagles of Nigeria as they take on the Atlas Lions. I think that's the Egypt national team. The Pharaohs of Egypt, I beg your pardon. Atlas Lions are the Moroccans, okay? And of course, the Carthage Eagles are the Tunisians. And of course, the bulk of the senior players of the Nigerian team will skip the game, leaving head coach Eric Chell with no choice but to rely on the players available to him, which is mostly players who are in the team for the first time. Of course, we'll be hoping to see the likes of Beniza Kintamir, who plays for Pixar on loan from Inter Milan, and of course Tochukwu Nadi and Masu Basoje, who I'm definitely not rooting out for. And of course, there's also Usman Mohammed, who last played for the Super Eagles in 2018. All right, that was against Atletico Madrid in the Freddy at the Uyo Stadium. He scored a beautiful goal in that one. So that's quite a long time. I know many people were not born then, 2018. I know that. A lot of kids would have come since 2018,
Absolutely.
A lot of generations. But it is what it is. We might be seeing those guys playing against Egypt. Are you expecting anything different from what we've been seeing so far from the Super Eagles? Taking a look at the quality of these players playing against Egypt.
Well, I think for Eric Chell, it's just tactical show. He already knows his team going to this championship. His first 11 is already there. If there's any change that needs to be made, he just wants to see these ones to be certain that they will definitely be good enough to actually come into the game if he needs them. I mean, Egypt is going to be a very good test. I mean, they are North Africans, so the tournament is going to be hosted in North Africa, and of course, we might likely play against North African side. Of course, we also have one already in our group talking about the Carthage Eagles of Tunisia. So definitely, he wants to actually see these players to know if they have what it takes to actually step up if something really happens. I think Sowore is definitely going to be the star man to actually watch. A lot of Nigerians have heard a lot about him. Want to see him done the Super Eagles jersey. If he's going to be able to replicate the form we see him, show week in, week out right there in the Serie A. But I mean, for the man who's last played for Super Eagles for almost 10 years now, I'm talking about Usman Mohammed. I don't know if there's a lot to actually see. I mean, that game was an unofficial game against Atletico Madrid. I remember vividly how, that game actually ended. And ever since, none of those players actually got called up into the Super Eagles. I am wondering, I'm asking the question, why now? How come he find himself going to this championship? What has he been doing for his club in the last 11 months? These are the questions I was asking. But again, like I said, power play, a lot of persons got interest. They want to actually, show they've got influence, federal character. We want to actually reflect that the team, is a Nigerian team. Let's reflect all tribes and all, of course, all religion and all creeds. So these are the things that would most likely bring the likes of Usman Mohammed into the fray. But again, in the end, I mean, they're already part of the team. We just want to hope that they will give a very good showing against Egypt, so that we definitely know that we have depth in our squad going this particular championship. In the end, Nigerians really will not matter, will not really care about players who go to this particular championship if we have a very good showing. I mean, it's all about team winning. It's not tennis, it's football, so it's team sport.
All right, some of the players will also be forgiven because some of them will arrive later for that game. We're also looking at Ryan Alebiosu. A lot of people have been talking about the Blackburn Rovers fullback, that he should be able to deputize well without Olaino in the team. And of course, there's also the talk about Salim Lawal if he arrives before today's training session, which will be their only training session before the game. Okay, and talking about the NFF versus club sides, as far as releasing players on time for the AFCON is concerned, FC Porto is the new club that is unhappy with the Nigerian Football Federation after the request for Zaidu Sanusi to delay his arrival to the Nigerian national team camp for the national team tournament in Morocco was rejected. The bulk of the senior players of the Nigerian team will skip the game, leaving head coach Eric Chell with no choice but to rely on the players available to him, which is mostly players who are in the team for the first time. Chell granted the senior players the permission to skip the game after they requested to be left out to avoid the risk of getting injured in the game, which will be played 5 days before the start of the tournament and 8 days before Nigeria's first game against Tanzania. Okay, I think for the case of Zaidu Sanusi, I think the NFF is right to put the foot down. Yes, we're giving you grace to release these players late. FIFA says 15th is 15th. You have no choice. You have to release the players.
Well, at this point, I think it's for the NFF to actually take it up to FIFA if Porto decides to
be adamant.
To be adamant at this point, because I mean 5 days already. It's about 6 days to the championship. If you're releasing players on the 15th, I don't know what you expect the team to actually get from themselves in 6 days. But then we'll make do with what FIFA has given to us. So if you decide to actually cut it short again or reduce the time, you're actually endangering the team. So I think NFF needs to really step up and then do exactly what they need to do to ensure that this sort of abuse, because it's an insult, stop happening. Because if you allow this one to happen, it's definitely going to happen again. That's exactly how these things work. But Zaidu Sanusi is going to be crucial for this Super Eagles. I see him going to be Richard's number one go-to person when it comes to the left back position. So that's exactly why it's going to be a very big issue if FC Porto ends up not releasing him on time, because we really need our fullback to be part of the team, get integrated, and then so that it definitely will be a huge part of the Super Eagles team going forward. But then, Jerry, when you have a team, that the coach himself, seems really, because if you look at the team, you can really tell that Eric is really not very sure of this team himself, because he's just picking these players per recommendation and then just doing what was asked of him. That's exactly what it seems to me at this point. And if Eric, with the way he's actually going about just dumping players like Okrika, I don't think there's definitely there's going to be any good outcome at the end of the day for this Super Eagles going to this championship. But I just hope that in the end we are able to actually put our heart together 6 days time and then get the competition rolling. But first, it's going to be starting from tomorrow. What happens against Egypt? We're definitely going to be seeing a glimmer of our identity as a team. If we can actually get that, and then we can say, okay, this is exactly where it's going to be pointing. But I don't know. But if the Egyptians come in that particular team with a very strong squad, I don't think the Super Eagles will be able to actually get.
All right. For those who care to know, these are the players in camp as about before 1 hour ago, because Paul Onachu just joined up with the team in Morocco about an hour ago. to add the star-studded name players in the team who are currently in Morocco preparing for the AFCON. We have Francis Sowore. Definitely, he should be surprised that he makes the AFCON, because the last time he played for the Eagles, I can't remember right now.
I can't remember.
Quite a long time ago. Since the Ghana, the 2022 World Cup qualifier that got botched, I think since then he's been dropped from the Eagles. The Stanley Wambali who has come to make a statement that
was he not part of the last AFCON? I think he was on the bench.
Was it part of the last AFCON? I'm trying to put that into perspective. Okay, we'll get to that. And of course, Stanley Wambali has come to say that despite the injury concerns, I'm going to take my number one role somehow. There's also Fisayo Deli Bashiru, his brother, got dropped, Tom. And of course, Beniza Kintamiro is good because definitely he knows he has competition. There's already talk that he might be giving Stanley, he will be talking about, he will be a run for his money. There's also Amas Obasoje, the three goalkeepers already in camp. There's Shemi Ajayi, Ademola Lokman, Bright Oshayi Samuel, Igor, Ogbu, Tochukwu Nadi, and Zaidu Sanusi. So he will be needs to come on time. I don't know. There's no defensive midfielder in that setup. I don't think we're good to go against Egypt.
Well, I don't know. It's
three goalkeepers. That's a lot of.
What's his name? Against Amiro, not a defensive midfielder.
Just an offensive. Yeah.
Well, but of course,
we still don't have the players to play the Egypt game tomorrow.
Yeah, well, Dele Bashiru can actually, shore that particular position. Even Akins Samir can actually also play deep. So if it happens that these are the guys that will be doing that, that's justice.
Okay,
I
so
think
Shemi Ajayi Gogu playing the centre back.
Yeah, Shemi Ajayi.
Zaidu Sanusi and Bright Oshayi Samuel left and right.
Yeah, of course.
Then who's going to strike? Is it Tochukwu Nadi?
Yeah,
Ademola Lookman.
Ademola Lookman definitely will be, leading the attack, and then maybe Tochukwu Nadi and the other players will just add up in the midfield, and then you just get to do. It's going to be a test match.
Okay. There's also Paul Onachu who just joined.
So it's definitely going to be leading the lines in the attack.
So no bench. All right, I hope the players will continue to turn into the camper, because they surely will need to at least take advantage of that friendly game against Egypt. We heard that Mohamed Salah also might not be available. Even Mamouche of Man City will also not be available for that friendly, because it looks like the team is refusing to release them on time for that friendly game. Okay, let's head now to the English Premier League. It looks like the title charge has started, and of course it looks like Arsenal has been found wanting for weeks now, and it looks like Man City is not going to sleep on it. They're really making it count on this one. Of course, Erling Haaland was on fire against the Crystal Palace over the weekend, 2 goals. It looks like the man is really, really gunning for the Golden Boot this time.
Of course, we talked about it, beginning of the season. What it takes to actually win the Premier League. If you have a 25 league goal striker, you most likely will win it. 17 goals now, and we're looking at just 8 goals from 25. Nobody's going to bet against Haaland not getting. Nobody's going to bet against Haaland not getting 8 goals in the next 20. In the next about we have 16 matches.
Is going to be available all through now. No competition
from the
AFCON players.
Of course. So we are looking at 22 games left, and then nobody's going to bet against Haaland not getting 8 goals in 22 games. That's going to be insane. So definitely we're priming that Haaland most likely will hit 30 goals in this season, and if he does that, Man City now they've considered 16 goals, and of course Arsenal have considered 10 goals, which means that the margin is closing. The only way Arsenal is going to actually upturn this is if Arsenal can actually guarantee at least 5 players getting 10 goals, Premier League goals in the season, and that's going to be a lot of work. I'm looking at the Arsenal players, and I'm looking at the ones that will most likely hit the 10 goal margin. But yes, the season is quite long. Is it possible they can do it? I think they've got the squad to actually do it. Grinding results 1-0, it's not going to work for every team, and that's where Arsenal might run into trouble. They barely survived against Wolves. If it's actually a decent side against Arsenal that particular day, they might not just get that late winner. This goes back to what we'll be talking about Mikel Arteta. You don't have to actually rest your players when they get injured. Rest them, and then help them to be fresh. Every single time you can't just keep playing certain players because you just want to grind result. And now a couple of players are injured, and Arsenal now are struggling to actually grind result against a side that seems to be whipping boys of the league. But It's still very, very long. Arsenal still have what it takes to actually go, go ahead to actually win the league. I think, so far so good. They are the team that seems, more stable. They are the team that comes into every game with, more fear factor. So if they can actually, continue with the way they're actually doing it, yes, definitely we can actually count on them to actually do it. But Man City, Pep Guardiola, when they've smelled blood like this, it's quite close. 2 points, they will definitely chase. I mean, Pep Guardiola can go on 15, 16 games unbeaten, straight win. I don't know if Mikel Arteta can do it, but it's still very much in December. So if there's anything that can be done, I think Mikel Arteta must have actually learned a lot in the last 10 seasons. And of course, learned also from Pep Guardiola. So the Premier League title is still very much open. 2 points adrift, Man City and Arsenal. 1 point, Man City and Aston Villa. 3 points, Arsenal and Aston Villa. So it's going to be a long, long ride. I mean, this is what the Premier League offers week in and season in, season out.
Yeah, when you're having a title charge against Manchester City, this is not the time you want to have backlog of injuries and bad luck. And with the way Man City is going, with the fact that they're rediscovering their form and they're not having players moving to the AFCON, so no injury worries. It looks like Rodri is on his road back. Foden has discovered his form. Haaland is now smiling in front of goals. So this is the best time for Man City and the worst time for Arsenal to start having injury worries.
So again, if you look at that Manchester City, this Manchester City season, you realize that when the season started, they had a lot of injuries. Rancheki was injured, Autonomy was injured. Many of their players that were signed, Doku, many of them got injured. They were struggling. If I remember that game against Arsenal, a lot of persons came down heavy on Pep Guardiola saying, how can you play this sort of football? I mean, you're not known to actually play this. And he actually came out and said 2 things. First, he said his players are actually not physically ready to actually compete against an Arsenal side. Second, that he's really suffering from a lot of injuries. So the best way to actually play at the Emirates at that point is to just play conservative and then get a good result. And that's the the hallmark of a top manager. He understands his weakness at that point and definitely play to it. The opponent's weakness, which is they would have actually gotten that 3 point and no one would have remembered how they played that day. But now, his team is actually getting back to shape. Week in, week out, you see them growing in confidence. I mean, before now, Man City playing without Doku, you see that they will be struggling to create chances. But without Doku yesterday, they did the 3 goals, and now they've really begin to reinvent themselves, discover a lot of identity in that Manchester side. So they definitely can actually play in different ways. I mean, the young left fullback, Nico Riley, has been a revelation for Man City this season. And trust me, with the way it's going, with Manchester City players like Rodri coming back and other players coming back from injury, it's going to be difficult to actually, stop Man City from actually picking this particular title. And this is the time when Arsenal is, picking up their injuries, and it's not a very good sign for Arsenal. Now, when Arsenal players start coming back again, I will want to believe that Mikel Arteta must have learned this lesson and start, rotating his squad. But then if he decides to actually toe the same line and then, play the same players until they get injured again, then of course it's going to be his own undoing. May remember, not just Man City breaking down Arsenal's like this, and Aston Villa and Liverpool and Manchester United seem to have clicked. This season seem to have reinvented themselves as it seemed to be feared. It's going to be a very long ride. When you play against this side, you need all your best leg. I mean, when Arsenal played against Manchester United and of course against Liverpool, they came in full strength. If they play those sides now in this particular state that they're in, I mean, who is going to guarantee that they're going to get all 3 points? And they're definitely going to play them again. So it's going to be a very, very interesting season. We will definitely get to see what's going to come out of it.
All right, of course, we look at the table right now. Talking about United, Mary is really excited. He's saying that they can't go for the title. Who says they can't? Because just 3 points behind Arsenal and a point behind Manchester City. It looks like United Mary is cooking. Something very, very interesting out there at the Villa Park.
Well, the truth is, Emirates has actually shown that he's a top manager ever since he's moved to England, when he actually took out the Arsenal side. Yes, he wasn't really funded as much as Mikel Arteta was, he's being funded, but then he did a very decent job. And now he's moved to Aston Villa. Yes, the budget side might not be the same, but he actually pushed this team to a level where you get to respect. They remember last season, they lost to Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League. They did a very good job against them. They almost knocked Paris Saint-Germain out of the Champions League. And of course, this season they're also doing it. But the big worry or my fear here is that there's no squad in depth, because they do not have the size of the budget all of these teams have. And of course, their youth program is not as huge as Manchester City and of course Arsenal.
You must give it to players like Rodgers. It's really awesome.
But the problem here is that if they start picking up knocks and injury, they will definitely start struggling. That's one big problem about teams like that. That's exactly the edge top teams, top traditional teams in the Premier League have over all of this time. The only way they're definitely going to keep this form is when all of their players stay, injury-free. And who is going to guarantee that? Football cannot really guarantee you, all of those sort of, atmosphere where you play all through season without major injuries or major concerns. And if that happens, how are they going to actually, survive? How are they going to actually tweak their formations? Which player and which players definitely would they be looking at to actually step up? These are the questions, we'll be asking ourselves. But then, on the hint side, I think he's really done a very decent job in the past 16 games. Can he actually see it through? It's still going to be a long, long ride. 22 games to actually go before the season ends. I don't know how they're actually going to pull it up. But then I think, that Unai Emery needs to actually start refreshing his squad as well, because injury is definitely going to come locking. And when it comes locking, trust me, it's just about 2-3 games to find themselves somewhere, below, the top 10.
All right, who would have thought that at this time of the season, Liverpool will be 10 points behind the league leaders? They were the worst team for the past, for November, was a what? A disastrous sport for Liverpool. And of course, even October was the one to forget. But somehow, Liverpool looks like they are just getting the results in a season that they've been the worst team among the top sides.
Well, we talked about Liverpool being, playing like they're in a race for, the medal of the worst defending champion in the last 10 years. But maybe that's going to actually end. They begin to actually find, their mojo. If they actually continue, in this particular trend, then definitely we're going to be seeing, them being part of the title charge, come January. Because of course, one of the things that they've shown now is that they are quite consistent. They are, they started trusting each other again. But the big question is that, looking at this Liverpool side, if any major injury happens again, is not different from the Aston Villa side. If any major injury happens in the midfield for Liverpool, it's going to be a very big problem for them. I don't know how they're going to actually survive it. But now it's a very good moment. Let them build back their confidence. If injury comes, we know it's injury concern. But yes, this is what our top teams are known for. You can actually have those deep in form. You can actually have those terrible moments. But how you come back to actually make a statement is what separates you from an average side. And that's what Liverpool has been doing in the last 2 games. And perhaps it's going to really continue.
Of course, for the case of Salah, I saw he came in 26 minutes due to the injury of Joe Gomez, got an assist. It seems like the fans are forgiving him and they are moving on. But unfortunately, with his qualities going to the AFCON, they're going to miss him. And of course, Man United tonight, they take on a very interesting side who will surely give them a run for the money. And of course, I heard that Unai Emery has been told he has to go and play the 4-3-3 if he wants to keep his job.
Well, I don't subscribe to you telling the manager how he should play. I mean, you hire the manager, you know how he's been playing before you actually went for him. Now he's been doing his job, and like you're pressing him to actually play a certain way. I think it's out of it. It's a disrespect to him, because you cannot tell Pep Guardiola how to actually set up his team, or Sir Alex Ferguson.
You think he deserves it?
No, well, I think so far so good. Maybe because of the result, that's exactly why they're saying, you know what, I think what you're doing is not working. Why don't you try something else? I mean, plus the fact that he's yet to actually leave a certain pedigree or legacy in the football world. So that's why a lot of doubt about his style of play will be called to question. But if he had done a lot like the likes of Pep Guardiola, nobody will be calling his style of play out for any reason. But then Manchester United is on the other side, just like Liverpool, they've started coming back. I mean, last season they were disastrous. This season they begin to show that yes, they're a team that should be respected. And then if they win, of course, they're definitely going to be climbing into the top 6. It shows that Ruben Amorim has actually done a lot of work for that particular side. But then, it's football. The Premier League, like I said, is still very long. We're not even halfway through yet, so there's a lot to be expected.
All right, that's how we wrap it up on the show. Big thanks to the guys who made the show possible. Unfortunately, we could not have my one. Of course, it's been awesome having you, and the guys behind the scene talking about life. So Shogun, Sam, Hassan, and of course, Jerry. My name is Jerry Apello. I say thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
Behind every broken desk, lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's
Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Ntetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the White Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate kraals and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle, so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiment. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the kraals it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and 2 of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector,
Join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Osasobonwa Blessing, fitness trainer, gym instructor. The name of my gym is Great Life Fitness Center. My journey as a gym instructor has been very superb, loving. Like, I'm so happy to be a sport person, to be an athlete. You know, it has not been so easy, but sport is something you do with your heart, with your mind, and you enjoy it at last. You know, this thing has to do with mindset. So I've been doing this thing for like the past, let me say, okay, like 12 years now. Again, about fitness is it has to do with, you know, you have to love it. You have to love it. You have to, like, you know, put your mind like, okay, I really want to do this for myself. Because when you are fit, it makes you look better. Food has to play a big role in fitness. You are what you eat. So, for example, I train you, I finish training you, you went to go and eat something that you're not supposed to eat, like you just rush it back. You don't understand. It's not really healthy. When you finish training, there's some kind of training you do, you eat something like food that gives you strength before you come to training again. Because if you eat anyhow, you get tired, you can't train. weight, one, it has to be discipline and be focused. You understand? It has to do with your mindset. Say, okay, I'm ready to lose weight. Then be happy doing it. You understand? Don't even use your mind. Don't even say, I want to lose weight. Say, I want to be fit. Use the word, I want to be fit. When you are fit, you lose weight. When you are fit, you are flexible.
When I joined the gym like 6 months ago, I had to go to lose weight because I was feeling so heavyweight when I was at home. So when I joined the gym, I met Osas, one of the gym instructors. So he helped me accomplish my goal at first. Then I was like, okay, I wanted more. So I started lifting more weight so I'll be able to tone my body more and get like muscles because I play basketball and those things are like really necessary for me. When I started, I was mostly watching what I eat. So I was like always counting calories and being on calorie deficit and all those kind of things. But right now I'm just eating things that would help my body nutrients because of what I'm trying to achieve right now. Yeah, eat more vegetables, more proteins, less carbs. Even though those carbs are like really helpful in your body sometimes, but then healthy fats. I mean, if you look at yourself and you're happy with how you look, there's no point of you coming to the gym. You just need to like keep doing what you're doing. But then if you see that, okay, I need to come to the gym, come to the gym, you enjoy it, you love everything. People here are like so friendly. People are so welcoming. People will help you achieve your goal faster.
Right now, I'm not really big on weight loss. At this age, I'm basically doing body sculpting. But once I notice my clothes don't fit anymore, I pull back. I think last week I was 86. I noticed I was going bigger, so I just reduced that. You know, we have to do healthy eating, whether we are working out or not. So we have to eat healthy. I do selection. I also junk a lot. I won't lie to you, but I come and burn it out. Once I really want to do a weight loss program, or like I want to do when I'm going in on weight loss, I actually get onto a meal plan. I eat anytime as the spirit leads. And basically, you know, I think the world has really changed. Gone are those days in which you sit back, get fat, get sick and all that. And I used to be hypertensive, as in up to last year. I was quite hypertensive, I was on drugs. But I noticed each time when I come to the gym, my blood pressure actually goes down. So I've been able to manage hypertension just by working out and like healthy diets though. But by working out alone, I've been able to manage hypertension. Lots of diseases. Like yesterday, I think I went to the hospital. They said I had vertebra, blah, 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 that I should be feeling pains at the back. And I told the doctor, I can't feel any pains. I actually go to the gym, I lift weights. He said, that is just it. Because you are going to the gym, just keep going to the gym. It's something we need to come out to do just for ourselves. And also just coming to the gym, apart from the fact that you have to work out at home, if you come to the gym, it has some mental relief for you. It cures depression for some people. Just come out, socialize, work out. There's some mental relief that you get.
I've been gymming for like, this is going to be my 2nd year. And my body weight was actually 3 digits. When I mean 3 digits, I mean 100 and something. But now I'm in 2 digits. That is my 90 something. I'm clocking to go to like 85. But even if I don't get to 85, being healthy is the most important thing. I'm not really a diet person. I take everything, but I eat early. That's the most important thing. I don't do night food. Once it's 6, my meal for the day is closed. For my breakfast, I do a lot of juice. I eat solid lunch. I mean, I can eat anything, but I try as much as I can to like cut everything on soda. No more soda. Soda is not part of me anymore. Leg workouts are very, very important. Leg workouts. Because when your leg is strong, you can go a lot of places. So I actually do a lot of leg workouts and I do a lot of mass too. I carry weights. Exercise is a daily routine. Make it your daily routine. Now it's my daily routine. It's like my paracetamol. When I don't do my exercise every day, it's like I'm feeling sick. Like yesterday, I wasn't feeling too well, but today, look at me. I'm better and stronger.
Although I just got into the gym, and my aim is to burn down the fat. I want to be fit. And with Osas, the little time I've spent with Osas, man, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. And I believe at the end of everything, like a month, I'll be very fine. Now, I've stopped eating some kind of food, like eating bread. Started taking watermelon, vegetables, what is going to boost my exercise. I stopped some kind of food that will help me. Before I eat late, but now, Osas told me I should stop eating late. Like my last food for the day should be like around 6 or 5 o'clock. The rest of the hours, I can be taking fruits or water. I don't even feel like stopping again. And I feel this gym of a thing is not something you can just do for a while. It's a lifetime thing. I think so. I wasn't thinking like this before, but now I think it's a lifetime thing. I'll keep doing it. Please, if you know the gym, you're the Jones. You just need to gym to sweat out all this rubbish we are eating every day. We don't have any good food here now. So you need to sweat out every day.
For working out, I've been working out from my secondary school days. But yeah, I started January. So for I would say 3 months, but I've been working out all my life. One good thing is there's no bad workout. That's a quote I'm giving you. As far as there's a workout, anyone you do will give you success. So the only thing is your body level and how to adjust and adapt to it. Many of us feel intimidated with others, and it's part of why some of them get discouraged, why some get motivated. So for me now, I advise that if you see somebody that is doing better than you, you take it as an opportunity, because you need to like step up. Then if you are doing better than the person will definitely draw you down. So now the motivation lies on you. Your workout is not 100% in terms of what you get in your body. Diet has a percentage it takes, while the workout also has a percentage it takes. So if you are working out, you also need to control your diet a lot. So if your dieting is poor, then you're going to have issues. So for every successful person that works out well, the person should also control the diet. I usually advise all my friends, even colleagues that work out, they should work out, irrespective of the kind of schedule they have or the kind of job it is, that there's always time for workout. You might not hit the gym, but for those times you have at home, even if it's 10 minutes, it is better than nothing. I always advise that you work out. Even my mom, to a point, she's old, I still tell her to take a walk, and she does that.
Well, it's actually nice. You understand the journey, because initially I was having this weight. I noticed that myself, I'm adding weight. You understand? So, but the moment I started working out, I see some changes in my system, all this fatigue, normal body pains gone and all that. So it's interesting. So I've burned so many fats, I've achieved so many. Even if I'm working now, I notice that I'm light. So I eat everything, but meanwhile, I reduced my alcoholic intake. Now I eat more early than before. Because without eating early, it will not work out very well. Some food may not digest like they said. But eating early is far better when you are taking some exercise. Working out is the best. You don't even need to advise them. They should just start working out. It makes it overcome so many things, even stroke, all those small sickness in the body.
Yeah, I've been consistent here for like 1 year. Great Life Fitness Gym. She motivated me actually. She has been the one coming, so she was always looking good, coming down, trimming, looking good, stronger, more energetic. I said to myself, why wait for her? Why sit down? I decided to join her, and since then I eat in moderation. I eat everything but in moderation. Then I drink a lot of water, fruits and vegetables. I've stopped eating late. But I can take coffee in the morning. Coffee without cream, just coffee, black coffee. You're not even meant to eat before coming to the gym. When you're coming to the gym, it should be like some few hours before you come to the gym if it's evening class. So it's not ideal for you to eat. You might likely throw up. It's not easy to get started, but one step at a time. Just start. Just get your legs moving. You'll be motivated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Quality assurance of the nation. Now, we all know this, hear me carefully, when this word is mentioned, if you're in the sectors, depending on whatever field you are working in, usually it's the time when the auditors come in to check what you've been building, to peek through the holes to see if there's any shady thing going on, to ensure that once they hit, will it fall? Listen, they are not doing that because they hate you, but they want to ensure that there is longevity and there is a sustained success in what you are building. Now, that is why at the end of it all, you would see that at the end of such audits, if it goes badly, sometimes it could actually mean a loss of job. Hear me carefully. At the worst case scenario, it could be a withdrawal of license if you're in the engineering or the medical field or other fields that require such licenses to practice. So if the understanding of the importance of this quality assurance process, the audits, is done, is known in the natural, how much more in this nation that I've introduced you to. Remember, I take it again, this nation means you have accepted Christ as Lord and you now have this life of Christ that has now become the light on your inside, and you have now been made the light of the world, the city set on a hill that cannot be hid. That means you now have the unrepentant commitment of the God of the universe on your inside. That means you now have the Lord God of the universe with the innumerable company of angels helping and assisting you in every single thing you are doing. That means we are not scared of process because we know we carry the life that can even surpass the process. We are not scared of targets because we know we have the Holy Ghost as our senior partner. Hear me carefully. That is why no matter how impossible a situation is placed before us, like Daniel and his friends, we can go in our secret place and pray and see the fullness of the answers being revealed to us. Because as I said in the last episode, is the amount of thought and study you give to this truth I've spoken to you is on how much you can bank your all on this. Listen, you're just facing a job loss or probably a withdrawal of license, but Daniel had his neck on the line. If he failed, he would have been killed. Trust me, I'm not downplaying what you are facing, but I'm about to put in your hands quality assurance, how to test if you've been going all the way in the building of this nation. But the comfort I bring to you as I proceed on this piece is that in this life, even if what you are building is burnt to ashes or is taken down, or actually it is pulled to the ground as it is done sometimes with that engineering building, with that, it didn't pass the quality assurance test, so it is pulled down. But I say to you, the comfort you should have is this, that no other foundation can be laid, and this foundation standeth sure, so you are still saved. But remember, in the last episode, I spoke about usability. I spoke about influence, not just a mere gift, but as a reward for giving thought and study and taking action on the promptings that the Holy Ghost has put on your inside for you to take. So what the world calls, I just have that guts feeling. No, to you right now, is that is the Holy Ghost on your inside that is saying, go here, do this, because right now, you now have unrestricted access to Him because your sins are forgiven, because Christ was punished at the cross for you. Are you with me? Quality assurance of the nation, the auditors, storms and troubles. Hear me carefully. 2 men built, one built on the sand and one built on the rock. The storms of life and the waters and the troubles of life hit both houses. Remember, as we've said before in one of our previous episodes, I told you that you are what you are a building. Remember, true wisdom is a house built, and by understanding it is established. And true knowledge, again, the amount of thought and study you have given to this truth, your Bible, scriptures, the amount of thought and study is the amount of power and virtue and more the Lord will give back to you. So hear me, when the storms of life comes, when those troubles, when those issues stare you in the face, when the auditors come, it reveals what you have built. It reveals who you are. It reveals what has been done. Hear me carefully. When you squeeze an orange, it is not apple juice that comes out. It is orange juice. So in the time of troubles, you cannot run away from it. That has to be very clear. Because listen, the storms and the wind and the rains came to even he that built his house on sand, that's shifting, sinking sand. That's he who has not put his trust on Christ. He who does not have this privilege of being in Christ Jesus, having the life, the Sowore of God on his inside. That means I'm saying to you, don't compromise, because the auditors will come. I'm saying to you, give your all on this. Don't be 1 foot in and 1 foot out. I'm saying put your all on the person of Christ. Build rightly with him. Ensure that you are not cutting corners. Why do you want to cut corners? Are you trying to get the approval of many? Don't you know that you are living for the audience of one? Don't you know that you don't need to cut corners because you have the fullness of the backing of the Lord on your inside for every single task and project you are on? So why do you need to cheat? Why do you need to cut corners? Why do you need to say, no, I'm not really feeling the relationship with my wife, I'm not getting it properly. I think there's someone else out there for me. Why? Why are you doing that? Don't you know that it's the Lord that can turn that water into wine? Those are storms that are coming your way right now. You want to give me legitimate reasons. Listen, the storms and the rains are legitimate things that happens here on earth, but it is not an excuse. It's a question of what have you been building on? Are you anchored on the Lord? The rock there means the house is anchored on the rock. The rock is the picture of Christ. It means your soul is anchored on the word of God. It means that you are seeing that the same spirit that raised up Christ from the dead dwells in you, and this same spirit is able to quicken your mortal body. From the word, you are seeing that whatsoever you do, it prosper. So meaning, even if they put a dead business in your hands, you don't take it naturally. You pray, you ask, and trust in the Lord for answers even to that dead situation. And even if it seems like it hasn't come or it didn't come, you don't still cut corners. You still trust and put your all on the Lord. Because when this QA comes, when the storms come, at the end of the storm is your lifting. Hear me carefully, Daniel. Right now, it feels like you're in that den. They threw you in. What did you do? You just stood by your values and your virtues. You did not compromise. Why will you bow down to man when you know the Lord God is the head of this nation? Why would you do that? No, you wouldn't. So right now, you're in that den and you're saying, why am I here? That I did nothing wrong. See, the very reason you're already contemplating and now looking to yourself as saying you did nothing wrong might be the reason you'll stay longer in that situation. Hear me carefully. I'm speaking on just terms. I'm not speaking to your sentiment. I'm not speaking to appease or appeal to your emotions. I'm saying in this life we deal on justice, and Daddy God no longer looks at you as you to judge you, but he looks at you in Christ, in this life he has given to you. Because remember, in the natural, in your own works and strength, you can't even come close to merit or deserve the fullness of the help and the blessings of this nation. No, it's on the basis of the finished work of Christ. So the very reason you are saying to yourself right now, but I didn't do this, it's not my fault. It's not my, that's the very reason you will stay longer, because you're not taking your eyes off the situation and looking to Christ. That is how you come out of storms faster. That is how you pass this QA that the world, this QA that life brings to you. It must be eyes on Christ. I know it's one of the most difficult things to do right there. I'm not speaking just based on knowledge alone, but I'm also speaking from the point of experience, being placed at the spot whereby you almost want to say, I did nothing wrong. But you must realize that your way out is not by looking at yourself, dear Peter. That is why you see yourself constantly sinking in. It's by putting your all on the person of Christ. That yes, you've seemingly done your best with the help of the Lord. You must also realize that the way out is still with the help of the Lord, dear Daniel. Then you will see the Lord come and shut the mouth of the lions that they can't eat you up. There, Hebrew boy, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Yes, you will not bow. They're asking you to compromise on your stand and values, right? And the QA is there right now. Quality assurance is there. Why are these numbers looking like this? From the top, it was said the numbers are this, but at your side is different, and you know you did nothing wrong. You stand on business. No, these are the records on ground. This is what it is. But listen, you might be told that I'm about to cut your head. You're going to lose the license. How dare you go up against me? If at that point you start putting and pointing to yourself in your strengths, you start saying, no, I did what is right. They cannot kick me out of here. Trust me, you're about to be kicked out. But if you stand and say, he sends from above, Lakatina Sata, he took me, he drew me out of many waters. Hey, Liketina Sata, he brought me into a large place. He kata out of this eater, as I've taught you in the previous episode, is coming forth meat for me because of what Christ has done for me at the cross. You have in essence set forth a ladder to take you out of that pit to the palace, and you will be able to say, just as Joseph did when his brother stood before him, that even you meant it for, God turned it around for good, and it becomes a platform for you to minister and share the same life that I've put on your inside with them, and have them also sealed with the same Holy Ghost that is giving you the wisdom in these times of trials and storms. So count it all joy when you go through diverse trials and tribulation, but in the midst of it, ask for wisdom, because it's God that gives wisdom liberally. It could even be you, like David, when he stood before the king of Gath and he had to feign madness just to be taken out of there, but he never compromised on his values in that situation. Hear me closely. Storms and troubles will come. Those are the quality assurance. It might take a little bit of rigor, a little bit of push, but it is to reveal what you've been building. And should it stand the test of time, hear me closely, you are already taking another step higher in the place of influence. Your voice is getting thicker. You can say to many that now that I bring you out of that situation, you can say those mouths of the lions are shut up and none shall bite you. Liketinasata, hear me closely. You can now say to one that you will see the fourth man in the fire, that you will not, the smell of that fire will not be on you. See, when one says we don't look like what we've been through, listen, hear me closely. Let me give you the fullness of that context in the life of the one carrying this nation, this national status, being in this world but not of this world. It is this: it was delivered up for my offenses. Hear me closely. Christ Jesus was delivered up for my offenses, meaning my mistakes, my seeming innuendos, my seeming omission, whatever it is that you want to call it, that you are seemingly taking as a legal ground to bring this trouble and storms. I'm not going to come down to the level of arguing with you in intellect. I'm going to go higher and lay hold on the finished work of Christ and receive this saving grace of the Lord that is bringing me out of this situation. What you are doing right now is that you are culturing this life, and you are going to come out stronger and greater, because you've stopped thinking it's all about you and you are realizing it is all about Christ. That is how you dominate over the QA when it comes, and the auditor will look and give you that handshake and say, pass, move on to the next level. The same way the Lord will say to you, you have now increased in rank and qualified for the next level, the next weight of glory. More lives, more cities are handed over to you, because at the very point of building, you didn't compromise. And now you have qualified in Christ for the next level of greatness.
Hello everyone, my name is Ladimola Mason Philip, and I'm the founder and creative director of Craftmania Hub. Craftmania Hub is located at number 2 Kayode Adebanji Street, behind Oyikola Shopping Plaza, Jakonde Gate, Solo. My clear for fashion and creativity has always been like from inception, where those days I used to help my mom, tie her scarf, make her accessories and all that. So I was way into fashion a long time ago. So when I was in my undergraduate days, I was into bead making. I would buy beads and create something out of it. After graduation, I went further to acquire more skills in bead making and millinery. And from there, my support from my family and friends has helped me to a lot, and I've been able to improve the business and grow the business to a scalable one. Well, everything in Capminia Hub is made by me from the scratch. Although it's quite challenging, but with God's help, and most of the time I seek inspiration from God. Anytime I'm lost in thought or in what to create, I ask God to just give me direction, and He always come true for me. Well, so many things inspire me to create. Like for instance, I might be going on the street, I might see something, I might wow, I can create something out of this, I might even see a flower, like a plant, I might just create a flower design from it and make a fascinator or a rose from it. So my environment and the things I see, and also, life in general inspires me. Like in every other business, financial constraint as one major factor from the onset. But over time, I've been able to get support from family and friends and through personal savings. And because I've been able to build trust with customers, I've been able to gain clients from there. And as such, I've been able to grow the business. And also cost of production, and also how to get quality materials too has been a major challenge too. But all this challenge has helped me one way or the other, because I've gained insight, I've gained experience, and they have helped me to improve in strengths and my weaknesses too. And also, the gains are enormous. The gain as a bead maker, as a milliner, as a costume stylist and crafter has been enormous. Personally, I love to see people wear my brand, because it gives me great joy to see people wearing my brand for their maybe church services, for their wedding, their career day and all that. It gives me great joy. So I've been able to empower people. I've empowered people a lot, gain financial independence and be able to help mankind has been my major gain in this business. And of course, the business is a scalable one, so there are also financial gains, of course. And also the joy of being able to wear my own, handmade crafts is the most important aspect for me. The government has been helping, because I know SMEs program and all that, funds, grants have been in place. I've tried to apply for them one time or the other, but I'm yet to be considered. But I will not relent. I will keep trying until. So I think if the funds is being increased, I think it will help more people to get access to it. My name is Mason Ladimola Philip, and the business is at number 2, Kayode Adebanji Street, behind Oyekola Shopping Plaza, Jakone Gate, Solo. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and on Twitter. And my handles are @Craftsmania_Hub_rentals.
My name is Eizibo St. Charles. I'm a barber. Name of my barber salon is Divine Wisdom Barber Salon. Number 1, Kudurat Adeneko, Okeafa, Ejibu. This is my 18 years experience, and I started this from Benin City and from Edo State. Being in this particular shop that you are seeing me here, by October 1st, it will be 15 years me managing this place, and I have a lot of customers that always come here to patronize me, female and male, which I give them a good haircut. I do dreadlock, and I also give them a nice haircut, and I also do home services. And as I'm talking to you right now, I will have a client to attend to today. And a lot of people, they are very happy about my haircuts, and they only patronize me. And I also do a lot of things in this shop, not so aspect of barbering as I please. I also like do some POS and other business to attach to it. Yeah, I'm married. By special grace of God, I'm married with 4 kids. It has not been easy for me. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is my 18 years in marriage. And my first son, last February, he's completed his own 17 years. But the journey has not been easy for me. I have to tell the gospel truth, the journey has not been easy. And this is like by September this year, it will be 2 years when my wife left me with the keys without quarreling. You know, before I will come back from my business promises, before I will get to the house, I found out that she packed her bag and left. But the journey has never been easy for me with the keys, 4th key. I've been trying to, with the help of God, and the journey is just going with the little business I'm doing here. God has been sustaining us, and I'm praying that God's favor should strengthen me for me to be able to put the children into the right path of life. It has not been easy, I will not lie to you. Actually, I'm a little physical challenge, but I'm thanking God. I don't look at myself. I don't look at the challenging. I look at what I can do. Understand? And with the help of God, God has been faithful. On my way coming to the shop one fateful day, I saw a young man that worked in the government, was just passing by when I was about crossing to my place of business. He called me. He asked me, do you have NI? Do you have Lastra? I told him yes. He asked me to submit it, hoping that I'm going to receive something from the government. But unfortunately, nothing came from the government. But I really needed help, assistance on the government to help me, for me to able to finance my children, to forward their education. And I believe that is what I'm praying for the government. They can really come to my aid to see how they can help me. It's not easy for me with the 4 kids, without wife, just left the children with no reason. I believe I really need a help from the government. I went through a lot of challenging. When I have my second child, June 30, Like when I had my second child, things were very rough for me in Edo State. And I left my wife after the baby was 3 months. I left her and I told her that I'm coming down to Lagos to see how I can support the family. And I left her with 2 kids, my first son and my second child then. That one was 3 months. And I came to Lagos. When I came to Lagos, I saw my first place of working, which I worked with the guy after 2 years. And the landlord said he wants to make use of the shop. I was thinking, how? God, I don't want to go back to Edo State. God should get me a place where I can be managing my own. With the faithful of God, and I got this place I am today. After 2 years, I worked with him, and I started mine. It has not been easy for me. I sleep in the shop for after 6 years of my being in Lagos. Before I get a little apartment I'm staying, before I went down to Edo State to bring down my wife and children. We have been managing before she finally left us. I can't say I have not been having gain on the business. Me coming to this place, having a customers to barb their hair, for me to be able to put food on the table of my children to pay their school fees, to pay other responsibility, to also see how I can manage to pay my rent. I can say there is a profit and I'm benefiting the job. I'm happy that I was able to learn the job on time, for me not to beg before I eat. I believe there is a gain. For me to put food on my table, I really appreciate God for that. Yeah, as I earlier said before, I said my name is Eizigwe St. Charles. My Facebook name is also Eizigwe St. Charles, and then TikTok, the same name, Eizigwe St. Charles.
My name is Mr. Nanachuka Austin, the CEO of Estin Surgical. So the business has been existing for roughly 3 years now, and the reason is because my family has always been in the medical space. My dad owns a pharmacy and it's been existing for over 35 years. So I decided to, carve a niche for myself, and hence Estin Surgical was formed. So basically, we focus on medical consumables, medical equipment, laboratory equipment. We also supply hospitals and laboratories, and also we set up hospitals and laboratories as well. So we are faced with sky-high inflations, low income, and also overstretched healthcare system. So it's a no-brainer that most of our practitioners have to go outside to look for greener pastures. In this country we are in, you have to be your own government to provide the best for yourself. So I will say we only pray for our leaders and hope for the best for us. Our foundation rests on consistency, but consistency is just the first layer. We pride ourselves on flexibility and accountability in such a way that we provide professional help to healthcare practitioners. Our brand aims at providing services to healthcare professionals with the highest quality of surgical equipment and services. We see ourselves in the next 5 years to be the leading global provider of reliable surgical equipment and also impacting the economy in a positive way. Hi, I'm the CEO of Esther Surgical. Welcome to Esther Surgical.
I love creativity. I love beautiful wares. So I think that's what inspires me to go into the business. My name is Eriaka Oluwatosin, the face behind Upslide Design. I choose fashion because naturally I love nice wares. 1, 2, the fact that it's a kind of craft that you can do, unlike some other craft that you can do for others, you can still do for yourself. So the fact that it will be shown over you that you are a fashion designer too, I think that's what makes me to choose that part over other creativities and other arts works. Choose that part over other creativities and other arts works. To be a fashion designer, you need to know the technique behind the fashion, the beauty of fashion, the uniqueness of the job itself, like knowing your colors, knowing good things. You understand? I think that's very important. Knowing what's like the material that will be good for a particular style, the design, the body shape, and so many more. So many things, because fashion is wide. The steps, first you look at the fabric, then know the style the person, maybe the client want to make, the person's body shape. You understand? You, as a fashion designer, you are in place of advising your customer, because some customer will choose a style that will not be appropriate for their body shape. So you are there to advise them. You choose the style, that will be appropriate for their body shape. Then you get their measurements, because that one is very, very important. Why you apply the measurements when you are making the dress. Then you get your materials that will make the clothes stand out. Then all this applique that we add to clothes that makes the clothes stand out too. So you just have to have that taste of beautiful thing for you to beautify somebody else. The place of home is very important, because
you are still going back. You know, whatever you do, you are still going back home. So you make sure your home is settled. Then you balance it with your time. I don't have time for play as much. Do you understand? So most of my time I use it for my business, and the remaining time I use it for my home. So far it's not easy, but we are pushing through. Nigerian fashion industry is really growing. It's really growing and it's wide. Like I said, it's very wide. It's growing. You have to be updated. You have to know what is going on out there. So it's really growing, and it's as much as possible. There are different departments in the business that you can. Okay, let's say like the marketing departments, the sewing. Fashion designer is not like before that you just cut and sew. You have to know the techniques to give the body the body that you want to sew for, the fitting that you want. So it's been encouraging so far. It's wide, so it's encouraging. We are still pushing through. Once you see a learner, somebody that is ready to learn, then you impact the knowledge into them. That's just it. So you have to know it yourself for you to impact that into somebody else. The training is not easy, but for the trainer and even the training too, but it's worth it at the end. It's worth it at the end. It's worth it at the end, both for the training and the trainer. You will be happy that you train somebody, and the person that learned to will be happy, because you will definitely make money if you know what you are doing. It's a lucrative business. It's okay. It's worth the time you put into it. But like I used to tell people, you don't just stay and be on what you are being taught alone. You have to lay your hand on it, do it, go online and acquire more knowledge. Fashion is wide and it's growing every day. So you must keep on learning. You keep on learning. Even me, I've been in the business for like 15 years, but I still keep learning. We keep doing new things, good things keep evolving, and you have to know it. And so that's it. My name is Eriaka Oluwatosin. The face behind Upslide Design. I'm a fashion designer. This is my husband.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right. It's a boy that's shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
The Agungu Fishing Festival, or Agungu Dance Festival, is an annual 4-day festival in Kebbi State and other northern states like Niger in the northwestern part of northern Nigeria. The region is made up of fertile river areas of Matamfada, Mala, with much irrigation and orchards, Lambu in Hausa. The majority of the inhabitants are fishermen. They also have Kanta Museum. The museum is the main historical center in Agungu for visitors across the globe. People from around the world travel to Agungu just to witness the occasion. The main purpose of the Agungu Fishing Festival is for fishing and unity. The festival is usually a 4-day cultural event. The festival began in the year 1934 as a mark of the end of the century-old hostility between the Sokoto Caliphate and the Kebbi Kingdom. This festival has brought huge progress to the development of the state as a whole. It is usually called a fishing frenzy festival. The festival is celebrated to mark the beginning of the fishing season in Agungu, a riverside town in Kebbi State. It's celebrated between February and March every year. In 2005, the winning fish weighed 75 kilograms and needed 4 men to hoist it onto the scales. In 2006, the festival banned fishing due to safety concerns relating to the low water levels. The importance of the festival to the economy has led the government to conserve fish stock by prohibiting the use of gill nets and cast nets. The Zairo Polder project, an irrigation scheme in the Rima River floodplain to the south of Agungu, has been criticized because the reservoir threatens to flood the traditional site of the festival. Activities include craft showcases, canoe races, agricultural showcase, cultural activities, wrestling matches, musical performances, a grand fishing contest and swimming contest. On the final day of the festival, the competition is held, in which thousands of men line up along the river, and at the sound of a gunshot, all of them jump into the river and have an hour to catch the largest fish. The winner can take home as much as $7,500. Competitors are only allowed to use traditional fishing tools, and many prefer to catch fish entirely by hand. A practice also popular elsewhere and known as noodling, and this is to demonstrate their prowess.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Supreme Court affirms President's part in impose emergency rule.
Ngige remains in Kuje prison until December 18.
CJN calls on courts to begin virtual hearings.
Malami asks EFCC chairman to step aside from probe.
Reps committee step into Dangote NMDPRA dispute.
And now in Edo State, gunmen kidnapped 18.
On the foreign scene, FBI foils bombing plot targeting Los Angeles.
Well, in business news, Nigeria's inflation drops to 14.45%.
In sport, Akin Shamiro welcomes Eagles' invitation.
And in the world of entertainment, FISC moves to prosecute Pella for reckless driving. Now in the news in detail. The Supreme Court has ruled that a sitting president has the constitutional power to declare a state of emergency in any state to prevent a breakdown of law and order. Delivering the lead judgment in a split decision, Justice Mohammed Idris held that Section 305 of the Constitution empowers the president to take extraordinary measures to restore normalcy during an emergency. The ruling followed a suit filed by Adama and 10 other PDP-led states challenging the emergency declared by President Bola Tinubu in Rivers State, during which Governor Siminalayi Fubara and other elected officials were suspended for 6 months. In a 6-1 decision, the court held that the president may suspend democratically elected officials under emergency rule, but stressed that such action must be for a limited period. The court also upheld preliminary objections by the Attorney General of the Federation and the National Assembly, ruling that the PDP states failed to establish a valid course of action. The suit was consequently struck out and dismissed on the merits. However, in a dissenting opinion, Justice Obandi ruled that while the president can declare a state of emergency, he lacks the power to suspend elected state officials.
Still on a legal note, Justice Mariam Hassan of the Federal Capital Territory High Court, sitting in Gwarimpa, Abuja, has ordered that former Minister of Labour, Chris Ngige, be remanded at the Kuje Correctional Center until December 18. The order followed arguments for and against his bail application, which the court is yet to rule on. Ngige's lawyer, Patrick Ikweto, urged the court to grant bail, citing health concerns and assuring that his clients would not jump bail or interfere with witnesses. However, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has opposed the request describing Ngige as a flight risk. EFCC counsel Sylvanus Tahil told the court that Ngige failed to report back after being granted administrative bail and permission to travel abroad for medical treatment, adding that his international passport was never returned. Tahil dismissed Ngige's claim that the passport was lost as an afterthought and urged the court to reject the bail application.
In the meantime, the Federal High Court in Lagos has dismissed a suit seeking to declare the Nigerian Christian Pilgrims Commission and National Hajj Commission Acts unconstitutional. Justice Akintayo Aluko ruled that the applicant The Human Rights and Empowerment Project failed to prove that the laws violated Sections 10 and 42 of the 1999 Constitution. The group had asked the court to restrain the federal government from funding or subsidizing Christian and Muslim pilgrimages, arguing that such support was discriminatory and amounted to the adoption of a state religion. The court held that there was no credible evidence that the acts promoted a state religion or violated the right to freedom from discrimination. On claims of misuse of public funds, Justice Aloko noted evidence showing that Lagos State saved 4.5 billion naira over 3 years after ending pilgrimage sponsorship and redirected the funds to infrastructure. The judge added that reliance on newspaper reports amounted to hearsay and could not sustain a constitutional claim.
Concerned by the growing backlog of cases, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekereekun, has urged courts across the country to adopt virtual hearings. She said traditional courtroom procedures alone can no longer cope with the volume of pending cases. The CJN spoke at the opening of the 2025-2026 legal year of the Federal High Court, noting that the court's workload is increasing in both volume and complexity. She cited technology-driven crimes, financial innovations, cross-border commercial disputes, terrorism-related cases, and evolving regulatory frameworks as key challenges. Meanwhile, Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Justice John Sowore, revealed that 161,999 cases were carried over from the 2023-2024 legal year, with an additional 19,925 new cases filed, bringing the total to 181,924. On the spot, the Nigerian Bar Association, through its president, Afam Osigwe, called for improved institutional integrity within the judiciary.
To another case we have been following, former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, has called on the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to recuse himself from an ongoing investigation and threatened prosecution. Malami described the probe as a politically motivated witch hunt, alleging that it is driven by personal animosity following his recent defection to the African Democratic Congress, ADC. He claimed the EFCC chairman harbors a long-standing grudge linked to the Justice Ayo Salami Judicial Commission of Inquiry, which investigated corruption allegations within the commission during his tenure. Malami argued that the EFCC cannot conduct a fair or objective investigation under its current leadership. He therefore demanded that the EFCC chairman step aside and that the case be transferred to another agency to ensure impartiality and public confidence.
Away from that and now to legislative matters, the House of Representatives Joint Committee on Petroleum Resources has intervened in the disputes between Dangote Refinery and the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. The committees have invited both parties to present their grievances and appealed for a halt to media hostilities pending the investigation. Chairman Ikenga Ugochinyere and Henry Okoje expressed concern that the tension could undermine recent stability in the sector. Ugochinyere said their committees acted swiftly to prevent escalation and stressed that a clear understanding of the issues is needed for the National Assembly to broker lasting solutions in the post-subsidy era.
And away from that story, the Senate is advocating for electronic and integrated civil records to improve national planning. Chairman of the Senate Committee on National Identity Card and National Population, Victor Ume, made the call at a public hearing in Abuja on a bill to establish a digital civil registration system for births and deaths. Ume said the reform would ensure every birth and death in Nigeria is accurately recorded and align the country with global best practices. Senate President Godswill Akpabio, represented by Deputy Chief Whip Peter Nwebonyi, emphasized that accurate vital registration is key to data-driven governance and national security. National Population Commission Chairman Aminu Yusuf noted the amendments are timely and will enable the use of technology and interoperable platforms across government agencies.
Away from legislative matters, the Minister of Defense, Christopher Musa, says the operational capacity of terrorists, bandits, and other criminal groups has been significantly degraded across multiple theaters. Musa spoke at the 2025 Chief of Army Staff Annual Conference held at Abati Barracks in Lagos State. He attributed the gains to the courage of troops, improved planning and execution, and stronger joint and multi-agency operations. The minister described the conference as a key platform for reviewing the Army's operational readiness and aligning future strategies with national security priorities. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu said there can be no lasting developments without security, stressing the need for a capable, disciplined, and professional military. He added that the Lagos State government remains committed to supporting the Nigerian Army within the state and beyond.
Well, let's take you to Edo State, where 18 passengers have been kidnapped along the Benin-Akure highway near a village in Edo State. The kidnappers reportedly fired sporadically before taking their victims into the bush. Edo Police spokesperson confirmed the abduction and said a joint security operation has launched a manhunt for the suspects.
Moving on, security officials say troops under Operation Mesa have rescued 3 of 5 residents abducted in a recent attack on Lakwaya village, Gwazo local government area of Kano State. The victims were taken during an overnight raid. Captain Babatunde Zuberu, Assistant Director of Army Public Relations at the 3 Brigade, said the rescue involved personnel from the Nigerian Army, Air Force, and Police Force.
Over now to Borno State, where the police command has recovered an unexploded ordnance in Maiduguri, averting a potential explosion and threat to public safety. Police spokesperson Kenneth Dasso said the device was discovered beneath a telecom mast at Chuksun in the Federal Low Cost area. He said the Commissioner of Police immediately directed the EOD CBRN team to the scene. The team cordoned off the area and successfully rendered the device safe in line with standard procedures.
Joining us virtually to analyze the news is Chijioke Oji, a public affairs analyst. Thank you for joining us, Chijioke.
Having me.
Yes, it's always a pleasure to have you. Okay, let's start with this. The Supreme Court has ruled that the sitting president has constitutional power to declare a state of emergency in any state to prevent a breakdown of law and order. And of course, it's also one of the things about the ruling is that he can suspend elected officials or officers. What do you make of this? What does this portend for our democracy?
The Supreme Court is the final resting case for any matter of this nature, especially in this case where, it's now, we'll say, a rested matter. I don't think many Nigerians were really against the president declaring a state of emergency. What many Nigerians were really concerned were the manner in which it was done. And the excuses given did not in any way at all correlate or give the people of the states any participation in that. It was said that the declaration was done as a result of unrest and several recorded killings and all of that. Then another version came up to say it was due to exploded pipe leakages or pipeline vandalizations and all of that. I mean, that was not enough reason to incidentally vacate an elected sitting governor, which many people saw as a serious concern, judging by the fact that the current sitting president witnessed similar, but was not executed in his own time of being in administration in Lagos State. So for him to now carry out such orders and imposing the military takeover of the state simply meant that there were certain interests that the president was either trying to protect or just trying to execute that executive powers bestowed upon him, or probably running a test of what Nigerians could do, and in the end, they reigned supreme, showing and demonstrating to Nigerians the power of the executive, which also translates to showing that Nigerians, continue to suffer of this insecurity can be curbed by a single directive of the president. If the president, by just a single proclamation, was able to unseat or remove temporarily a sitting governor in twinkle of hours, and that was obeyed and it was evacuated, how much more would it take for the military to evacuate a state, which has become a constant debate today? That it's only in the areas of interest that we see this administration playing its pivotal role. Well, the Supreme Court has made it clear. I don't think the argument was basically on the president exercising the power to declare a state of emergency, but what Nigerians were concerned was the manner in which and the speedy process to which it was applied. And even in states where we have serious security concerns, the president has yet to extend, such declarations. So we do hope that Nigerians would speak up, especially to telling the president that the laws are made for man, not otherwise. And in cases like this, there should be clear indication as to what, would warrant the state of emergency to be declared.
All right, Chidoke, you said one of the things Nigerians are picking bones with is the modus operandi, the way and manner in which the emergency rule was declared. Take a listen to what one of the justices said in the ruling. He said that while the president can declare a state of emergency, he lacks the power to suspend elected state officials, which is one of the other things that Nigerians are actually, resisting. They're saying, look, you can declare a state of emergency when there is a breakdown of law and order, but you don't have the right to suspend elected state officials. You agree?
You see, the issue is, that's where I usually have problems with our legal luminaries. It's difficult to interpret the same laws that they have spent several years studying, and in most cases, some have been granted the noble name of senior advocate. It's still the same confusions that we have with, because these individuals that execute these laws are being advised by lawyers, and in most cases, they're advised by legal, which the president is not short in demand of. This is not only peculiar to the president. Just a few days ago, Cross River State also, removed an elected a local government official from the states, using the state assembly. And it is stated clearly that for a local government chairman, except in otherwise, will only be removed by the parliaments at the local government, which indeed is meant to be constituted, and I believe is running in this case. We have always seen a situation where interpretation of the law, it's about who is speaking or who is speaking for. Because one would still argue from the quarters of the president that yes, he did it to avert or certain crisis. And in this case, it would be unfair to suspend the governor without the assembly, which were already making moves to dethrone or to impeach the sitting governor. So that it felt to balance the equation was to suspend the lawmakers, which the lawmakers welcome wholeheartedly, and then also the sitting governor, which indeed the people still feel aggrieved by the way and manner the governor was cornered in, even though we now see that there's a violation of the interpretation by the president and his executive arms in removing the sitting legislative arm of the states. What would now happen? Will the law now say that whatever had happened before then is null and void? Because the 6 months, which was presided over by an individual who now has been handsomely now rewarded for the good work he did, either serving the people of the state or serving some personal interests, become an ambassador, and now a representative of Nigeria. So it is painful that we'll continue to have these lacunas everywhere, and it's a cut across every state of the federation within our own dear country. And this is, a powers showcase of powers in most cases, with the people at the top showing continued, I wouldn't say ignorance, but continued misrule in certain ways of not following the due processes. We had the same thing within the former president in the person of Muhammad Buhari. And after several courts had granted certain individuals, freedom, they refused to abide by those courts. So is it now the continued president that will now have a change? I mean, it's very unfortunate. And these are some of the things that the international community are seeing and are calling and hailing and saying Nigerians deserve better. In a democratic dispensation, you ought to have representation, especially in the supremacy of the rule of law, which we as a country should be seen to be upholding. But in a situation where it's about who it pleases, especially those in the quarters that are getting it, would always, give the president, or now the new word is cut the president a slack and tell him he's doing well. Well, the people at the top have it by saying he's doing well. But the generality is that how we are perceived internationally is that we're a country that has no, outer of respect for the rule of law. Because this happened under the entire nation. And for 6 months, the court kept on dilly-dallying, and now we now have it months after all these, deeds have been done. It's very unfortunate.
Okay, I'm still on the legal note. Justice Miriam Hassan of the Federal Capital Territory High Court has ordered that former Minister of Labour Chris Ngige be remanded at the Kuje Correctional Center until December 18. And of course, you know that it's the EFCC that has taken him into custody. But would you say that this, will you call this selective justice? Would you call this as being a witch hunt on Ngige?
Well, because I'm not privy to all of those facts, it'd be difficult to, be on the part of supporting him to say because he's my fellow countryman or from the same side where I come from. Incidentally, I've known him for a while, but I wouldn't say I know to what actions he has been involved. We say these are allegations. In fact, the good thing about our law is that it is an allegation until he's been proven guilty. So before he's actually proven guilty, it would not make any form of being, neutral to come out and saying that this thing is about, people of certain level or certain people of certain tribes or part of the country that are being witch hunted, or to say it is an opposition thing. If the people at the ruling class are identifying those who have, especially, taken advantage of the opposition to commit these unforgivable, unpardonable felonies against the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Nigerian citizens, they do not deserve to have any form of iota of freedom. Just as a few hours ago, I was privy to seeing what Alhaji Aliko Dangote came out to tell Nigerians of the current 7 DPR director, showcasing to Nigerians that a public servant, who was able to school his children in secondary schools in Switzerland by spending over $5 million. That there's no way that correlated to his earnings and to the expenditures. And if you were talking about the actual amount spent, I mean, you would have to look at other areas. You would include the cost of the transportation for him to go over there and see the families. You'd also look at the fact that all this time, the children are also being fed. And, so the painful thing is that we hear only of these things when there is a disagreement between the parties at the top. And that's why average Nigerian's prayer, since prayer is now the way we want to go by, is to pray that the Nigerian politicians are never in peace with another. Because only when they quarrel and disagree that we now see the truth of these orchestrated killings, looting, robbery. Is now daylight robbery. Because how can an individual in a country that is said to be poor would be, I'm not judging him, but if it is said to be true, to loot over 2 billion. These are things that would cause executions in the Asian countries. No country will survive when its citizens continues to steal its common resources, continue to take advantage of the economy into their own favors. If indeed the truth, the allegations being laid by Aliko Dangote is true, then it simply means that Nigeria is in trouble, a bigger trouble, for which many of us know that these things did not start today. It is only when the individuals cross their paths we now hear the truth. But it also goes to show the level of, I wouldn't want to be too harsh on the security agencies, but it shows that they have failed in their own responsibilities. If a private individual was able to go dig out these informations and bring it to the public and call in the Federal Republic of Nigeria under the same government that has appointed the same individual, which indeed still stands as an allegation until he's been proven guilty. But it is expected that the security agencies, the DSS, the NIA, and the various security apparatuses, including the EFCC and the ICP, should have been the ones digging out these information and ensuring that these individuals are not just sent to prison, but the entire whole funds are recovered. It was under the same country we had a former group managing director of NNPC, when they recovered about $9 million stacked in his village. It was said to be a gift. A gift by who? Have you forgotten the various civil service conducts that completely ensures that an individual under the service of the civil service is not allowed to collect gifts? The same individual went to court and it was said to be returned to him that it was a gift. It is in the same country, a first lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, former, who Nigerians could not justify how indeed these monies or whatever earnings or whatever job she was doing, she's my sister. But we'll have to call a spade a spade. The same EFCC seized certain amount of money, several millions of money in dollars. The same court system granted it back to her as a gift. Now we hear of our dear Farouk and other individuals that are yet to be named. Because why? The disagreement between the DPR and the Dangote refinery.
Well, Chijoke, I'd like to take us back to Chris Ngige, former Labour Minister, right? Now, it is important for us to note that the case he's facing is improperly allocating contracts to associates when he was in office. I'd like for us to also talk about another person who is facing the fury of the EFCC at the moment, former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami. This time, Malami is calling on the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to recuse himself from an ongoing investigation and threatened prosecution. Why is he saying this? Because Malami thinks this is politically motivated, that the current EFCC chairman has a grouse against him because there was something that happened between them when Malami was still the Attorney General of the Federation. How do you see this?
Part of my prayer, and the rest of Nigerians should join us, including the various head pastors of different churches, that may these individuals never continue to be in peace with one another, because they have really done so much injustices to Nigerians. Nigerians continue to suffer, all as a result of this called ill management, and in most cases, these horrible ministers that are regarded as, honorable ministers. They're not honorable. It is not to say that I'm tarnishing the image of Malami to say because it's still mere speculations or accusations. But there are so many of them who have gone to even brandished houses ill procured. And they are putting their names on these buildings. And now the EFCC is closing its eyes and going after the same only opposition party members. It is clear. Because within the same APC, you have other former ministers that were on the same palace, which I expect Malami to be calling out to the Nigerians. That these are my own past who were served under the same administration. This is what they were handling also. And they should also be called to account for. Let us not forget that this is a country where we continue to hear politicians come out in public to tell Nigerians that once you join the political party, your sins are washed away. This is a clear indication that if you have not joined the parties, you will be called to answer questions. The former governor of Ekiti State, in the person of Otunbadi Adebayo, who acquired a multi-million-dollar property and branded his name in the center of the island, just how many months of being within the Buhari administration. And the same current administration came in and said they will not probe them. And because why? They are still the same party members of APC. It is not to say that if Malami have stolen, every kobo should be recovered and they should be sent to jail. Nigeria needs farmlands. If the president does not know where to deploy these people, I can volunteer to shape the way the prison, since we are no longer running a prison system, we are running a correctional facility. Let us be able to correct them well so that they can become useful to Nigerians and truly serve. Because the word is that they have always been longing to serve Nigerians, but we've had so many of them that have looted the country dry and have continued to be saboteurs to the entire whole nations. If this whole, humongous monies that have been mentioned are true, then why is the presidency just isolating these individuals that have been, embroiled in this? Let him come out and make this a clear hunting, that there should not be any spare or sacred cows or spared individuals because of the need to protect the interest of their own party members. No. If there is a sincerity behind this whole chase, then all those who have served in the Buhari administration, in the Jonathan administration, should all be called to come and account and give rendition of their activities within those times they served.
But Chijoke, I want to draw your attention back to the bone of contention. Do you think, like Malami is asking, that the EFCC chair should recuse himself because, according to Malami, he is biased?
Well, at this point in time, it would be even be too early because one would have expected that it is at the court that he can say so. The EFCC chairman has the rights, at the moment to interrogate him and then carry out investigation. All they're doing is inquiry. They're either trying to clarify based on what they have or they're trying to inquire to dig in to get the information they're looking for. And in most cases, it's expected that if they are intelligent officers, it is not to say that all of them are completely numb. If the intelligence officers, they should have taken time to do their needful in getting the informations so that when they are now requesting the clarification from the individuals that are involved, it will be a mere clarifications towards taking the matter to court. It is at the court that the accused persons who would be defending themselves would either be clarifying, and if there is a way, any way at all, he's seeing the judge or the legal teams to be in any way at all going against the normal legal open entity, then he can call on to say, yes, he doesn't feel that he will get a fair judgment or get a fair hearing at this particular request for a recuse of the judge. If he feels that the judge is actually being biased, in most cases now we're now seeing people that it is now being said that some judges are APC members, and they're not even ashamed to say it or declare it, by their continued party members in parties. So if Malami is being called upon and he feels at this early stage, I feel it's early to begin to condemn the EFCC chairman. I would have, if I were in his case or in his position, be able to provide a contrary, not just opinion, but a documentation to showcase that all that they are labeling is completely false and have no ground standing to even begin to be detained for any reason. So, but in this case, because most of the things that are happening is the hearsay, we have not heard the EFCC side until the EFCC has come out to say, this is what their outcome of investigation, or this is what their course of interrogation has been like, or this is what Malami does not seem to be cooperating, because one can only understand, having been a former Attorney General, and the powers that were vested upon Attorney General now being put to accountability, to account for his actions. It is not an easy process. And in most cases, one would have expected, or he probably be expecting, to be accorded a certain level of respect or considerations. We had a former Attorney General in the form of, I think, Andrew Koso, who, had the similar issues when he was being called to answer questions. He simply left the country because he felt that, he was too big to be queried in anywhere. He went to Brazil because there was no repatriation agreement between Nigeria and Brazil and one other country again. And today he's back in Nigeria. He's not there, the same people partying along. These were individuals who were accused under the then Jonathan administration of having misappropriated so much billions of dollars and were involved in all kinds of legal deals and all of that. It is not to say that I'm accusing him, but these were the informations when the new administration of President Muhammad Buhari came on board. We're telling Nigerians. But today, the whole case seems to have died. Why? Because they have been washed clean by certain individuals in a political party. So if Malami in this case is being accused of anything, let him come out with facts. One would expect that a man of his caliber who has held such position would be able to come out with facts. It is facts that can counter anything at this moment. There's no sentiments to it.
All
so
right.
if they find him guilty, let them take him to court. If they find anything incriminating, they should prosecute him.
Thank you very much, Ujoke.
Who has looted Nigeria and has kept the entire nation and the people of our country poor. We don't need any more of excuses.
Thank you very much for your intelligent analysis, as always. Thank you for being a part of News Hour.
Thank you. Thank you for having me so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, moving on, we'll take a break and then we'll return with more stories. To stay with us. Glad to have you back. The Joint Revenue Board has asked security agencies to act swiftly against illegal roadblocks used to collect taxes, levies, and other charges along the country's transport corridors. The call was made in a communique issued after the board's 158th meeting in Abuja. The board also called for the complete abolition of road stickers and similar instruments, whether issued by state or non-state actors, saying the use is illegal.
Well, turning to other stories, students are calling for fair implementation of the federal government's nationwide ban on admissions and transfers into senior secondary school 3 in public and private schools, aimed at curbing examination malpractice. VOP TV's Matthew Gumswada has more in this report.
In a bid to curb examination malpractice, the Nigerian government has announced a nationwide ban on admission and transfer into senior secondary school 3 in both public and private schools. The Federal Ministry of Education made the announcement through a statement signed by Boriowo Folashade, the Director of Press and Public Relations. Folashade explained that the decision follows growing concerns over rising cases of examination malpractice, including the use of the so-called special centers during external exams. According to the statement, the new policy will take effect from the 2026-2027 academic session. Admissions and transfers will now be restricted to senior secondary school 1 and 2 only, while moving into SS3 will no longer be permitted under any circumstance. As Voice of the People TV, we got the opinion of students towards this new policy.
What I think is that they should only admit students from SS1 and SS2, because you don't know the background where the other students are coming from. If you admit them in SS2, you don't know the background they are coming from. They might be coming from some schools that do examination malpractice. Not all schools that do it, sure. So they might be coming from a background that maybe some public schools or some other school that do examination malpractice. Then they come to a private school, and the private school is known that they don't do any examination malpractice. They now take them SS3. They write Wike, JAM. Then they catch them during examination malpractice. They can just they drag the name of the school into the mud. I feel that students being allowed in JSS1 and JSS2 and SS1 and SS2 into other school is like is a threat from another school that is of lower standard can come to a school of higher standard, and the child might not know how to develop himself within that school community, which can limit him or her, leading to lower grades and school dropouts.
I think that instead of doing only SS3, they should start working on ways to keep them from doing examination and practice like that. Start hiring people, start, examining people. When they catch one, they should show everybody like the punishment for all these things, so they should stop.
As the new policy takes effect in the 2026-2027 academic session, all eyes remain on schools and regulators to ensure full compliance. For now, many students remain hopeful, hoping that this new policy would help strengthen Nigeria's education system and curb examination malpractice for good. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Matthew, thank you. Well, let's take you to Edo State, where Governor Monday Polo has inspected ongoing roadworks in Ogege and Old Sapele roads in Benin City, urging contractors to accelerate progress. Our correspondent, Oroda Johnny, has more.
Eukweulu on Sunday carried an unscheduled inspection of ongoing construction on Ogege and Old Sapele roads in Benin City. Speaking during the inspection, he said the visit was to assess progress, noting the dry season offers a limited window for speedy completion. While satisfied with the quality of work, he directed contractors to increase the pace to meet timelines.
Now that I'm here, I've seen the extent of what they are doing, and they are doing very well. And I still need them to buckle up to be faster than what I'm seeing now, because we just have 5 months for the dry season. When we came here last time, people here think it will never be possible. The reason why we do this road is because of what I heard over the radio, that a child died on this particular street. Erosion took a child away. And that is the essence of me visiting at that time. But today, in the next few days, it will become a history.
The 4.1-kilometer project was initiated following residents' complaints over erosion and safety, with the administration pledging to deliver durable road infrastructure across the state. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, BOP TV News.
Well, so thank you very much, Rhoda, for that. On the foreign scene, 4 people are facing criminal charges over a forward bomb plot targeting multiple sites, including U.S. immigration agents. The suspects were charged with conspiracy and possession of an unregistered destructive device, according to a complaint filed in the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California.
And now Australia has vowed tougher gun laws as it mourns the victims of its deadliest mass shooting in nearly 30 years. Police say a father and son killed 15 people at a Jewish celebration on Sydney's Bundy Beach. The 50-year-old father was shot dead at the scene, while his 24-year-old son remains in critical condition in hospital.
Meanwhile, the deadly attack on a Jewish festival at Bundy Beach has strained ties between Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Israeli counterpart Benjamin Netanyahu. Netanyahu criticized Albanese for failing to curb rising anti-Semitism, which has grown since 2023. In response, Albanese called for unity and said his government is ready to take necessary action.
Business news now. Nigeria's headline inflation is to 14.45% in November, down from 16.05% in October. The latest Consumer Price Index report from the National Bureau of Statistics shows inflation declined by 1.22 percentage points, compared with a 0.29-point drop the previous month. Food inflation, however, rose to 1.13% in November, up from a negative 0.37% in October. The NBS attributed the increase to higher prices of items such as tomatoes, cassava, periwinkle, pepper, eggs, crayfish, melon, oxtail, and fresh onions.
Still in business, the Nigerian stock market traded 553.2 million shares valued at 13.3 billion naira in 28,907 deals on Monday, down slightly from Friday's 571.7 million shares worth 29.04 billion naira. Turnover fell 54% while volume dipped 3%, but deals rose 42%. Despite this, the equities market opened the week slightly positive, with investors gaining 3 billion naira in value. Market capitalization rose to 95.267 trillion naira, and the all-share index climbed 4.62 points to 149,437.88. Year-to-date returns now stand at 45.19%, with market breadth showing 28 gainers and 23 losers.
Well, in sports news, Ebenezer Akisamiro has described his first call-up to the Super Eagles for the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations as a pleasant surprise. The 21-year-old midfielder was named in the 28-man squad by head coach Eric Chell last weekend. Ebenezer has impressed this season with Serie A club Pisa, earning him his maiden invitation to the national team.
In tennis, world number 1 Aryna Sabalenka has been named WTA Player of the Year for the second consecutive season. 27-year-old won 4 titles this year, including successfully defending her U.S. Open crown against Amanda Anisimova to claim her 4th Grand Slam singles title. Sabalenka received nearly 80% of votes from international tennis media.
In the world of entertainment, the Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps, FISC, Shehu Mohammed, has ordered the prosecution of popular TikTok streamer Habib Hamzat, known as Pella, as a viral video showed him live streaming while driving, resulting in a crash. In a statement, Mohammed condemned what he called a growing trend of reckless road use by celebrities and social media influencers seeking online attention. The FISC said the act violated traffic regulations and endangered other road users, directing the Lagos State Sector Commander to prosecute Pella for reckless and distracted driving. Mohammed reminded the public that fame does not grant immunity from the law and urged entertainment and influencer communities to promote responsible behavior on Nigerian roads.
Still in the world of entertainment, award-winning actress and producer Funke Akindele's latest film, Behind the Scenes, has made history with the biggest opening weekend of 2025, grossing over 200 million naira. The film, which features an all-star cast including Scarlett Gomez, Iyabo Ojo, Destiny Etiko, Toby Bakary, and Uche Montana, has broken 5 opening weekend records, according to its distributor. Akindele's previous hit, Everybody Loves Jennifer, had set the record for Nollywood's biggest opening weekend and went on to become the highest grossing Nollywood film ever, earning over 1.8 billion naira in Nigeria alone.
And that wraps it up for us in News Hour. But before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that the Supreme Court has affirmed President's power to impose emergency rule.
Also, Ngige remains in Kuje prison until December 18.
We also told you that the CJN has called on courts to begin virtual hearings.
Malami asked EFCC chairman to step aside from probe.
Reps committee step into Dangote NMDP RA dispute.
Gunmen kidnap 18 in Edo State.
On a foreign scene, FBI files bombing plot targeting Los Angeles.
In business, Nigeria's inflation drops to 14.45%.
And in sports news, Ebenezer welcomes Eagles' invitation.
And in the world of entertainment, FRSC moves to prosecute Pella for reckless driving. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814 606 4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomdioto.
And I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Sis Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I, with you in mind We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY says so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? It's about shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to another interesting edition of VOP this morning. I am Fina Okechukwu, and today is also the 16th day in the month of December 2025. Christmas is just here. I wouldn't say it's fast approaching, it's just there. So for those of us who are not ready yet for the Christmas, we're not expecting your Christmas goodies, hampers, and all that, don't worry. Write a letter to Santa. And believe me, to get to him before you say Jack Robinson. But on a more serious note, to have interesting lineups for us this morning as Voice of the People is our duty to bring to your notice trending stories and also expect you to send us a message or comment on those messages or those informations that we have brought to your hearing or your notice this morning. And one of the topic of conversation on the table today is how the Supreme Court finally affirms that the President of Nigeria has power to declare state of emergency and also suspend elected officials. Nigerians have been reacting to this story, and the reason for this was the fact that PDP took the president to Supreme Court, and they have made Nigerians understand that it is what? Legal for the president to do that. Then, away from that, also chiming on Malami, accusing the EFCC chairman of personal grudge and also demands an arraignment or release in 24 hours. Interesting. And if we move away from that, we'll still check what is playing out within a political space. RFI breaks silence, rejects 2027 South presidency claims. So these are the major topic of conversation today. We have other interesting trending stories. But before we proceed, kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng. There you have fresh and trending news. And you can also be part of the family by subscribing to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And across all the social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. Click on the notification button so that you also know when we join us and how to join us live.
Join us live. Good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukwuma Okoro.
And I am Moses Humphrey. And straight away, let's get to some of the conversations that we are having this morning. Nigerians are also chiming in on these conversations. The Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has announced that popular TikToker Habib Hamza, popularly known as Pella, would be prosecuted for reckless driving. Now, this came hours after Pella crashed his car during a live TikTok session on Sunday following a reported breakup with his girlfriend, Jarvis. I can't even remember what her real name is. Well, videos from the live stream show the content creator crying. How old is he again? 21? Or thereabout? 21.
No, he's not 19. No, he's about 21 now. Well, videos from the live stream show the content creator crying while driving and making a series of alarming statements like, I'm going to kill myself. I'm scared. I want to die. My body is shaking. Okay, yeah, just trying to mimic the sound of his voice. Now, in a statement on Monday, after the incident, of course, the statement by spokesperson Olusegun Ogungbemide, the FRSC noted that the Corps Marshal has directed the Lagos State Sector Commander to immediately activate all necessary processes for the prosecution of the individual involved for reckless driving, use of phone while driving. That, of course, is an offense. Making videos while driving is an offense. And distracted driving. Now, in accordance with extant traffic laws. Now, the Corps Marshal, Shehu Mohammed, raised concerns about the growing trend of content creators and celebrities who, in the quest for online attention, deliberately flout traffic regulations and endanger lives. Mr. Mohammed warned that such behavior poses grave danger not only to the driver, but to other innocent road users. He further warned that fame does not place anyone above the law, nor does it excuse dangerous behavior on public roads. And yes, the young man who you can see on your screen there, Pillar, went on a rampage, I would say, yesterday that his girlfriend broke up with him, you know, and it's even, these are young people. Is it jet age, I call it, or it has turned people into something else. So a young man and a young woman, all they care about is showing off relationship online, and the world is following them, commenting. Now, I think what he did was, as far as I'm concerned, it was content. As far as I'm concerned, it was content, because immediately the accident happened, his friends got there. His friends were already probably behind him. So it was an act. And then he made an announcement after this one that in the coming days, maybe today or thereabout, he will do another one, that he wants to be doing things that will kill him. You know, he made an announcement that he's going to drive another car off the bridge or something in that light. I think you know, this just buttresses the fact that there should be some sort of regulation with the use of the internet, content creators and the rest. This, to say the least, is appalling, all right? It's appalling that this young man is teaching young ones to be reckless, to endanger their lives, all in the name of, I don't want to call it love because that's not what it is, all in the name of creating content. And they're making that announcement that, I know it has happened in some other climes. There was one content creator somewhere in the world who streamed his own suicide. It has happened. You know, went live, killed himself live, and people were applauding it and all of that. They didn't know until it was discovered that he was actually dead. And I think that's what this young man is. Well, that's what he will end up doing to himself if care is not taken, if he's not reined in at this point. And he should be reprimanded thoroughly for this bad behavior. That's what it is. In fact, he should be spanked, laid on the bare floor, and given 6 strokes.
But before we spank him, I think we need to, because you made mention of, I wanted to, point to that direction too. We have to first of all check: is Pella having some issues with the girlfriend? That's the first two. Then another thing again
that's not a reason to be reckless.
No, that has not been reckless. Now, when you say something about a child, he's just 20 years old.
He has a girlfriend.
That's the thing. That's the thing about. We'll discuss that later. Just a child, I think they started the relationship when he was 19 or thereabouts, and the girl was 4 years older than he was. And
she's older than.
Yeah, Jadorita was older than him. So if we were to look at it this way, first of all, let's find out if if Pela is okay, if maybe they are no longer in the relationship which they have been in for so many years, and he is reacting to his pain this way, then that shows there's more to this than what we're seeing first. Secondly, if maybe after that, after we must have checked, after checking it, and then finally they say they are still together, I also
They shouldn't even
suggest.
be together at this point.
Why would you say they shouldn't be together at
You
this
start to
point?
threaten that, oh, if this person leaves, I'll kill myself. Then you shouldn't be with that
Yeah,
person.
we're there
It's in
when
that
they
person's
began
best
this.
interest.
We see this happen even with older people to start with.
You
Older
know,
people do this.
it's
not about how age you are. Older people
it's
do
mental
this.
illness.
I'm happy you understand
And
that.
you can actually kill that person if care is not taken.
When you're
so it is in that
obsessed-
person's best interest not to
happy
be
you're getting
in
it
close
now.
proximity with the person who thinks, oh, if you leave me, I'll kill myself.
Older people do that. So let's forget about the fact that children are the ones displaying it
No,
now.
they're not children. They're
Okay, young adults are the ones doing it. So
in the broader,
if at the end of the day, Chikuma, if at the end of the day, we found out that maybe they're no longer together, then we have to first of all do the work the way it should be. No, we have to look at it. Because today he risks his life. Right, for us now, he's created a content, but we don't know what was happening, what played behind the scenes. Then at the end of the day, if this man is not, if he's okay, and he just wanted to create content, I would suggest he going for it, a stiffer penalty.
It's not a matter of you suggesting
You
that.
get.
The commercial
But if he's not
has already said
okay,
that. The commercial has already said that he'll be prosecuted. You know, so if he
Why
was,
hasn't he been arrested?
No, if he was doing content and he crashed, and the commercial has said he's been prosecuted, probably he'll go to court and now continue with the content. Okay. And if he has come out to say, look, I'll do more content, you know, so that I'll probably kill myself, he doesn't need to wait for too long. There's in the lagoon there. He doesn't need to jump into the lagoon.
That's what we're
Now, I want to look at this in the broader concept of modeling, role model, you know, for our younger generation. And within the context of reckless driving, you know, there are many talking points around this issue. First of all, let me start with parenting. I'm sure this young man has parents. You know, he owns his car. I don't know how affluent the parents are. He owns his car. Now he drives himself around, and he has a girlfriend, and he's had problems with the girlfriend. And all of a sudden, he threatens to kill himself in the course of doing content and all of that. He crashes their car. God saved him. He didn't get injured or what, and I'm sure he didn't injure another person. So what exactly is he teaching the younger ones? The parents, what did his parents teach him, and what is he teaching the younger ones? He apparently becomes a role model. So when you turn around, the role model you see around, our children see are people like Pella. You turn to the politicians are the role model our children see. They don't see medical doctors, you know, but why? Because medical doctors are always on strike. They don't want to become lecturers because lecturers are always on strike. They don't want to become policemen because policemen are always on strike because of non-payment of salary. Everywhere you turn, Nigerians are striking. So who now plays the role model for the younger generation? I think we are headed in a very dangerous direction. And it calls for concerns and urgent action, not just by parents, but by society at large. If we keep traveling in this direction, I don't know, probably we'll start breeding, you know, children who wake up one morning and say, let me do one nasty thing as content. Like the example Moses pointed out, a young man wanted to, you know, do content and kill himself. And people thought it was a joke until they eventually realized that it was real and the person was dead. These things impact negatively on the younger generation. Like I keep saying, we have a very serious problem in our hands. And Moses, I like the fact that you always talk about the younger generation, how they do drugs and all of that. This is one of them. TikToking now, there is any need for you to go to school since you can, you know, go to one of these app stores, you know, buy equipment, start streaming live, do content and all of that. And you make big money.
Follow you, yes.
And people follow you. These are role models. Is it the kind of people that we want our children to emulate in the next 10, 15, 20 years?
We have parents going naked on social media.
On social media.
For content.
And
they tell you,
going naked.
If you try to reprimand them, they tell you, look, I'm a graduate. If you can give me 5 million a month, then I'll stop. If you can't, allow me to do my content. Because because everything has been monetized. Our morality has been monetized.
It's a very dangerous route we are traveling. We might not realize it. A lot of people think that we are having fun. And when you go to all those places, you see one silly person that comes and, you know, nakeds himself or herself. And he's getting like 500,000 views.
As a society you're in today, that is how it is what
and
it
you are
is.
talking serious business, talking economy, talking fuel subsidy, talking CNG, and nobody even likes what you are saying.
It is what it is. It's the trajectory the world have taken. But
No,
on a more.
It's not the world.
If you check out the world, it's happening everywhere. It is happening everywhere.
No, it's not happening.
If you check out people who are doing live,
Asian internet, Asian website, the kind of content you see are not the kind of content you
creative.
do we have people who are also
creative
doing all
content.
those things for them to make their own money? But you know that now at this point in time,
Are you aware? Because
apart from TikTok working, it doesn't work in some places. There are some countries who have decided that they want to take
TikTok had to ban
TikTok, no,
night
night streaming. Don't do live streaming again. Yes, they ban it now. But some countries noticed or understood this from the beginning to say we don't want our people or the children or the young or the teens that we have to pass or to follow a trajectory that's not good. If you go to Asia, they have the WeChat. Not all social media works with
that
them.
is what we are saying.
But even
So
as they are doing it, people are still misusing it for them to get their own money. We see how people who go naked.
If you go
we see how people who go
to
naked
the
and
internet,
dance.
if you go to the internet, the kind of content you see that come from Asian countries, are they not more creative than what we have?
Not really. There's
How,
not.
when
I
your car
can't
gets
say
stuck,
that.
when your car gets stuck, how to pull it out?
Exactly.
If you lock your key inside
see
your car,
children
That is real. What you say. We also have Nigerians or Africans who are
I don't
also
see those
great.
things here.
They
I
are
don't see
there.
them.
They are there. You have to know they are
Fina,
there.
Fina,
No, they
I
are
think-
there.
I think you know-
They
I
are
think
there.
you
They
know
are
the
there.
truth. But
No,
you
it's
just
not
want-
the issue of
for the
knowing the
sake
truth.
of
It depends on.
argument,
It's not the issue of
for the
us
sake
knowing.
of
No,
argument,
no,
you want
no.
to
We shouldn't
extend it.
generalize. There are people who are creating genuine content that are beneficiary
we
to
are
people
saying.
out
We are
there.
saying
So we shouldn't just make it
what
dwell.
Overall,
what is
percentage
spread
different.
more.
What spreads
Our
more?
internet is we have more immoral content
If you check,
over here.
If you check your
than
social media
on
platform,
Asian internet.
it depends on the one you want to watch. It depends on the one you subscribe for. But believe me, if you go through the internet, you see quite interesting, educative, informative
Okay.
things that you can actually leverage
It's
on.
all right.
for
The
your time.
thing is that parents out there, please watch what your children watch. That's it from me, because we are traveling in a very dangerous direction and it doesn't portend any good for any of us. Now, the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, says there will no longer be a need for the people of the Southeast to agitate for a Biafran nation, as President Bola Tinubu's inclusive governance has raised the region's long-standing grievances. Well, the minister made the remarks in a 1-minute, 30-second video of an inspection tour of ongoing federal infrastructure projects in the region. Mr. Umahi said the agitation for Biafra, largely driven by feelings of neglect, exclusion, and underrepresentation, has significantly reduced under Mr. Tinubu's administration due to increased federal presence and investments in the Southeast. Well, according to Mr. Umahi, the people of Southeast are now comfortable and happy with Mr. Tinubu. I think he should speak for himself. Maybe himself and his family, they are happy with Mr. Tinubu. Nobody asked Umahi to speak for the people of the Southeast. Now, a former governor of Ebonyi State, he highlighted several ongoing and completed federal projects in the Southeast. I went to the East, I didn't see any. I was in the East about a month ago, I didn't see any, and I didn't see him list them, noting that many of them had stalled for more than a decade before the Tinubu administration intervened. I also understand that most of those jobs were given to indigenes of the Southeast and they failed to deliver. Now, when people like Umahi come out to spew this kind of what I call gibberish, like I said, we raised this issue somewhere, and someone said, like I also agree, well, that Umahi is speaking for himself and his immediate family. He is not speaking. Nobody authorized him, to speak for the Igbo nation. He is simply the minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and it ends there. He's not authorized to speak for the Igbo nation. He's speaking on behalf of himself. Probably he's happy. A lot of Southeasterners are still not happy with this administration because President Tinubu, while he was campaigning, came to the Southeast, and he came to Enugu in particular. I was there. He said, look, if you don't vote for APC, you got a soaked slice of bread. And that is what the Southeast has received in the past 2+ years of this administration. Like I said, I was in the East a month ago, and I didn't see from the head bridge from Onitsha to the end of Abia State that borders Akwa Ibom, that enters into the ocean, where I come from. I couldn't drive like 30 minutes without seeing a bad road. Federal roads, as a matter of fact. So I don't know where Umahi is building this. He insulted us. And what did he say? He said, with the entrance of Peter Mba to the APC, the Southeast has been included in the mainstream of Nigerian politics. And that was a pure insult as far as I'm concerned. You don't toy with the people like that. People that contribute meaningfully, to this nation in any way you look at it. And for people like Omahi to come and say, look, Southeast is not included, I keep saying he's speaking for himself. And that is what happens when they are in government. They keep defending the government. Look at what Umwabwe Ngige is saying now, Chris Ngige. Different laws for different people. But he was busy defending the Southeast, defending the APC, when he was in government. Now he's out of government. They have come after him. Go and answer questions. Now, one good day, it will be the turn of Dave Omahi to answer questions. At that point, let him not say, my people, Southeast, nobody. Personally, others will come, but I won't speak for you. Now is the time. Martin Luther King said something. In the end, what will matter most is not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. That's my payoff line.
Okay, for those that want to get or have a hand on where the project that Dave Omahi was talking about, he listed some projects too, so it's left for you, to go there to check if those projects are working. Apart from the one he said is being handled by MTN under RCC, pegged at 202 billion naira, he said something about the Southeast having the Enugu to start with, Artisan Bridge is finished, dusted and delivered. You go to Depot Junction in AK Obinago, where the biggest flyover in Southeast is ongoing. That one is still an ongoing project. He went further to talk about the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, the Owerri-Onitsha Expressway, and the Section 2B of the second Niger Bridge. He said that the project is valued at 176 billion naira. And then just this few he listed, is saying that the Southeasterners are now happy with...
Fina, before you continue, I mean, these are ongoing. These projects were not started by the Tinubu administration. The Artisan Bridge, that was named when Artisan Bridge collapsed. It collapsed. It's not a new bridge. It's just that a bridge, like a walkover in a solo collapse and they rebuilt it. What does that mean? That's what they're supposed to do.
He says that...
The Enugu-Onitsha. I was in Enugu, and like I said, I was in the Southeast last month. Enugu-Onitsha is still ongoing. You cannot drive on two sides of it's a dual carriage. You cannot drive at the same time. At one point, in the night, you had to. We almost got hit by a trailer because we were using one lane of the dual carriageway. So what is he talking about? These are ongoing projects
that's the way
that have been there for the past 30 years, unable to be finished by any administration.
It also interested to know that about the Swift Bridge. But another thing again to look at is the way he have positioned these projects, that they are going to last from 50 to 100 years. I wish you would be alive for us to verify that. Because another thing is when you're talking about the presence of the federal government in some region, you also should be talking about the durability of the roads that we are having. Because we have roads in Nigeria not motorable. And then we are spending over 1 trillion naira on 47 kilometers of the Calabar-Lagos Coastal Highway, which another million were spent. That was one that made me to shed tears on Saturday, seeing that monies were spent to temporarily open the 47 kilometers of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway for the U-turn, so there will not be there will not be gridlocks and people can easily use the route temporarily, But anyway, that is Dave Omahi defending
he's talking about inclusion. The ambassadorial list, how many did the Southeast get? 5. Southwest got how many?
He's talking about
is that inclusion?
Infrastructural development that we have the
president. No, it should be all-inclusive now.
Okay, but I think it's cut out for the Southeasterner to know if Dave Omahi is speaking for you or is speaking for himself.
And
so if he's not speaking for you,
that's where I would like to take it from.
Let him come in and talk about it.
If people like Dave Omahi speaks and make it sound like they're speaking for the entirety of the Southeast, I think it's great injustice to the Southeasterner who is still clamoring for inclusion, the Southeasterner who feels neglected, who feels secluded, the Southeasterner whose business in the Southwest is being affected. Businesses are being pulled out. Houses are being pulled out for whatever reason. It's injustice to these people because it just waters down the fight or the clamor for justice that the Southeasterner is craving. It waters it down. It waters the inclusion that the Southeasterner is craving. So I think people like him should be wary. If you want to speak for yourself, you, of course, as an individual, you're at liberty to say, applaud an administration or beat your chest and say, yes, you've done a good job, but don't speak for the Southeast because a large percentage of the people in the Southeast still feel left behind. They still feel aggrieved they still feel neglected. So it's not in his place to speak for the Southeast. But anyway, Ebonyi State, also in the Southeast, the governor of Ebonyi State, Francis Nwifuru, has announced a Christmas bonus of 150,000 naira to every civil servant in the state for the 2025 festive season. Governor Nwifuru made the pronouncement on Sunday during a church service at the Government House Chapel in Abakaliki. And according to him, the gesture aligns with his administration's commitment to improve the welfare of civil servants, despite dwindling revenue accruing to the state in the past year. He maintained that his administration is taking steps to ensure the state is seen in the Committee of Nations with advanced and modern infrastructure. Oh well, when I saw this, I'm like, okay, it's a good move. 150,000 naira bonus. So it's 13th month, the usual 13th month, and it's a good move. It's laudable. Civil servants in the state will be grateful. But my producer, the producer of this show, is from Ebonyi. So I was wondering, is she getting any of these? Is her family member part of this largesse?
She's a civil servant.
She's not a civil servant, but is her family member? Does she know anybody who is getting part of this largesse? But anyway, it's a good thing that this is happening for the civil servants in Ebonyi. But how many of them outside Ebonyi will be able to travel home this Christmas? Because I understand the airports in Ebonyi, where the one Dave Umahi built, is basically not functional right now. A beautiful airport, you know, when it was opened. But currently, I don't think any flight is going there. I think it's moribund. It's not functional. So how will the people get home? They probably will have to go by road, or maybe land at a different airport and then go by road back to Ebonyi. So if you're empowering civil servants at home, you know Southeasterners usually like to go home. Create an environment where those outside can come back home and celebrate with those at home, you know, and then it will be a blissful Christmas. That's my take on this one. Papers coming up shortly.
I hope they will
You
not.
have,
Just few words. I hope after this 150,000 naira a Merry Christmas bonus to workers, we will not hear that workers are being owed, because that's the next thing I wouldn't want to get to discuss, because then it's not being pessimistic. That's when I'll have something to say about all the spending. Okay, we have the national dailies before us. I have the Nigerian Tribune. I have the These Days newspaper, the Guardian newspaper, the Vanguard newspaper also. It's here. And I would like to start off from the cover page of the Nigerian Tribune. And the window headlines are: Nigeria's inflation drops to 14.45%. Nigerians are asking, how are we benefiting from the drop of the inflation? Pleased to resume tinted glass permit enforcement January 2nd. Why Buhari had no favored successor, Bichi, DGDSS. We have the banner headline on the cover page of the Nigerian Tribune today. Concerns among businesses over new tax regime. Riders fret over LG levies on vehicle, SMEs extortion. Law prohibits cash-based tax collections. Harassment, extortion by local authorities outlawed under NTAA 2025. Insufficient communication clarity ahead of implementation being addressed, Oyedele. Joint Revenue Board declares war on illegal roadblocks, scraps road stickers nationwide. We have other headlines that made it to the cover page of the Nigerian Tribune. Buhari's legacies endure. That is coming from the President, Tinubu. Right after that story, there can't be a better successor than Tinubu, Katsina governor. Several worshippers feared abducted by bandits in Kogi Church. The story is on page 27. On the health sector, too much coffee may weaken bones in older women. That's coming from study. 2026 budget, senators demand more answers. Right after that story, FG admits revenue challenges. We got 10 trillion naira out of 40 trillion naira projected in 2025. Finance Minister says only non-revenue target met in August. MTEF FSP to await probe into revenue performances in 2024-2025. Supreme Court affirms President's power to declare emergency rule. Those are the stories you'll find on the cover page of the Nigerian Tribune today.
And the Vanguard newspaper has these headlines: Senate kicks against multiple budgets in one fiscal year. USA exhibition, Christmas comes early at Alexis Galleries. Interagency rivalry to blame for bandit allegation, Kwara government officials. Terrorism sponsor, ex-governor Bafaroa carpets Bello Turji. And year-end festivities push inflation to 4-month high. There are riders to that one. Month-on-month food inflation rises to 1.13%. In November, headline inflation climbs to 1.22%. Year-on-year headline inflation continues decline to 14.45%. Tinubu's reforms helped Nigeria beat 2025 inflation target. Presidency. Tinubu at book lunch on Buhari. Reps waiting to Dangote NMDPRA dispute. Summon parties. Emergency rule. President can suspend elected officials. Supreme Court. And those are the headlines there.
Now let's quickly run through the Daily Sun. Beside the nameplate, Tinubu charges army to remain apolitical. I'll take that again for emphasis. Tinubu charges army to remain apolitical. That's beside the nameplate, Daily Sun newspaper. Dangote, oil mafia worse than drug cartels, behind over 100 attacks on Port Harcourt refinery. Now the big story, reverse emergency rule judgment. PDP, lawyers fought Supreme Court. Ruling will create tyranny, says lawyers. FIRS to raise 2026 revenue target to 35 trillion naira as Senate frowns at multiple budget rollovers. FG admits 30 trillion naira revenue shortfall in 2025. That's some kind of conflict, meeting revenue target shortfall and all of that. We must defeat enemies of Nigeria, Defense Minister charges soldiers. We've degraded terrorist operational capacity, he says. PDP will come out of current challenges better, stronger, says Mark Arfi. CJN warns against conflicting decisions on political matters. Directs courts to commence virtual hearing as MBA seeks judicial integrity. That's it from the Daily Sun newspaper.
And that's how far we can go on taking a quick peep on the cover page of the National Dailies. Join Chukwuma and Moses for the newspaper analysis proper here on Voice of the People Television. 10 a.m. is the time. So we'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we'll dissect the first topic of conversation. Supreme Court affirms President's power to declare state of emergency, suspend elected officials. Do well to stay with us.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things and makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Welcome back. It's still VOP this morning. Supreme Court affirms President's power to declare state of emergency, suspend elected officials. The Supreme Court on Monday affirmed the constitutional power of the President to declare a state of emergency in any state to prevent a breakdown of law and order or a descent into chaos and anarchy. The court further held that during such a period, the President may suspend elected officials, provided any such suspicion is for a limited duration. Suspension, is for a limited duration. Delivering the lead majority judgment, Justice Mohammed Idris held that Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution empowers the President to adopt extraordinary measures to restore normalcy where a state of emergency has been declared. He noted that the provision does not specify the exact nature of those extraordinary measures, thereby vesting the President with discretion on how to act in such circumstances. Meanwhile, the People's Democratic Party has warned that Supreme Court's judgment on the President's emergency powers could open the door to authoritarianism, undermine Nigeria's federal structure, and threaten democratic governance. The PDP National Publicity Secretary Ini Ememobong said in a statement that the interpretation of the Supreme Court judgment may embolden the federal government to subjugate states and dismantle constitutionally elected institutions under the guise of restoring peace and security. We've been joined in the studio by Prince Francis Chilaka, a political and public affairs analyst, and also with us in the studio is Elvis Lihimele, a national affairs analyst too. We'll be joined in Abuja by Julius Ogunro, a media and public or political affairs consultant. We also have Sachukan Nabife, Managing Director, Anambra Civic and Social Reformation Office, a public affairs analyst, writer, columnist, and fellow of the Nigerian Guild of Editors, join us from Oka. Good morning, gentlemen, for being with us here on today's show. Good morning, Dr. Sachukan Nabife, if you can hear me. All right, I would like to start over with you, Prince Francis Chilaka. What do you make of this back and forth? Because according to what the Supreme Court judges said, that there is no explicit information made available by the Constitution on what the President is to do in a situation whereby we'll have a state, being thrown into chaos or maybe anarchy over political, rivalries getting up in the state, or maybe quest for power and struggles. But he or they also said something about the President having the right. It was there according to the Constitution in Section 305 of the Nigerian 1999 Constitution as was amended.
Well, let me say I don't have a problem with the declaration of state of emergency by a president, so long as that declaration is to ensure that there's no breakdown of law and order. And also, in declaring a state of emergency, it must be crystal clear to everyone that it is not all about politicking, and it is not all about trying to hold, the governor to ransom. So I think that the Supreme Court, in giving that fiat of power to the president to declare a state of emergency, they didn't even talk about recourse to the National Assembly anymore. It's like saying that you have given the president the knife to choke every other person. But you see, look at it. Look at the way defections have been happening in the last few months. It looks like the governors who have defected from their parties to APC, they looked into the crystal ball and saw the kind of verdict that the Supreme Court was going to give. So they were all prepared not to fall short of it, because the declaration of state of emergency in Rivers State, to start with, was uncalled for. Because if you look at other states within the country where we've had insecurity, mass killing of people, and the president has not declared a state of emergency. So the president is now like, he decides which state should be under the emergency rule and which state shouldn't be. So for me, that is a blanket ticket to dictatorship. That's what I see.
Now, when you say it's a blanket ticket to dictatorship, we saw, according to what the Apex Court, the judgment they passed, they say that the president has the right also to suspend elected official, but it has to be within a little or confined period of time, which should not be, more like extended and all of that. But how then are we going to peanuts? What's the duration going to be like? And if someone is being suspended, should we have another person appointed to take care of, like we saw what played out in River State, where we have the retired Ibokete Ibas as the sole administrator, but we don't have such made available in the Constitution that there should be a sole administrator and all that. Just help us actually walk around.
You see, there's something the Supreme Court has been doing in recent times. They've been giving judgments that tends to create confusion at the end of the day. Because when you try to interpret that judgment, you find out that everybody's interpreting it to suit them. Look at the issue of Labour Party, where the Supreme Court gave a judgment. Jola Saburo is interpreting it to suit him. Nenadi Usman is interpreting it to suit her. So the Supreme Court has, they keep doing that. And I think it's something they're doing on purpose. Because if you're going to give a judgment, you have already said, oh, Mr. President has the powers to declare a state of emergency. You should also be able to say, this state of emergency should be for a period of 3 or 6 months. You must be definitive. Now you're living and you're saying, oh, it must not. So in other words, you are putting it also into a confused state. Because at the end of the day, people will start be asking, this declaration of state of emergency, how long will it be? What is the minimum? Is it 6 years? Or is it 1 month? Or is it 3 months? So the Supreme Court itself has not been fair in the kind of judgments they've been delivering.
Okay, so you think that Supreme Court is also part of the problem?
They are. No, the judiciary.
Oh, the judiciary.
The judiciary is part of the problem.
Okay, I will come back to that. Let's bring Mr. Elvis into this conversation. Elvis, let's be very practical now. We all understand what the state of emergency is. State of emergency is that, look, there is crisis in a state, and we need to, put a wedge, to the descent to anarchy. Yeah. More like, these are the conditions under which a state of emergency could be invoked. Now, if you declare a state of emergency, and of what use will it be that you have a governor who in the first place couldn't stop the descent to anarchy? You still have him, and you still have members of the House of Assembly, in place. Of what use would they be? What's the need of the state of emergency?
Well, the state of emergency came in as a result of the, quote, in quote, the failure of the governor and the state executive to do their job responsibly.
Okay.
To protect the people. And as the president of the nation, all the sub-nationals are under his wings and caprices to take care of. And if the governor cannot do that, and one of the states out of the 36 or whatever has an issue, he has to come in. But suspending the governor and the state executive is for a period of time shows that the president must now work with whoever is appointing in collaboration with the House of National Assembly to bring peace within the period of time to that state. But that period of time is what we're actually looking at now. How long?
No, okay, period of time, one issue. But the reason why I asked this question,
yes.
Do you approve of the president, suspending the governor and the legislature during a state of emergency?
Yes. If it's an issue that is going to put the state in chaos and lead to death, I approve that. But not on political ground. What we saw in Rivers last time, there was no threat. There was no threat to life. If it is disaster, that maybe force majeure, the state cannot be, an emergency cannot be declared in that state. This federal government should assist. But if there are attack, for instance, the political opponents in the states are attacking themselves, leading to death, the president can come in.
You said something in the course of your intervention. You said something that is somehow troubling. You said that we have a president and we have 36 states who have top nationals who are more like under the president. Are they under the president because they were also elected?
They are
in
elected.
a true federalism, should they be under the president?
They are not on the ground that they are under the president for control, but they are under the president as they are working in unity to bring development and peace to the nation. Okay. If one of the states is troubled, whether the president has the prerogative of power to say, oh, I cannot talk on that because I was also elected the same way the governor was elected, he's going to miss his government. Okay. It will bring an infraction into the development of his government. So all the 36 states must function accordingly for the president to also have peace, to also give out the national policies and procedures for the country to move forward. So in that regard, if any of the states is troubled, the president must come in.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Elvis Alimele, for your submission. Let's take the conversation to Oka. Sachuka Nabife, good morning, if you can hear me. I don't know if you've joined the conversation. All right, good morning, Julius Ogunro. Good to have you join today's conversation. Please, what do you make of this, the judgment by the Supreme Court and the fact that some Nigerians are reacting to it, saying it's going to embolden the federal government more to suspend elected officers and also maybe impose state of emergency using their discretion, because that is what the interpretation of the Supreme Court was all about, that the president has a right to, declare state of emergency in a state where there is anarchy and also suspend the elected officials.
I think that the judgment is, in my view, sort of the states have equal rights as the president. You can't by fiat remove a governor that was elected by the people, except maybe for the State House of Assembly. I think it's very unusual for the Supreme Court judgment, but there are some issues that came out of it. I think one of the major issues the Supreme Court dealt with was the issue of jurisdiction. The state governors, the PDP governors that took the matter to court, according to the Supreme Court, had no locus to take the case to court. So I think that was one of the planks for dismissing the case. The other issue the Supreme Court also raised was the issue about how the validation for the action of the president was taken in the National Assembly. The Supreme Court ruled that the vote for whether the president had the right to do that would have been by not voice vote, what to just call, do you agree, that it could have been done by individual legislators coming out to say whether they supported it or not. So it ruled against the government on that. But in all, I think it still tilted towards the power that the president had the powers to remove the state governor in case of an emergency. But I think the issue has to be re-legislated, has to be rejudicated, has to go back to the court again. Supreme Court is also political in the sense that the judgment of the Supreme Court is usually also determined by the judges in the court at that particular time. Maybe another set of judges will look at it, perceive it differently. But from my own view, I think it is very unusual and sort of immoral. Today it may be Rivers State, tomorrow it may be a Lagos governor. Tomorrow it could be some other governor. So we mustn't look at this purely from the partisan point of view. Politics change. Tomorrow, the APC might not be in power and may view this issue differently. I think we should have institutions that are very neutral, arbiter.
Are we to blame the Supreme Court for this judgment or the Constitution that created what some have tagged loopholes for the people that are involved in navigating around it?
You can interpret, even if you say come, somebody can interpret it the way they want. It's about the interpretation of the law. I'm not a lawyer, but how does the Supreme Court interpret the law? A new set of judges may interpret it differently. I think this set of Supreme Court judges, tend to be partisan, tend to tilt towards the executive arm of government and the federal government. And I think it's bad for our democracy. Like I said earlier, politics change. people move to different parties, and those who support this judgment today may find themselves in an opposite camp tomorrow. I want us to have neutral arbiters who are not swayed by the politics of the day, who look at the law strictly from the point of view of the law and not whether it will embarrass the government or not. So in my view, I think the judgment is unusual. And there are certain issues that also have to be decided. The issue about jurisdiction. If probably the Rivers governor had gone to court himself, we probably may have a